Hi, this is Nellie Steele, Queen of Soap Opera Romance and author of Blackmail of a Billionaire. This is an original audiobook written by me, produced by Novel Idea Publishing, and read to you by a real human narrator. Enjoy the story.
Blackmail of a Billionaire, Harrington Holdings Billionaire Romance, Book 2, written by Nellie Steele, narrated by Malorie Wallen. Chapter 1. Grant. The waning light of the day streamed through the windows of his study as Grant Harrington tightened his grip on his tumbler. The ripples in the amber liquid mirrored his mounting frustration. The reports scattered across his desk offered scarce information on DG Industries, the elusive company entwined in his secretary, Evelyn Clark's bizarre ordeal. His thoughts flitted between anger and concern. His new wife, Julia, had been the one who made the discovery and saved him from a murder charge. But the peril she'd faced while rescuing his secretary provided a grim reminder of the stakes. He still worried about her recovery from the injuries she'd sustained during the incident. The emotion frightened him as deeply as the high stakes themselves. It went beyond corporate espionage. The boundaries of his contractual marriage seemed to increasingly blur in his mind. Grant sipped his bourbon, allowing the vanilla hints to dance across his tongue as he flicked his gaze outside. "Mr. Harrington," the voice of his butler, Worthington, said from behind him. "Still working?" "Not really," he said, eyes never leaving the pristine front yard of Harrington House. "Avoiding something, then?" Grant offered a soft laugh as he spun in the leather executive chair to face the gray-haired man. "No." "Really?" Worthington said, with a flick of his eyebrow that questioned the answer. "I'm not," Grant assured him. "I'm just trying to read something into this lack of information. I can't believe this is all they've found in weeks. Actually, what I'm considering is a clean sweep of the security team." Worthington chuckled as he lifted the tumbler from Grant's hand and crossed to the sleek drink cart to freshen his drink. "If their identity had been easy to find, none of this would have happened." "You're right," Grant said, "but Julia managed to track down more information in less time. And thank heavens for us and Evelyn Clark that Mrs. Harrington was quick-witted enough to piece it together." Grant pressed his lips into a thin line, staring into the amber liquid again. "Yes, not for her, though." Worthington offered a fleeting smile, understanding his concern over the physical injuries Julia had sustained. "Mrs. Harrington seems to have recovered quite well." Grant's mind strayed to the frightening moments he'd waited in the hospital for information about her. With the hit to the head she'd sustained, things could have gone much worse than a severe concussion. He'd spent the next 2 days by her side, insisting she remain in bed and resting to ensure there were no lasting effects. The memory of their shared time had been a primary factor in the blurring of the lines of their contract. With a strong pull to her already, those moments had made it even stronger. The memory of her genuine laughter as they joked over a ridiculous plotline still echoed in his mind. "Yes, I know that, but I hate that she went through that at all." "Do I detect a note of non-contractually obligated concern for the newest Mrs. Harrington?" Grant flicked his eyes up to the perceptive man in front of him. "Does it matter if you do?" Worthington clasped his hands in front of him and frowned. "You tell me. This one is quite different from the others, isn't she?" Grant swiveled his chair around to face the lawn again, unwilling to allow his butler to glean any raw emotion that may slip into his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Julia has her own life. I can't imagine she wants anything to do with me after all this trouble." "That's not the Grant Harrington I know." Grant swung back around, this time with a grin on his face. "Maybe that's a good thing. We are trying to change my image, remember? And Mrs. Harrington seems to be doing a lovely job of it. Let it go, Worthington. There's nothing there. Nothing, sir, at all, on either side." Grant leapt from his seat with a sigh. "I said leave it alone. On that note, I should remind you dinner is in 30 minutes. Thanks." With a nod of his head, Worthington disappeared from the room, leaving Grant alone with his thoughts. His butler read him like a book after decades of service, but the man failed to comprehend the intricacies of his relationship with Julia, or lack of relationship. He took on too rosy a view of the world, assuming they'd end up happy simply because they were meant to be, or good for each other. But 4 previous marriages disagreed with his butler's view. His mind wandered to each failed chapter that had closed with indifference or regret. Yet, in this case, it was different. The thought of their contract ending didn't bring relief or indifference, but an unaccustomed sense of loss. Her resilience and her gentle nature had etched themselves into his life in a way he hadn't anticipated. Though Julia was different. The tinkle of the woman's voice interrupted his thoughts as she cheerily greeted Worthington on her way down to dinner. "I made wonderful progress on my book today, thank you for asking," she said. He could see why the staff liked her and hoped she stayed. Naturally kind, she probably treated them better than any of his other wives. He took a final sip of his bourbon before he left the office behind. Even with the countdown to their contract end inching closer by the day, he had the time with her now. He could be happy with that. Maybe. The blinding morning sun sparkled off the buildings that filled in around them as James drove Grant into the office the following morning. "Got a lot on the agenda today, Mr. Harrington?" James asked, with a flick of his eyes into the rearview mirror. "Isn't there always?" Grant replied as he smoothed his tie. "To make it worse, Evie's out today. Follow-up appointment with the doctor." "How is Mrs. Clark doing, sir? I can't believe she's back to work." "Me either," Grant said, "though I'm glad she is, as selfish as that sounds. She's doing well, bound and determined to do as much work as she can to keep the office running smoothly. She seems to be doing pretty well." "That's good." Grant eyed the man in the driver's seat. "I'm not sure I really thanked you for your role in that, both with Evie and Julia." "It was my pleasure, sir. I'm glad I could be of assistance." James slid the car next to the curb outside of the steel tower housing Harrington Global. He hurried to open the door for Grant. As Grant stepped out into the cool morning air, he buttoned his suit jacket. "Mrs. Harrington's meeting me for lunch today. Can you have her here around 1? "Absolutely, sir. Have a great morning." He strode into the building with his briefcase in hand, pushing through the glass doors into the sun-drenched lobby. With a wave to the security guard, he entered the elevator and rode to the penthouse floor of the building. He glanced at his watch as the doors whooshed open. 5 hours until lunch. He wondered how much work he could push out of the way before then, so he could enjoy a leisurely lunch. At this early hour, he passed by the quiet offices and cubicles as he reflected on the meal. It would provide them a chance to discuss the upcoming dinner party planned with several members of his board. Despite the lack of information on the DG Industries front, they had to move forward with tackling their other issue, ensuring enough board votes for him to maintain control of Harrington Global. They'd arranged an event with several members, some for him and some against, to showcase his newly changed image. With Julia at the opposite end of his table, he didn't have to worry about decorum or boorish behavior. Instead, he hoped it wouldn't overwhelm her. She'd already been through so much, including a very public defense of him after his murder charge. She seemed fine with the idea, but social situations seemed to make her uncomfortable. Surprising, given how genuine she was and how at ease she made most people. He strode through his secretary's office, not missing the empty chair neatly tucked in where Evie normally sat. From the temporary desk in the corner, the leggy blonde temp, here to help Evie, bounced from her seat with a wide grin that lingered a little too long. "Good morning, Mr. Harrington. I have a stack of messages for you, and I've already pulled several of the files you may need."
"Thank you, Bianca,"
he said as he entered his office and dumped his briefcase on the desk. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting long lines across his meticulously organized desk, the stark modernity of his office reflecting the precision he demanded in business. He blindly reached for the messages as he stared at an early morning text from his daughter, Sierra. He glanced up at the woman when nothing hit his fingertips. She held them close to her chest, a coy smile on her features.
"The messages, Bianca?"
"Of course, sir. I just wanted to be sure you were ready to start your day." He creased his forehead as he grabbed the papers.
"I'm here. I'm ready."
She lifted a shoulder in response and batted her eyelashes. "A man who is ready to go right away. Wonderful." He held back, rolling his eyes as she trotted to the door. He missed Evie. Bianca hung on the doorknob, flicking a blonde lock over her shoulder. "Buzz me if you need anything." Something about the way she said the word buzz bothered him as he sank into his chair. Before he could read the first message, his phone rang.
"Sierra, what is it? I'm trying to get through my messages."
"Why didn't you answer my message?" Grant pinched his nose as he held back a sigh.
"About bringing the new boyfriend to the dinner tonight?"
"Not boyfriend, business partner. Potentially, anyway. I think it's a perfect time for us all to meet."
"I think there's already a lot going on. Look, schedule a lunch for this."
"Daddy!" Sierra's voice took a shrill turn. He imagined her stamping a designer heel on the floor and pouting.
"If it's okay with Julia, it's okay with me."
He pulled the first message toward him and scanned it. "Dad!" Sierra shouted again. "Why do I have to ask her? It's not up to her. It's your house."
Grant recognized the challenge in her voice, but he wasn't planning on backing down or explaining. His insistence on including her in the decision was less procedural and more a testament to his respect for their partnership.
"Ask Julia." The muffled scream gave him a chuckle as he ended the call. He flicked his gaze into space for a moment as he wondered how difficult Sierra would make this on Julia. He'd find out at lunch. Knowing Julia, they'd have another guest at their dinner party. She'd never tell Sierra no. She might spoil his daughter more than he did. He picked up the phone to return his first call, setting the day into motion. The whirlwind of the multinational corporation sped the morning hours by in a blur of spreadsheets, contracts, and hard-nosed negotiating. As the noon hour slipped by, he buzzed Bianca, ready to clear his desk before lunch and have her pull a new set of files for his afternoon. She bounded into the office seconds later, sans suit jacket that had covered her this morning. The too-low top pushed the boundaries of the corporate dress code. He slid a stack of files off his desk and held them toward her. "All finished with these?" she asked.
"Yes, and please pull the Dover, Montecito, and Lockview files for the afternoon."
"Of course. Is there anything else I can do for you?" she asked as she fanned herself with the folders.
"No. Are you feeling okay?"
The innocent question opened a door he hadn't intended. She sauntered around the desk and perched on the corner. "Just a little hot. I see you were, too." She arched an eyebrow at his suit jacket, draped over his chair back.
"If it's too warm, feel free to adjust the thermostat," he said. She tugged one corner of her pink-red lips back before she set the folders on the polished desk and leaned closer to him. "I don't think that's going to help." She lowered her voice, taking on a sultry tone. "I think we both know what's going on here." Grant twisted his chair to face her. "Look, Bianca, I think there's been a misunderstanding here." "Oh, I don't think so." She traced his jawline with a manicured nail. "I see the way you look at me, and I just wanted to let you know I feel the same way." She leaned closer to him, her lips searching for his. "Bianca!" That didn't stop her advances. She slid a knee onto the chair as she leaned closer to him. He tipped the chair backward, angling away from her as he searched to find the right words to diffuse the situation without causing a scene. "Miss Moreau." "Just give in to it, Grant. You know you want to," she whispered in his ear. "Oh my goodness!" A new voice split the silence. Grant's heart stopped as he snapped his gaze to the open door. The sight of Julia, a stunned expression on her delicate features, twisted his stomach into a knot. What she had just walked in on must have looked awful. His heart raced, not only with surprise, but with a sinking dread. Would she understand, or would this destroy the fragile bond? Chapter 2. Julia. Julia's fingers tapped out a rhythm on her keyboard, the soft click stark against the quietness of her office overlooking the manicured gardens of Harrington House, a stark contrast to her tumultuous thoughts. The last few weeks had blown a large hole into her normally neat life, leaving her longing for the calm, predictable pre-Harrington days that were free from emotional turbulence. And a 2-day hiatus from work, thanks to a concussion, hadn't been in her plans. A few other things had cropped up that hadn't been in her plans either, she thought as she paused, her gaze falling on the framed wedding photo next to her monitor. She stared at it, a mix of loyalty and regret stirring as she silently acknowledged the unexpected emotions swirling inside her for the new individuals who had entered her life, specifically Grant. Within a second, she found her eyes on the photo again. The lines of her contractual marriage to Grant had already blurred. Perhaps it wouldn't be possible to maintain the level of distance she needed to ensure no messy entanglements or attachments, particularly after their shared connection over her concussion and subsequent recovery. The time they'd spent together had shown her facets of her husband she hadn't expected. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. She lived in constant fear of being found out, afraid every glance and every nuance of her behavior would be used to prove the fraud of their marriage. With the quickly approaching dinner party they'd host, she needed to come across as genuine as possible to help build the image of a stable home. As she drummed her fingers on the mahogany wood of the desk, wondering for the umpteenth time if she'd made a mistake, the steady clicking of high heels paraded toward her room. The ever louder stomping made her certain Sierra sought her out. Julia wrapped her fingers around the edge of the desk as she prepared herself for the confrontation. Seconds later, as predicted, Sierra's shoes clip-clopped their way into her office without so much as a knock. Julia caught sight of the reflection of her stepdaughter in the monitor. With her hands on her hips, she seemed displeased. The scent of expensive perfume wafted past her nostrils as she twisted to face the woman. "Good morning, Sierra. Is there something you need?" Sierra narrowed her heavily made-up eyes as she tugged her pinky red lips into a frown and crossed her arms. Julia arched an eyebrow at her, noticing the imperious tilt of Sierra's chin, a silent reminder of the power dynamics at play. "Daddy says I have to ask you if I can bring a potential business associate to the little dinner party you're throwing tonight." "Ask me?" "Yes, Julia," Sierra said, her voice laced with irritation. "He says I have to ask you. It's ridiculous. So can I?" Julia's lips parted as her eyebrows knit. "Why would you need to ask me?" Sierra huffed out a sharp breath. "That's the same thing I said, but he insisted. If it's okay with Julia," she said, her nose wrinkling as she used a mocking tone for the last statement. "So here I am to get your blessing. I have it, right?" Julia sucked in a breath, pausing for a moment too long for Sierra's liking. "Right?" the woman snapped, her eyes going wide with disbelief. Yes, that's fine. Yes, of course. Bring whoever you'd like. Just let Worthington know there will be one more." Sierra cocked her head and grinned at her. "I knew I could count on you, stepmommy." She spun on her heel and took a step toward the hall. Memories of learning of Sierra's secret relationship with James flitted through her mind. "Sierra," she called. "Yes?" the woman asked, with a sharp glance over her shoulder. Her mind raced, weighing the risks. Revealing her knowledge could shatter the precarious peace, yet silence felt like a complicity in a deception she wanted no part of. Julia vetted bringing up the affair, imagining the fallout. It ended with a seething Sierra hovering over her and pointing an accusatory finger in her face while she threatened her within an inch of her life. Nothing," Julia said, with a wave of her hand. "Sorry." Sierra narrowed her eyes. "Do remember, stepmommy, we're all here playing our parts." She tossed a lock of hair over her shoulder, a gesture of her disdain, and stormed from the room after unleashing the casual yet cutting words. Julia eased back into the high-backed chair with a sigh. The knowledge would bother her until she said something, but she had no desire to have a confrontation with the already combative woman. So, instead, she would continue to keep it to herself and allow it to twist her into knots. Julia shivered, wondering how long secrets could stay buried before they upended the fragile balance of the household. She reminded herself it was none of her business, but then again, she had just given the woman permission to invite someone to a dinner party. The boundaries were blurry at best in her new role, and she was still struggling to keep up. With a sigh, she returned to her screen, ready to bury herself in a fictional world that seemed to have fewer complications than her current life, when a knock sounded at the door. "Yes?" she asked as she twisted. Relief washed over her, and a genuine smile crossed her face as she stared at the face of the kindly butler. "May I refresh your tea, Mrs. Harrington?" he asked, motioning to the nearly empty teacup at her side. "Oh, no, thank you, Worthington." "Is there anything else I can get you this morning?" She shook her head again. "No, just trying to log a few more words this morning." Worthington crossed to collect the teacup and saucer from her desk. "And how is the work coming?" Well, I wish better," she said with a chuckle. "Is there anything I can do?" Julia offered him a smile, tearing her eyes away from the blinking cursor on her page. "No, but thank you. I'll get there. I just have some decisions to make." Worthington arched an eyebrow. "Perhaps talking them through with someone may help." "Yes, sometimes it does, and sometimes I just need to be alone with my thoughts to process them all." "Well, if you need a sounding board, I am always happy to provide assistance. And if you need to ensure you are not disturbed, I can help on that front, too." Julia flicked her gaze to him, wondering if he'd seen Sierra leaving her room. "Thank you, Worthington. You're always so helpful. I think I'll be okay." "Of course," he said, with a nod. "And if I am not mistaken, you are lunching with Mr. Harrington in town today, correct?" "Yes, that's right." She glanced at the time with a wince. "Which means I'd better get going on this manuscript if I hope to make any progress before I leave." I shall leave you to it. Best of luck."
"Thank you," she called, already clacking away at the keys, the time crunch spurring creativity. 40 minutes later, she leaned back in her chair, her mind whirling as she skimmed the words quickly before she clicked to save the document. If she didn't hurry, she'd be late for her lunch date. She left the document behind, retrieved her purse, and hurried through the ornate halls, their opulence a reminder of how different her life had become. As she descended the stairs, she found Worthington at the bottom, awaiting her.
"And how did the work come along?"
"Better than expected," she said with a grin. "Things are looking up."
"Excellent."
He pulled the door open for her, and she stepped into the autumn day.
"Have a lovely lunch, Mrs. Harrington. Enjoy."
"Thank you." James snapped the door open to the luxury vehicle as he greeted her.
"Mrs. Harrington, all ready for lunch?"
"Yes," she said as she slid into the back seat. James rounded the back end and took his place behind the wheel.
"And how are you feeling today?"
he asked as they pulled away from the house. "Pretty good, thanks. How about you?"
"I wasn't the one with a concussion."
She smiled at him. "You did get the better end of the deal, didn't you?" He chuckled, flicking an amused glance through the rearview mirror.
"Never again. You'll never go off alone again."
"Let's hope there isn't a next time to worry about."
"You said it, Mrs. Harrington. I just wish they'd make some progress on what happened with Mrs. Clark."
Julia glanced out the window as the buildings closed in around her, and the snarl of midday traffic echoed the chaos in her mind. "Me too. She must be unsettled. I wish for her sake they'd find something."
"Oh, Mr. Harrington mentioned she's out today, so maybe just head straight into his office. Otherwise, you may be waiting forever before he realizes it's lunchtime."
Julia chuckled. "He does get rather involved in his work, doesn't he?"
"Oh, yes,"
James said, echoing her laughter. He slid the car next to the curb outside of Harrington Global before he hurried around it to open her door. "Thank you."
"You're welcome, and I'll see you after lunch."
Julia offered him a wave as she made her way to the door, and James disappeared into the car. With their plans to walk to their lunch destination in the beautiful fall weather, he was off the hook for at least an hour. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if he'd spent time with Sierra. Her footsteps faltered for a moment as she bit into her lower lip, a sense of unease creeping over her. She shook it off and pushed herself inside the building. The security guard hurried around the desk to press the elevator button for her.
"Hi, Mrs. Harrington."
"Hi, Sam. How are you today?"
"Oh, doing just fine. How about yourself?"
"Good, thank you." The doors whooshed closed, and the elevator tugged her upward. She had hoped to see Evelyn today to check how the woman was feeling. Too bad she was out. When the doors opened, she stepped into the din of an office in full swing. Despite the lunch hour, people still bustled back and forth, and phones rang. Julia wandered past the busy workers toward the back and into Evelyn's office. She glanced at the temporary desk set up in the corner. Empty. Grant must be on his own today. She bypassed the assistant's office and stepped into Grant's office. The smile on her face faded, replaced quickly by round eyes and an unhinged jaw as she stepped into the office, lit only by the midday sun sneaking through the slits in the blinds. The faint scent of Grant's cologne mixed with a hint of Bianca's floral perfume hung in the air, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. The chatter of the office faded behind her, the ringing phones becoming muted along with the soft clicks of keyboards, making the scene all the more jarring. Grant sat in his chair, tilted slightly back as the young assistant, Bianca, practically straddled him, whispering something in his ear. She couldn't keep a startled set of words from escaping her lips, almost immediately regretting it. "Oh, my goodness!" Grant twisted to face her, an expression of equal surprise on his handsome features. The shock on the blonde assistant's face
curled with satisfaction instead of surprise. "Julia," Grant breathed, frozen in the compromising position. "I'm sorry. I've obviously interrupted something." Julia swallowed hard as she let her gaze sink to the floor, wondering how red her cheeks were based on the burning she felt across them. She pressed a hand to her forehead as a cold wave of shock swept over her. She hurried from the office, her confusion hanging over her like a thick fog blanketing a sea of emotions she hadn't anticipated, and barreled toward the elevator. Her heart thudded against her ribs, a mix of shock and an unknown emotion coursing through her. Her clammy palms slipped on her purse strap as a lump formed in her throat. The sight of Grant and Bianca stirred a whirlpool of emotions that she couldn't identify. "Julia!" Grant's voice called behind her as she repeatedly pressed the elevator button, hoping it would open and swallow her inside. She wanted to be anywhere but here. "Julia, wait," Grant said again. She clutched her purse until her fingers turned white as the numbers above the elevator rose toward her current floor. A sense of panic started to sweep through her as she wished she could melt into the floor. She had no desire to have a confrontation over this, particularly with the unexplored and unidentified feelings wreaking havoc within her. Fingers wrapped around her arm and gently turned her around. "Julia, please, I can explain." She stared up into his blue eyes, stormy and pleading. She shook her head as the elevator dinged, indicating the arrival of the car. "You don't have to explain anything to me." She tugged her arm from his grasp and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the ground floor, then holding the door closed button. "No, Julia, please, wait." The door slid closed before he could finish his statement. A sense of relief washed over her at the narrow escape, though it brought her little peace. What had she walked in on? Her sweaty palms closed into fists as she came to the resolution that it didn't matter. He was under no obligation to remain true to her. They weren't in love. They were in a business deal. Her feelings didn't matter in this. He didn't care. Chapter 3. Grant. Grant's heart leapt into his throat as the situation quickly devolved outside of his control. The shocked expression on Julia's face drove a dagger through him. "Julia," he breathed, a mix of disbelief and shock lacing his voice. Her surprised features twisted into something more raw before she murmured an apology, suggested she'd interrupted something, and fled from the room. Panic edged his next actions as he watched her slip away from him. He shoved Bianca aside, sending her staggering back to bang into the blinds against the windows. "Julia," he called as he hurried after her. His shoes echoed off the floor as he weaved through the bustling office. Julia's retreating footsteps mixed with the chatter of conversation, each step she took widening the gap between them. She barreled toward the elevator and rapidly pressed the button to call it. He prayed it wouldn't open until he caught up to her. "Julia, wait!" She didn't even turn to look at him. He eyed the rising numbers above the elevator. He could make it to her before it arrived. He danced around an employee darting out of their cubicle, his eyes never leaving his wife. He'd never chased one of his exes like this. He gripped her arm and coaxed her to face him, softening his voice. "Julia, please, I can explain." If she just gave him a minute. She raised her eyes to his. Did he detect betrayal in them? Disappointment? Something worse? She gave a slight shake of her head before she spoke. "You don't have to explain anything to me." The words cut into him like a knife, stunning him into silence. He had been in this position before. He had expected a fight, not cold indifference. As he reeled, she tugged away from him and stepped into the waiting elevator. The doors started to close before he could stick a hand in to stop them. No, Julia, please, wait. The doors cut off his statement. He leaned against the wall, his mind racing. He'd never felt this panicked upset before in his previous relationships. Why did he feel it now? His last glance at her features, pinched with an upset he couldn't define, burned through his brain as he let out a low growl and raced back to his office. Bianca still stood there, her features apologetic. She tugged her full lips into a wince. Sorry, Grant. I never intended for your wife to see us. He bristled at the familiar use of his name as he crossed to his desk and grabbed his phone. He couldn't even look at her. She'd caused more strife than she knew. Get out. She fluttered her eyelashes at him as he found the contact he wanted and initiated the call. Grant, I know this didn't happen in the best way, but I think we both— I said, get out. The phone rang one final time before James's voice asked him to leave a message. With a growl, he pulled the phone away from his ear and scrolled to another with a shaky thumb. Bianca stood for another moment before she took a few tentative steps toward the door. He stared down at the name on his phone, spinning to face the assistant before dialing. Oh, Bianca? Yes? She asked, whipping around to face him, an expectant expression on her face. You're fired. Clean out your desk and get out of here. I don't ever want to see you again. Her features fell in disbelief, and she hurried toward him. But, Mr. Harrington— Out! He shouted at her, thrusting a finger toward the door. He wanted nothing more to do with her. This little snafu painted him in a bad light overall, and with Julia. With a frown, she hurried from the office. He followed after her, slamming the door behind her and pressing the call icon. The line trilled a few times before Julia's voice said, Hi, you've reached Julia Stanton. I'm not available to take your call right now, but if you leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Bye. His fingers tightened around the mobile device as he waited for the beep. Julia, call me, please. His mind searched for a compelling reason to convince her to call back, but all he found was, I can explain. He paced his office as he waited for the phone to ring, but the call never came. She'd fled into the city, and he had no idea where. James had left. He couldn't rely on his trusted chauffeur to stall her until he could get to her. Her words echoed in his mind again. You don't have to explain anything to me. The coldness stung him all over again. The dismissal, the disinterest. If she'd have called him names, screamed at him, threatened to leave, he could have handled it better. He had no idea how to handle this reaction. His chest heaved as he collapsed into his desk chair and scrolled to another name. With a shake of his head, he waited to see if his new target would answer. Daddy? Sierra's curt voice barked into the phone. Sierra, thank goodness. I need your help. She scoffed, her annoyance obvious. I'm busy. Well, get unbusy. Your little plan to save my image and hence my company is going up in flames. Why? What happened? What did she do? It's not what she did, Grant said with a sigh as he sank his forehead into his palm. Sierra sighed on the opposite end of the line. Seriously? It hasn't even been 3 months, Daddy. How compromising of a situation did she find you in? No, I didn't do anything. It was a misunderstanding. It looked like something it wasn't. So, wait, did you cheat or didn't you? The new secretary got a little too close for comfort, and Julia walked in at the exact wrong moment. She tore out of here and I can't find her. Honestly, Daddy, this isn't the first time an issue like this has cropped up. Do the same thing you did before. Some flowers, a nice new bracelet. If that doesn't work, a gentle reminder that she's contractually obligated to stay married to you for 9 more months should do the trick. No, Sierra, I don't have time for this now. Figure it out. This is your 5th marriage. You should know what you're doing by now. The line clicked, and he pulled the phone away from his ear. Her last words echoed in his mind. It was his 5th marriage, but he felt less prepared for this one than any of the others. She didn't understand, and neither did he, quite honestly. These issues, even when they'd been marriage-ending in the past, hadn't seemed as distressing as this one. He sucked in a breath as he stared at his phone, willing it to ring. He only needed a minute to explain this misunderstanding. Though maybe it was more than just that. Trust wasn't something his previous relationships excelled in, but it was all he had with Julia, and he'd ruined it. His hand tightened into a fist. Maybe Sierra was right. A goodwill gesture once they were speaking couldn't hurt. He rose from his chair and tugged on his suit jacket before he left the office behind. The humid air of New Orleans clung to him as he rushed through the streets to make a few purchases, the vibrant sounds of the city blending with the turmoil in his heart. As he turned the corner to return to Harrington Global, James stood next to the waiting car. Grant closed the distance to him. "Please tell me you've already taken Julia home." The pinch of James's eyebrows told him the answer was no. James shook his head. "No, I dropped her off here for lunch. Is everything okay?" Grant sighed, rubbing at his forehead. "No, everything is not okay." "Anything I can do?" Grant considered it before an idea sprang to mind. "Yes, call Julia." James reached for his phone, tugging it from his pocket, while he offered Grant a questioning gaze. "There was an incident, a misunderstanding. She ran out. She's not answering my calls. See if you can find out where she is." James pressed his phone to his ear as he waited for the call to pick up. Grant knitted his eyebrows, a mixture of emotions coursing. Worry made him want her to pick up, but pride didn't. It meant she was ignoring him. A second later, Julia's voice answered. "Mrs. Harrington, did we get our wires crossed on the time?" Grant leaned closer, trying to overhear the conversation, but he couldn't make out the words. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I can come pick you up. Just tell me where you are." "Riverside Park. Got it. Give me a few minutes, okay?" Grant breathed a sigh of relief. At least they knew where she was. James ended the call before he opened the door for Grant. "I assume you're going with me?" "You know it." Grant climbed into the back seat as James slid behind the wheel. "What did she say about what happened?" "She said you had to change plans. She went to the park and lost track of time." Grant drummed his fingers against the door as the building slid by his window. He tried to go over what he'd say when he found her. He'd explain the misunderstanding, offer her the gift, and do his best to smooth it all over. The pillars framing the park's entrance finally came into view. Julia sat on a bench in front of one, the afternoon sun shining down on her as she waited. James eased the car to a stop. Julia stood, her lips curling into a smile as James popped out of the driver's seat. The smile quickly faded when she spotted Grant. "Thank you, James," he said as he approached her. "Julia, you're really a hard woman to get a hold of." She remained silent as he closed the distance between them, offering him an unreadable poker face. "We need to talk." Her voice was flat, emotionless, though the tight clasp of her hands suggested she was less calm than she projected. "We don't," she started, but he guided her to the bench, easing her onto it. "We do. It's a misunderstanding. What you saw, it wasn't what it seemed. She made advances. I was pushing back. That's all." His mind raced ahead as he waited for her response. Would she believe him, or would she accuse him of not doing enough to have prevented or stopped Bianca's advances? Instead, she did something he never expected. She said nothing outside of, "Okay." What did that mean? Was she fine? Why had she run if she wasn't upset? He didn't have an answer for that. And her features were still practically unreadable, though he thought he'd caught a glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. "Are you okay, I mean? You left so quickly." She glanced down at her lap. She was avoiding eye contact. That wasn't a good sign. After a lick of her lips, she flicked him a sideways glance. "I didn't want to disturb you." He guffawed at the statement, his forehead momentarily creasing in confusion. "No, you weren't. That's my point. You shouldn't have left. She means nothing to me. In fact, I fired her already. It was totally inappropriate behavior." This was uncharted territory for him. He'd never had a wife react so oddly to a matter of supposed infidelity, and certainly, when he had caught wives number 2 and 4 cheating, he hadn't been this calm. She flicked her eyebrows up, the only sign of emotion he received from the conversation. "I'm not sure that's the image you want right now, but it's your call." "Well, it's not just the image I'm concerned with," he answered, "and I'm very sorry about what happened." He thrust the flowers forward toward her. "These are for you, as an apology, along with—" He dug into his breast pocket and withdrew the long velvet box. "This." He snapped it open, allowing the sun to glint off the sapphire and diamond bracelet. Her forehead crinkled before her features shifted from seemingly indifferent to upset again. She snapped her gaze to him, confusion flitting across her eyes. "I hope you like it," he tried. She glanced down at it again before she shook her head. Did she really not like it? He could return it and buy her something else, something more to her taste. She sat stunned for a second before she closed the box and pushed it away. "I don't—" "If you don't like it, I can get you something else. This reminded me of your eyes." "No." "Julia, please. I promise nothing happened, and I didn't want anything to happen." She fluttered her eyelashes, a sign of frustration with the conversation. He eased off, allowing her to speak. "I told you in the office. You don't owe me anything." The words stung just as much this time around as the first. Was she planning to break her contract and leave him? The thought sped his pulse a little. "No explanations or—" Her eyes fell on the velvet box. "Gifts. It's not my business." She flicked her gaze to her lap, her hands tightening around each other. "But—" He struggled to keep up with the conversation. "Grant, I understand this arrangement. I don't have any say in your private business or your life. Again, I'm not certain it's a good idea given that new image you're trying to project, but it's not my business." A light breeze ruffled her hair as storm clouds built on the horizon, and she slicked a lock of it behind her ear before grabbing the compass she seemed to always wear. He sat in stunned silence, her words and attitude burning a hole into his chest. Gone was any of the warmth he'd come to know from her. She was cold and closed. Any progress in their relationship had been erased by the incident, and he had no idea how to fix it. Chapter 4. Julia. Julia wandered aimlessly through the city streets, not caring where her feet took her, as long as it put distance between her and Harrington Global. Her mind swam as she tried to sort through her unexpected emotions. She reminded herself she had no right to feel anything in this situation. She had been hired to do a job. She chided herself for having any emotional investment. If she was a waitress, she wouldn't be emotionally attached to her work. However, this circumstance seemed quite different. Her mind replayed the scene she'd witnessed before she fled from Grant's office. How long had she expected him not to seek wife number 6, or mistress number whatever? She'd married him to improve his image. She was his 5th wife. He had a history of failed relationships. She couldn't trust him, even if she wanted to. Thank goodness they'd only married for a contract. She stopped her aimless roaming and glanced around herself. She'd managed to wander to Riverview Park. With its sprawling oaks and the gentle murmur of the river, it could provide a quiet spot a world away from Harrington Global for her mind to clear. The scent of damp earth and fall leaves mingled in the air, echoing her internal turmoil. Once she'd managed to get a hold of herself, she could call a cab and go back to the house. She couldn't go back now. She still had too many emotions threatening to boil over. She had to work to bury those feelings and do her job. She pulled her phone from her purse, glancing at the time. Below the clock, a missed call notification glared back at her. Grant. She shook her head at it. Not now, she thought. A conversation while the confusion and raw emotion still threaded its way through her could ruin everything. She closed her eyes, cursing herself for misreading the cues. She'd never been very good with them. Her phone rang again, startling her and quickening her pulse. She blew out a long breath as she spotted her sister's name on the caller ID. With a shaky hand, she rubbed at her forehead, trying to decide if she should answer or not. She didn't want to talk to anyone at the moment, but she worried that may seem suspicious, that somehow her sister, over 1,000 miles away, would figure out what was happening when she couldn't even admit it to herself. She swiped to answer it. "Hey, sis," she said, forcing her voice to sound cheery. It came out hollow. "Hey, Juju, what's wrong?" Julia slid her eyes closed as thunder rumbled in the distance. "Nothing, you just caught me running, literally." "From?" "Everything my life has become," her mind silently answered. "Thunderstorm's coming, and I'm out getting lunch. I didn't bring an umbrella, so I'm trying to beat the weather." "You really need to get better about these things." I know. I've just never been very good with that stuff." "I remember, like the time you came home soaking wet. You left your umbrella and your purse at the bookstore." Julia heaved a breath as she recalled the night Alicia referred to. She'd been running away from someone then, too. She closed her eyes, unwilling to relive that turmoil in the midst of this upset. "Yep, I remember." "Hey, are you okay? You sound awful." Julia bit into her lower lip and shook her head. She couldn't give in to this. She'd be smarter going forward. "Yeah, I'm okay. My mind's just somewhere else." "Buried in your latest book?" "Yep," Julia said, with a soft chuckle. "Well, the reason I'm calling is because I have some news and a request." Some of the sting of her situation melted, replaced with curiosity and concern from her sister's tone. "What is it? Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine. Just that, at the last minute, Ethan got selected for that National Police Chiefs Conference." Julia's lips curled at the edges. "Oh, that's great. Tell him congratulations for me." "Well, you can tell him yourself. It's in New Orleans. I was hoping you two could connect at some point." Julia scoffed softly. "So he can report back that I'm still alive and well?" "Something like that. I worry about you, down there in that big city all alone." She'd never felt more alone than she did right now, but she wasn't going to admit that to her sister. She'd kept her current circumstances a secret, and she had no intention of letting on. "I'm fine. And yes, of course, I'd love to grab a cup of coffee, or lunch or dinner, or whatever he has time for. I'm not sure what the conference schedule is." "Great," Alicia said. "I'll let him know. He's on a flight right now, so he'll probably text you tonight once he's settled and gets his bearings." "Perfect. It's too bad you couldn't come, too." "Someone has to stay in Harbor Cove and make sure Mrs. Klein's cat can get out of that tree." The reminder of the nature of small-town life brought a genuine laugh from Julia. "Well, good luck with that. I'll make sure Ethan is well taken care of while he's in the big city." Thanks, Juju. I love you.
Love you too.
Julia hung up the phone as a breeze rustled her hair. How would she manage this? She'd take a cab. She'd figure it out. Before she could nail down the details, her phone rang again. This time James's name appeared on her screen. He must have returned to Harrington Global to pick her up. Her shoulders slumped. She hated pulling other people into this fight. James was just trying to do his job. She swiped to answer the call.
Hi, James.
Mrs. Harrington, did we get our wires crossed on the time? Her heart skipped a beat as she struggled to come up with a story.
No, I'm so sorry. Grant was busy and we had to change plans. I just came to the park to wait and must have lost track of the time. I'm so sorry. I'll hurry back.
She rose from her seat on the bench. He must not have spoken to Grant. The coast must be clear. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I can come pick you up. Just tell me where you are.
Riverside Park. And only if it's not too much trouble. I can easily walk back.
Riverside Park. Got it. Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay. Thanks so much, James. She settled back into the bench's wooden seat as she waited for him to arrive. Within minutes, the sleek car pulled up, and James popped out from behind the wheel. Julia smiled at him until he opened the back door, and someone else climbed from the back. Grant. He'd used James to find her. She braced herself for whatever was coming with the flowers he carried.
Thank you, James. He turned his attention to her. Julia, you're really a hard woman to get a hold of. Julia didn't answer him, her hands glued together as she struggled to keep a handle on any emotions that may spill over. He closed the distance between them. We need to talk.
She needed to let him know he didn't owe her anything. They didn't need to play this game. We don't, she started, but he guided her back to the bench.
We do. It's a misunderstanding. What you saw, it wasn't what it seemed. She made advances. I was pushing back. That's all.
She processed the statement, though given their situation, she didn't need to know what was or wasn't going on, and she wasn't certain she could believe him anyway. After 4 wives, he was likely well-versed in explaining situations away.
Okay.
He lowered his chin, searching her face.
Are you okay, I mean? You left so quickly.
She flicked her gaze to her lap, not able to look into those eyes that seemed so well-versed in pretending to care. Well, whatever he wanted to pretend, she couldn't do it, and she had no business meddling in his private affairs, nor making demands. I didn't want to disturb you. He huffed out a sharp laugh, his features pinching.
No, you weren't. That's my point. You shouldn't have left. She means nothing to me. In fact, I fired her already. It was totally inappropriate behavior.
He must have been concerned about how it looked to have his new wife race from the office. She hadn't considered that. Had she let him down in terms of what he expected from her with the contract? I'm not sure that's the image you want right now, but it's your call.
Well, it's not just the image I'm concerned with, he answered, and I'm very sorry about what happened.
He thrust the flowers forward toward her.
These are for you, as an apology, along with...
He dug into his breast pocket and withdrew the long velvet box.
This.
He snapped it open, allowing the sun to glint off the sapphire and diamond bracelet. Julia's heart sank at the sight, and she pulled her hand away. She imagined his former wives would have flung their arms around his neck and forgiven everything. Instead, he'd confirmed her worst suspicions. He didn't want her understanding. He wanted her silence, and he was willing to buy it any way he could.
I hope you like it,
he added. She shook her head, not in answer to his latest statement, but more to dismiss the entire situation. She didn't want
or need expensive gifts. Her silence had already been bought when she'd signed the contract in what may have been the single biggest mistake of her life. She closed the box and pushed it back toward him. "I don't." "If you don't like it, I can get you something else. This reminded me of your eyes." "No." "Julia, please. I promise nothing happened. And I didn't want anything to happen." She fluttered her eyelashes. She had to get a hold of this conversation before it spiraled further. "I told you in the office. You don't owe me anything. No explanations or—" Her eyes fell on the velvet box. "Gifts. It's not my business." She flicked her gaze to her lap, her hands tightening around each other. "But, Grant, I understand this arrangement. I don't have any say in your private business or your life. Again, I'm not certain it's a good idea, given that new image you're trying to project, but it's not my business." A light breeze ruffled her hair as storm clouds built on the horizon, and she slicked a lock of it behind her ear before grabbing the compass necklace hanging around her neck, her mind flitting to another man who was no longer her business. Grant stared at her for a moment. She flicked her gaze to the dark clouds building. "It looks like the storm's coming faster than anyone anticipated. We should go." She rose from her seat, but he remained on the bench for another moment before he stood slowly, stuffing the box into his breast pocket. She imagined he was likely annoyed with her over her behavior. He slid his hand down his tie before he ran it through his hair. We still need to discuss the dinner party tonight. Can we at least go to lunch to do that?" His words seemed harsh, and she swallowed hard. If they had this much bitterness between them over a misunderstanding, how would they make it through a dinner party, let alone the next several months? She pressed her lips together, feeling obligated, though she preferred to slink back to her room and lose herself in her manuscript. "Yes, if that's what you'd prefer." He let his gaze fall to the ground. "I think it's best if we're on the same page for this. It's too big a night for any misunderstandings." She forced a smile onto her lips and nodded, doing her best to put the incident behind her. She'd told him what she believed was right. She'd have to stuff down any lingering emotions and live up to every word she said. And to do that, she'd have to put on a fake face and pretend everything was okay when she felt anything but. "Because right now, it feels like we're reading from two entirely different books," Grant said as they strode to the car. Julia climbed into the back seat and kept her attention trained on the window. His biting statement struck at her core. Maybe even their professional relationship had been a mistake. Chapter 5. Grant. Grant stormed through the doors of his private study, tugging the tie from around his neck with quick movements before he tossed it on the desk and headed straight for the drink cart. Rain battered the windows outside, matching his stormy mood. After his lunch with Julia, he'd returned to the office and tried to finish up with a few files, but he found himself too distracted. The conversation with Julia, both before and during their lunch, hadn't gone the way he'd hoped. She had remained withdrawn and quiet. He downed one glass of bourbon before he poured himself another. The quick movement caused the box in his breast pocket to smack him in the chest. It served as another reminder of the mess his life had become. He tugged it from his pocket and snapped it open, eyeing the sapphires against the black velvet. She'd rejected his gift. She'd rejected him. He slammed the box closed, ready to whip it across the room, when Worthington slipped inside. Grant tightened his grasp on the box and crossed to his desk. "Rough day, sir?" Grant collapsed into his chair, the creak of it echoing the ache in his heart. "My life is a mess, Worthington, once again." Worthington relieved Grant of his glass and refreshed the drink before he returned it. "It seems to me your life is coming together in a way it never has before." Grant sipped the drink, tilting back in his chair to eye the lightning as it streaked across the sky. "Well, then you haven't heard the latest developments. Pour yourself a drink and sit down. Let me enlighten you about the latest Grant Harrington debacle." Worthington poured himself a brandy and sank into one of the chairs across from the desk. "Please, sir, I'm all ears." Grant heaved a sigh as he spun and leaned against the desk. "I assume you haven't heard any of the drama." "I heard there was a snafu with your lunch with Mrs. Harrington." Grant groaned as he sank his head into his hands. "Oh, Worthington, snafu is hardly the word." After another sip of his drink, he dove into the story. "And that's the minute Julia walked in." "How unlucky, though I imagine a simple explanation may suffice." Grant slid his eyes closed as thunder rumbled overhead, echoing the chaos in his mind. "I hoped so, along with a little present." He waved the jewelry box in the air. Worthington tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. "And?" "She rejected me, flat out." "Did she?" Grant narrowed his eyes at Worthington as he traced the edge of his glass. "Yes, Worthington, she did. Closed off completely. Lunch was like a choreographed show. She said the right things. She smiled when she should have, but it was so flat, so unlike her." Worthington sipped his drink, allowing Grant to continue. "I thought we had a connection, but—" "But?" Grant tossed the velvet box containing the bracelet on the desk. "I was wrong." "That's not like you. Grant Harrington is quite an excellent judge of character." "Apparently not when it comes to Julia Stanton." "Harrington," Worthington corrected. Grant snapped his gaze up at the man. "What?" "Julia Stanton Harrington. She is married to you." The words crushed him more than he realized. She'd married him for $5 million. "Yes, she is. But that had nothing to do with emotion or connection. It had to do with money. Probably like all my relationships." Worthington polished off the brandy, letting it roll across his tongue before he answered. "I disagree. I think the newest Mrs. Harrington is far less motivated by the money than you are implying." Grant sipped his bourbon. "I don't know how you figure that." Worthington wrapped his fingers around the empty glass. "You said she changed after your incident with Miss Moreau, that she fled." Grant stared into space as the incident replayed in his head, her racing from him and cutting words still striking at him. "With smoke coming out of her heels." "Does that not imply that the incident disturbed her? If she had no emotional connection, she would not have left." "But I explained." He lifted the velvet box. "I apologized. It made things worse. She got colder. I could understand her being upset, but saying I owed her nothing and she wanted nothing from me, that seems clear." Worthington rose, his eyes trained on the box. "The fact that she rejected your apology when it came tied to a gift only lends more to the notion that she doesn't want money from you." He wiggled his eyebrows as he strode toward the door. "Then what does she want?" Grant called after him. Worthington twisted to face him. "Honesty." The man disappeared from the room, leaving Grant alone with his thoughts. "I was honest." He snapped open the box again and studied the sapphires. How did he have the knack for doing the exact wrong thing for Julia at every turn? After finishing the last of his drink, he tossed the box in his drawer and left his office behind. He had a dinner party to dress for. If Julia wanted honesty, he'd do his best to give it to her. An hour later, 4 board members and their spouses sat in his living room, supplied with drinks by Worthington. Grant arrived downstairs, adjusting the bow tie on his tuxedo as Worthington strode to him. everyone has arrived outside of Miss Harrington and her guest." "That's Sierra," Grant said with a sigh, "always fashionably late and looking to make an entrance." "Speaking of an entrance," Worthington said, his eyes rising up the curved staircase. Grant flicked his gaze upward. Julia descended toward them in a chic cocktail dress. He couldn't stop the curl of his lips as he spotted her. "Mrs. Harrington, you look beautiful." "Thank you, Worthington," she said with a sweet smile. Grant took her hand as he stepped onto the marble foyer floor. "Julia, you look stunning." She smiled up at him, her grin becoming guarded. Honesty. Worthington's words echoed in his mind. He gently cupped her shoulders. "Are you ready for this?" She nodded. "Yes, I went over all the details before I came down. I'm ready." Her sterile answer wasn't what he hoped for. He wanted to know they were a united front, not that she'd memorized everyone's names and interests, along with appropriate conversation topics for each couple. "That's not." He shook his head as he tried to find the words. "Grant, if you're worried about what happened earlier, don't be. As I said before—" "I know what you said." His words came out more sharply than he'd hoped. She pressed her lips together as her gaze fell on the floor. He was making a mess of things again. Everything he said seemed wrong, and this was the least opportune moment for another misunderstanding. "I'm sorry. I'm not looking forward to this evening." She placed a gentle hand on his forearm. "We'll get through it." He brightened as she used the word "we" to describe them. "Thank you for doing this." This time her smile looked a little more genuine. She started toward the living room when he pulled her back. "Julia, could we talk after this? Really talk, I mean. I feel like we need to clear the air on a few things." Her smile faltered a bit, and a shadow of something crossed her eyes. "Sure." At least that had gone his way. He had some hope of clearing up the situation. He just had to get through this wretched dinner party. He'd much rather spend the time smoothing over whatever had occurred earlier today, but he had to woo the board. He slipped his hand through Julia's, ready to turn on the charm. Her quick smile at him made it easier as they walked into the room together. He greeted Thomas Whitfield, introducing Julia to the man and his wife, before they moved on to Caroline Foster and her husband. After a few moments of conversation, they moved to Greg Mitchum and his latest girlfriend. Ironic that this man could vote no confidence based on Grant's supposed lifestyle, when his own seemed to be a wreck. They ended introductions with Veronica Lawson, one of the members heavily supporting his ousting. Her invitation had been strategic, though he doubted he'd change her mind. She was gunning for him. But perhaps he could find a reason for her motives. She offered Julia the once-over before she flicked her gaze to the massive wedding photo over the couch she'd just risen from. "That's some photo." "A beautiful testament to a beautiful day," Grant said. The woman said, tossing a lock of dark hair over her shoulder. Before the conversation could continue, Worthington announced dinner. They shuffled into the dining room with Sierra joining them on their route. She introduced a dark-haired man named Christopher Metcalf as they entered and found their seats. Grant glanced down the long table to the other end. Julia chatted with Thomas Whitfield, who seemed enamored with her. Her eyes sparkled in the low lighting, and her smile looked even more enchanting, particularly when she pulled her eyes away from his board member and flicked them to him. She offered him an almost imperceptible nod before she said something to Caroline Foster's husband. His spirits lifted as he stared at his partner. The first course was placed in front of them, and conversation slowed until Caroline Foster asked a question. "So, how did you two meet?" "Yes," Veronica added, picking up her wine glass. "I've been wondering the same. It all seemed such a whirlwind." Julia licked her lips, flicking her gaze to Grant. He grinned at her, easily able to field the question. If she wanted honesty, he'd give it to her. That's actually quite an entertaining tale. It was by accident. I was consulting with Sierra on a few things, and she had a meeting scheduled with an author who turned out to be Julia. Who is one of our best, of course, Sierra added to the tale. Grant fixed his gaze on Julia at the end of the table. When she walked in, I was enamored. And you asked her on a date? Veronica questioned. Actually, no, Grant said, sliding his gaze to the woman. She forgot her purse. I tracked her down, took her to dinner, and the rest is history. Aw, how lovely, Greg's girlfriend said, as she clamped a hand on Greg's arm and offered him a coy glance. Cheers to the beautiful couple, Sierra said, raising her glass. I'm certain we can all agree they're just perfect together. Well, they must be, Veronica said with a chuckle after a sip of her wine. She flicked a pointed gaze at Julia. Forgive me for seeming to pry, but you do understand with Grant's position, it is up to the board to protect Harrington Global. Grant seethed at the woman's words. Protect Harrington Global from the man who'd created it? Julia offered her a polite smile, expecting the conversation to end there, but Veronica pressed on. Which is why I found it so curious, when I did my due diligence, that I did not find a prenuptial agreement between the two of you. Julia arched an eyebrow. Understandably, I became concerned. If you should leave Grant, well, the effect on the company could be detrimental. That's out of line, Veronica, Grant barked. I don't think it is, Grant. Given your track record, I think it's a very material concern. Julia bit her lower lip as the woman spoke. A flicker of emotion flashed in her eyes, but Grant couldn't tell what it was. Regret? Doubt? Fear? My private life is very public as CEO of this company, and I have every right to be concerned about a new marriage that seems to have come out of nowhere. Grant clenched a fist as he silently seethed, trying to control his emotions. If you are implying that Julia is... I think I can set this to rest very easily, Julia interrupted. All eyes, including Grant's, turned to the woman. He held his breath as he waited for her answer. What would she say? And would it strike at his heart as much as her words earlier? Chapter 6. Julia. Julia offered Grant a polite smile as he pushed her chair in as they sat down for dinner. They'd been through the onslaught of introductions, including being introduced to the late arrival of Christopher Metcalf. She studied the man next to Sierra at the far end of the table. Something about him seemed off, but she couldn't put her finger on what it was. She tore her eyes away as Thomas Whitfield said, I'm fascinated to meet an author. I cannot imagine what it takes to create an entire world from nothing. Oh, well, it's not really from nothing. There really is plenty to draw from everywhere you look. Thomas held his wine ready to drink, but could not take his eyes off Julia. Fascinating. Tell me, what do you draw from? Julia lifted a shoulder. Oh, anything, everything. A song, a lyric, the way a certain color catches the light, a picture. Anything can inspire a story. Unbelievable. I really must pick up one of your books and read it before we meet again. Well, I would love for you to try one and hear what you think. What would you recommend? Julia gave it some thought before passing along a recommendation with a smile. Grant eyed her with a sparkle in his eyes that may have come from the low lighting or something else. She offered him a tiny nod, trying to reassure him that whatever happened earlier was not affecting her performance at the dinner party. The first course was delivered by the staff, and conversation slowed until Carolina Foster addressed the table at large. So, how did you two meet? The dark-haired Veronica, who, from her attitude Julia had gathered was not a friend of Grant's on the board, chimed in as she picked up her wine glass. Yes, I've been wondering the same. It all seemed such a whirlwind. Julia's heart skipped a beat at the question. Despite being a fiction writer, her mind went completely blank. They couldn't possibly admit to how they'd met. She imagined their guest's reaction as they said they met in a nightclub at an interview for his new wife. Julia licked her lips, her eyes immediately moving down the table to find Grant's. He grinned at her, a quick wiggle of his eyebrows. She arched an eyebrow as he launched into the tale. That's actually quite an entertaining tale. It was by accident. I was consulting with Sierra on a few things, and she had a meeting scheduled with an author who turned out to be Julia. Who is one of our best, of course, Sierra added to the tale. Eyes flicked toward her as chuckles sounded over Sierra's added information. She offered a polite smile as she adjusted a lock of her hair. When she glanced up again, she found Grant's gaze fixed on her. When she walked in, I was enamored. The way he said it almost made her believe it. He certainly knew how to turn on the charm and win over a crowd. No wonder he'd had 4 wives. Veronica sipped at her wine. And you asked her on a date? Grant held Julia's gaze a moment longer, a silent signal from his eyes of some kind, but she couldn't read it. He finally slid his gaze to Veronica. Actually, no, she forgot her purse. I tracked her down, took her to dinner, and the rest is history. Aw, how lovely, Greg's girlfriend said as she clamped a hand on Greg's arm and shot him a pointed glance that Julia read as a silent signal for proposal. Cheers to the beautiful couple, Sierra said, raising her glass. I'm certain we can all agree they're just perfect together. Well, they must be, Veronica said with a chuckle after a sip of her wine. She flicked a pointed gaze at Julia. Forgive me for seeming to pry, but you do understand with Grant's position, it is up to the board to protect Harrington Global. Julia swallowed hard as she glanced at Grant. The tension in his jaw belied his upset over the woman's comment. Julia tried to diffuse the situation with a polite smile at the woman, but she did not let it go, adding to the tense situation. Which is why I found it so curious when I did my due diligence that I did not find a prenuptial agreement between the two of you. Julia arched an eyebrow. It was a detail she hadn't considered either. Obviously, she had no claim on the company or any of his assets because of the contract she'd signed, but she couldn't admit that. Veronica set her wine glass down and continued. Understandably, I became concerned. If you should leave, Grant, well, the effect on the company could be detrimental. Grant's hand thudded against the table, tension edging his voice. That's out of line, Veronica. I don't think it is, Grant, Veronica shot back. Given your track record, I think it's a very material concern. Julia bit her lower lip as the woman spoke. Veronica was not letting this go. My private life is, Grant began when Veronica cut him off, very public as CEO of this company, and I have every right to be concerned about a new marriage that seems to have come out of nowhere. Grant's hand clenched into a fist, his jaw even tighter than it had been. The situation was spiraling out of control, and she was not certain Grant could diffuse it. In fact, she wasn't certain anyone could but her. If you are implying that Julia is, he began. I think I can set this to rest very easily. Julia interrupted him before he said something that would lead to a larger argument. All eyes turned to her, including Grant's. He looked uncomfortable and nervous. She felt about the same as she swallowed hard and launched into her explanation that she desperately hoped would help and not hurt. Despite what it may seem, neither of us rushed into anything. I know exactly who I married. I took every promise I made very seriously. I have no intention of leaving Grant. Grant's shoulders seemed to relax somewhat. While that's a lovely sentiment, What happens when you find him with another woman? Grant scoffed as he tightened one hand over the other. If, Julie corrected her, that was to happen, I made a promise for better or worse. So you try to work it out. But suppose he doesn't want to. Do you see where I'm going with this, Julia? Julia narrowed her eyes at the woman. She knew exactly what the woman was implying. Grant's reputation preceded him. He did not have a good track record. I have no interest in taking something that isn't mine. And you'd be willing to sign a post-nuptial agreement to that effect? I would be willing to do whatever Grant thinks is best for the company he built. The woman's eyebrow arched high as she studied Julia, then flicked her gaze to Grant. Well, it seems the 5th time may be the charm for you, Grant. Julia breathed a silent sigh of relief as the conversation ended and topics turned to something far less contentious. The remainder of the dinner went much smoother, allowing Julia to relax a little more. The dining room buzzed with the clinking of fine china and the low hum of conversation. The chandelier cast a warm glow over the table, highlighting the shimmering dresses of the ladies and the faces of the guests. She glanced down the table, trying to read Grant's posture. It was much looser than it had been. He must have relaxed, too, after the confrontation. Her mind whirled as she continued to make conversation at the high stakes he continuously dealt with. It may explain why he'd been so short with her earlier. When the meal concluded, everyone shuffled into the living room for nightcaps before leaving. As Julia finished her conversation with Greg's girlfriend, Grant squeezed her arm. The woman smiled as she shuffled away, and Julia twisted to face him. Excellent job handling Veronica, Jules. She was completely out of line, but you handled that brilliantly. She offered him a tight-lipped smile and adjusted his tie. Thank you. I'm sorry to cut in, but I didn't think any explanation on your part would have satisfied her. No, you're right. She views my judgment as flawed, obviously, though you may have chipped away at that image tonight. She smiled up at him as she slipped her arm through his. I hope it helps. I'll be right in. Sure. Everything okay? He offered her a concerned glance as she stepped away from him. Yes, just a minute. He kissed her cheek. I'll be counting the seconds. The comment brought a chuckle to her, though she assured herself it was for the benefit of anyone listening in on their conversation. I won't be long, I promise. He entered the living room, receiving a clap on the back from Thomas, along with a grin. She's just lovely, Grant. I couldn't agree more, he answered, before Julia could no longer overhear the specifics of the conversation. She scurried down the hall to the nearest restroom, ducking inside and locking the door behind her with a sigh of relief at the single solitary moment. She hated to leave the quietness behind after she'd checked her makeup, but she forced herself out of the room. As she continued down the hall, a shuffling noise called her attention to an open door. Her eyebrows knit as she approached it. Who would be in the private library now? Perhaps Grant had brought someone down for a private conversation. She considered continuing on without peeking in when her curiosity got the better of her. She wrapped her fingers around the handle as she peered through the small opening in the door. Her heart stopped at the sight. Sierra's business colleague, Christopher Metcalf, rifled through the desk drawer. Julia shifted her weight from one foot to the other as she considered what, if anything, she should do. A knot of unease formed in her stomach. What was he looking for? Was it tied to Grant's company? She had to do something, but cautiously. Her next steps could send more ripples through the pond than she hoped. She drew the line as he swung open a portrait and stared at the safe behind it, snapping a few pictures of it. Her eyebrows arched up, and as he closed it, she tugged the door open. Mr. Metcalf, have you lost your way from the powder room to the party? He slid his phone into his pocket as he grinned at her. Yes, I was just about to text Sierra for a rescue. Well, I'd be happy to escort you back to the party. Oh, wonderful. We won't disturb her then. Julia waited for him to join her in the hall before she led him back toward the living room. So, how did you and Sierra connect again? Oh, I really admire her work with the publishing company. Given my expertise in marketing, I think it would be mutually beneficial for our companies to interface as she reinvents the label. Julia crinkled her brow at the string of nonsensical words spilling from his mouth, without actually answering her question. Right. Given Sierra's branding experience, I'm surprised she'd call in another company. Well, Sierra has a wonderful eye for branding, but marketing is more than just image. Julia offered him a polite smile as they stepped into the living room. He seemed anxious to be away from her, and she was soon swamped with conversation from Caroline and Greg. With no further incidents, the party wrapped up within 90 minutes. Together, they saw their guests off. Really lovely to learn more about you, Julia, Caroline said as she offered Julia a polite hug. I hope to see you at a few more events. And don't forget the meeting on Wednesday afternoon for the board of directors for the ballet. I'm looking forward to having a friend on that. I look forward to it too. Yes, Veronica said, arching an eyebrow. It sounds like we will see you much more given that you plan to stick around, which is more than I can say about the last few. You just may have made your first wise decision in years, Grant. I'd hardly say my first. But this is certainly one of my best, he answered. The words seemed to roll so easily off his tongue that she wondered if anyone could tell when he was lying. She wondered if even he could tell. Sierra saw off her new business contact with a wave and slammed the door shut. She set her discerning gaze on Grant and Julia. Well, that went well. Yes, Julia was brilliant. With any luck, we'll turn the tides of this hostile board before the holiday. Grant turned to Julia, but before he could speak, Sierra cut in. Let's have a drink. We need to talk. She stomped her way to the living room. Grant grabbed Julia's hand, tugging her along with him. Sierra poured herself a brandy and spun to face them. So, what did you think about Christopher? Pretty great, right? Sierra, let's talk about this tomorrow, Grant began. I want fresh opinions off the cuff. Come on, Sierra demanded. Julia wondered if she should say anything about what she'd witnessed. It wasn't part of her job, but she'd feel awful if somehow this made things worse, and she'd not said anything, so she offered her opinion. I thought there was something off about him. Grant glanced at her, his eyebrows raising. Sierra wrinkled her nose. What? Well, on my way back from the powder room, I found him in the private library, looking through the desk. Sierra clicked her tongue. I don't buy that. I don't think Julie would lie, Grant countered. Really? Because she's been doing a pretty good job of it all night. Julia's cheeks burned at the insinuation. That's not fair, Grant shot back. It is. And besides, who asked her? Sierra set her angry gaze on Julia. You're not paid to think. You're paid to be a pretty bauble on my daddy's arm. The words hit her. She'd worked hard to maintain her independence and intellect, but now found it unwelcome. The moment provided a harsh reminder of the delicate balance she was trying to maintain. Sierra, that's enough, Grant barked. Apologize. Sierra crossed her arms. No. Now, if you wouldn't mind running along, Julia, the adults need to talk. Julia pulled her chin back, biting her tongue. Sierra was right. She wasn't being paid to interfere, yet she always managed to stick her nose into places it shouldn't have been stuck. She wanted to melt into the floor. How had she gone from promising herself not to become involved to being put in her place again? Absolutely not, Sierra. Apologize. Sierra's eyes went wide. No! Grant set his jaw, and Sierra slammed her glass down on the table and curled her fingers into fists. I'm not going to say this again, Sierra. And I'm not doing it. Okay, whoa, time out. Julia said, stepping between them. Julia, Grant began, his voice softer. I think we all just need to take a step back. You definitely do, Sierra said to her. Julia pressed her lips together. She couldn't argue with her. Okay, I'm going to let you discuss this privately. Julia, wait, Grant said as she took a step toward the door. I think it's for the best, she said, continuing into the hall. Wait, we were supposed to talk, he said. Julia flicked her gaze back to the living room momentarily. I think Sierra is more important right now. You should talk to her. She took another step when he stopped. Wait, what she said isn't wrong. I think some lines have gotten blurred, and she's feeling upset by that. You should stay with her. His forehead crinkled as he stared down at her. We'll talk tomorrow. He bobbed his head up and down, but she wasn't certain he agreed. Tomorrow. She offered him a slight smile before she glanced back at Sierra, who sipped her brandy and paced back and forth. Good luck. He chuckled at her statement. I'll need it. His hand lingered on hers for a moment before she pulled away and headed for the stairs. She sucked in a breath. Despite her best efforts, the lines had blurred even more, and she had no idea what she was going to do about that, nor about the fact that an increasingly hostile Sierra had brought a corporate spy into their midst. Chapter 7. Grant. Grant's mind raced in 1,000 directions as Julia strode away from him. From the fallout of the party to the mysterious Christopher Metcalf incident Julia hinted at to their cancelled conversation, there were several things he had wanted to clear up, and more than one topic he needed to discuss with Julia, especially now with the outburst from his daughter. His frustration with Sierra made his muscles tense. She needed to be set straight before she caused more trouble than she already had. Julia disappeared up the stairs, and Grant stormed into the living room, passing through the dimly lit corridor, the shadows echoing those that loomed large in his mind. Finally, Sierra groaned. Grant knew his daughter well. This conversation required a delicate touch, but his frustrations boiled over as he recalled the expression on Julia's face when Sierra had laid into her. You were way out of line, Sierra. Sierra wrinkled her nose, offering him an incredulous glance. Are you serious? Grant clenched his jaw, tightening the muscles along with his fists. I'm more than serious. You're taking her side? We are all on the same side here, he answered. Sierra offered him an unimpressed stare, a single flat word escaping her lips. Wow. He tugged his chin back to his chest. Excuse me? I said wow, as in I can't believe this. Sierra crossed her arms, the stormy look in her eyes contrasting with the room's comfort. She's supposed to make small talk at parties, gaze lovingly into your eyes, and make people think you're an all-around upstanding guy. And I think she's done a fabulous job at managing that so far, especially given what we've handed her to work with. Sierra clicked her tongue as she poured herself another drink. Oh, come on. You're an extremely talented CEO. Everyone knows that. We just needed to paint you as an all-around, stable family guy, not a man on the hunt for his next ex-wife. Grant guffawed. Sierra, the day after our wedding, I was arrested for murder. 2 days after, I had to hold a press conference in which a reporter shoved a microphone into her face and asked her how she could stand beside a murderer. Sierra twisted to eye him, lifting a shoulder. So she's had a few challenges. Big deal. She's getting paid enough. Sierra flicked her gaze to her drink before she added, It's not like she's doing it for free. About that. What? Oh no, you aren't giving her more money because of the murder thing, are you? Grant shook his head as their contract and the rejection of his subsequent gifts flitted through his mind. No, but please stop bringing that up. She is not hired help. She is. Grant heaved a sigh, his frustration not dissipating. No, Sierra, she is not. She is not paid to be arm candy. If she was, we'd already be losing this battle. Because she's intelligent enough to put a stop to inquiries from reporters and people like Veronica Lawson, we stand a chance. We picked her for a reason, remember?
Sierra nodded. Yeah, because she has that innocent, doe-eyed look that screams wholesome, not because she has a brain.
Grant scrubbed his face. Sierra, if she'd only had an innocent, doe-eyed look, I'd still be in jail for murder.
That's not true. Mitchell is an excellent attorney. He would have definitely figured something out.
Before or after they actually killed Evie. Grant stalked across the room to pour himself a drink. Sierra pressed her lips together in a thin line as she accepted defeat on that front.
Fine, okay, she's smart, too. But she doesn't need to involve herself in every facet of our lives.
She is my wife.
In name only, Daddy,
Sierra reminded him. The words were another punch to his gut, the same as Julia's line about owing her nothing. Was he the only one with anything invested in this? When he caught her before dinner, she'd been closer to her old self. She'd acted like they were a team again, but then her words didn't match.
She's smart, and she may be good at this role, but that doesn't mean she's going to stick around.
Did Sierra's words stem from a clearer perception of Julia, or were her views just as biased by her fears, born from a mother who left her too early? Was she struggling as much as he was with her emotions over Julia? He felt a twinge in his chest, a mix of emotions he couldn't bring himself to admit. The thought of Julia leaving felt distinctly personal rather than contractual.
Anyway, what did you think of Christopher Metcalf? I think he'd be fabulous to bring into the company.
At the mention of his name, Grant's mind lingered on the unease he felt. He'd sensed something off, too, like Julia had. I didn't talk to him enough to get an impression. I was a little busy defending my actions from a hostile board member, remember?
Hardly. Julia handled that, like you said. And I know you. You make judgments super quickly. Your skills are honed. Now, what did you think?
Grant rubbed his forehead. I think I'd like to hear what Julia had to say about him rifling through the desk in the private library. Sierra offered him an unimpressed stare.
You're kidding me. Again with what Julia says? I want to know what you have to say, Daddy.
Grant's nerves broke. He was fine. If you want help at the publishing company, hire him.
I was thinking something more like a position with Harrington Global.
Are you seeing him? Sierra scoffed. No. Then why is this so important to you?
Sierra lifted a shoulder. I just think he's a good addition that we'd have in our pocket. I'm trying to contribute.
I'll think about it. Sierra grinned at him as she planted a kiss on his cheek.
Thank you, Daddy. I'll tell him to expect a call from you.
No, Sierra, he called as she flitted out of the room. With a deep sigh, he settled back against the arm of the couch and sipped his scotch. His mind went over the conversation again, picking out details from Sierra's dismantling of Julia. His thoughts centered on a moment during her recovery. He'd left her alone to answer a phone call and returned to find her eating ice cream for dinner. The expression on those delicate features as he walked through the door, mixed with surprise and guilt before they turned playful, shot through his mind. After confessing she thought he'd be gone far longer, she raised a shoulder and claimed, "It's healthy. It's dairy. And I had Worthington add nuts for protein." He smiled at the memory, a chuckle escaping him. "Celebrating a successful evening, sir?" Worthington asked as he swept into the room and surveyed it. "More or less," Grant answered him. "That sounds less than preferable by your standards. What went awry?" Grant stared into the reflective surface of his beverage. "Nothing much, just some pressure from the board. I cannot imagine you could not field it." Worthington collected several glasses and delivered them to a tray across the room. "The problem wasn't my answers. It was that no response I gave could have answered the question. Worthington arched an eyebrow as Grant rose to freshen his drink. Julia handled it beautifully. I would have expected nothing less from Mrs. Harrington. Then the incident earlier today did not affect her. She confounds me, Grant said with a shake of his head. Oh? I told you, she was closed and cold earlier. But when we're working together, like after the dinner, she was like her old self. Perhaps when she feels useful, sir. Wanted. Grant reflected on the last word. I'm not certain we're doing a fantastic job of that. Sierra was her usual charming self after the dinner, when Julia voiced an opinion she didn't want to hear about her new business associate. Mrs. Harrington does not approve. She said something about finding him in the private library, rifling through the desk drawers. Worthington raised his eyebrows. Did she say anything further? She didn't have the chance to. Sierra told her that her opinion was neither wanted nor welcomed. Grant collapsed onto the couch with a sigh. Has she seemed unusually hostile lately? Miss Harrington, Worthington asked, delivering more glasses to the tray. Perhaps she is still adjusting to the change in the household. Sierra doesn't do well with change, and I'm starting to suspect the temporary nature of our arrangement with Julia isn't sitting well with her. A very astute observation, Worthington answered. It's my opinion she is not the only Harrington unhappy with the temporary nature of that arrangement. Grant stared at the liquid at the bottom of his tumbler, knowing that his butler referred to him. Indeed, the lines of their relationship had already blurred, just as Julia stated earlier. But was that unwelcome for any of them? Perhaps he could find some answers sooner than he expected. He finished the last of his drink and rose from the couch. Do you happen to know if Mrs. Harrington is still awake? I do not, sir. Grant passed his glass off to the older man. I think I'll check. Maybe I can clear up some of the ambiguities that seem to be bothering everyone so much. Well, I certainly applaud the move. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Grant undid his tie as he strode to the foyer, allowing it to hang around his neck. He slipped out of his jacket and slung it over his shoulder as he mounted the stairs. He imagined a long conversation well into the night that cleared up all of the issues facing them. They'd shared interesting conversations during her recovery from her concussion. She had been so easy to talk to. His heels clicked off the marble floors as he wound through the dimly lit halls, the heavy scent of wood polish filling the air. He imagined, despite the difficulty of saying what he was about to say, regarding him not owing her anything, she'd make it easy. And the result would be worth it. He wanted their relationship to be based on truth, not a separation of their personal lives. The light glowed from under her door as he approached. He smiled as he realized she was still awake. As he closed the distance to her door, raising his fist to knock on it, her voice floated into the hall, her words unintelligible at this distance. What wasn't indecipherable was the laugh that escaped next. He paused, his heart skipping a beat as his brow furrowed. The laugh sounded genuine and happy, worlds away from the tense, closed conversation they'd had earlier, or even the intense, yet more open one they'd shared after dinner. Was she talking to Sierra? Had they made up? He shuffled a few steps closer, straining to make out the words. He didn't hear another voice, only Julia's. She was on the phone, he realized. A quick glance at his watch confused him more. Who would she be on the phone with in the wee hours of the morning? Her sister, his mind said, until he heard the next words. Well, we wouldn't want that, would we? Her voice sounded teasing. Definitely not. I'll meet you at the hotel. He swallowed hard at the last word. Who was Julia meeting at a hotel? Yes, that's perfect. I can't wait to see you. His stomach twisted even more as the conversation continued, but the last word she said chilled him. I love you too. Grant stood outside her door, stunned, his hand suspended mid-air, ready to knock. Initially, disbelief numbed his senses, a sinking feeling that matched the ornate, yet cold, precise walls surrounding him. As her words echoed, her voice light and so happy, disbelief twisted into a piercing sense of betrayal. His heart, which had already begun to weave together unbidden silent hopes and unspoken dreams about Julia, clenched. The halls seemed to close in around him, each portrait blending into a swirl of colors. "I love you too." Her words replayed over and over. Who was on the other end of that line? Who had the power to command such warmth and affection from her, emotions he wanted, even if he couldn't admit it? His vision blurred, and his breathing turned unsteady as the sting of shock and hurt swirled within him. He usually maintained control in the chessboard of his life, but he had been outmaneuvered by a woman who had slipped right through his fingers. Chapter 8. Julia. Julia's heart wrenched with a mix of regret and resignation as she left Grant behind with Sierra. Her heels clicked on the icy marble, each sound resonating through hollow silence, emphasizing her isolation. Shadows lurked in the corners of the vast hallway, reflecting the cloudy uncertainty in her mind. The house, though opulent, felt less hospitable than ever, a sense of alienation overshadowing its quiet grandeur. Grant's promise of a conversation echoed in her mind. She expected him to provide her with some new rules going forward. Her suspicions were confirmed by Sierra's outburst. Grant had seemed interested in making certain Julia understood the score, but she didn't need the lecture. At every turn, she'd pushed herself into their lives where she wasn't welcome. She left him to spend the time with his daughter, the woman who would remain in this house after the next 9 months had passed. Julia climbed the stairs, tugging her earrings from her ear as she reflected on the evening. The evening had seemed to go well otherwise. She'd hoped she'd played her role to perfection. Grant certainly had. One moment struck her, and she paused midway. The way Grant had described how taken he'd been with her had been particularly convincing. She wondered if she'd managed to mirror his performance. He'd been believable about their connection, even to her. If she didn't know better, she'd have believed there was more than just a piece of paper outlining a payment for services rendered. As she shuffled to her room, she wrestled with a whirlwind of thoughts. "I chose this," she reminded herself aloud, though this reminder felt more like an accusation. Willingly. Her mind struggled with the last statement. She had immersed herself in this life willingly. She pushed into her room, letting the small area she'd carved out for herself here envelop her. It was the closest thing she had to her own space, and she craved being alone. She dropped into the comfortable armchair, kicked off her shoes, and pulled her feet under her as she stared at the wood-grain pattern of the hardwood. Lost in thought, Julia barely noticed the softening of shadows as the hallway light dimmed under her door. A gentle knock pulled her back to the present. She lifted her eyes, her heart half hoping to find Grant, only to find Worthington's familiar, comforting presence. He was probably the better one to see in her doorway. "Mrs. Harrington, is there anything I can get you before you retire for the evening?" She plastered on a smile as she shook her head. "No, Worthington, nothing, thank you." Worthington hovered in the doorway, his hands clasped in front of him as he studied her. "Nothing? Perhaps a soothing cup of tea?" She heaved out a chuckle mixed with a sigh. "No, thank you. I'll never sleep." "Brandy?" He lowered his chin, a mischievous grin crossing his face. "Bowl of ice cream?" This time a laugh escaped her as she rose. "I may take you up on the last one. This time I have no chance of getting caught. 1 bowl of chocolate coming right up. Do you want sprinkles?" Her laughter continued. "No, you can hold the sprinkles. Thank you, Worthington." "Of course, Mrs. Harrington." He stepped from the doorway as she pushed it closed, before unzipping her dress. If she hurried, she could be in comfy pajamas before she indulged in a tiny reward to soothe her ragged nerves. By the time she shuffled from her bathroom with fluffy slippers on her feet, a knock sounded at the door. She pulled the door open, this time with a genuine grin. Worthington presented her with a bowl of perfectly scooped chocolate ice cream, with a pirouette cookie sticking from one of the scoops and a spoon placed on the side. "Enjoy." "Thank you, Worthington. You're a lifesaver." "Hardly. And if there is anything else, please do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you," she repeated as she closed the door and hurried with her reward to the armchair. She aimed the remote at the television on the wall and settled in to stream an old primetime soap, happy to immerse herself in another wild world with problems that weren't hers. The sweet, cold chocolate danced across her tongue as the iconic theme song played, already providing her a sense of release and relief. Across the room, her chiming phone drew her attention. She took another bite of her sweet treat before she set the bowl aside and retrieved the device. She hadn't checked it since before dinner. As she settled into the chair again, she checked her notifications. A text message from her sister announced that Ethan had landed, and she passed the information from their earlier conversation to him. The second text came from her brother-in-law himself, thanking her for taking the time to meet him and asking her to call when she had the chance. She checked the time. It was already after 1 in the morning. She sent him a text back. "Sorry, intense writing session. Just seeing this. I'll call in the morning. Let me know when you're up." She ate another spoonful of ice cream, surprised to hear her phone chime again. "Hey, you're up late. I'm still awake. Want to talk now?" She smiled at the phone and pressed the call icon. Something felt comforting about the message from someone who knew her, who she didn't have contractual boundaries with. The line trilled, and she pressed the phone to her ear as she paused the show. A second later, Ethan's voice filled her ear. "Hey, Juju." "Hey," she said, her voice brightening despite her tension. "I hear you're braving the big city." "Barely," Ethan said, his response tinged with exaggerated terror. "I made it from the airport to the hotel, and I'm still shaking over it." "Did you rent a car?" "No, I took a cab. Dropped me off right at the hotel, and I still had trouble navigating." Julia let her head rest against the chair as she laughed. "You're such a kidder. I'll bet you did great walking across the sidewalk and into the doors." "Get ready to be impressed, because I had to go upstairs, too." This admission pulled another chuckle from her. Her tension melted as she allowed the silly conversation and usual jokes of her brother-in-law to take her mind off everything else. "Let's just say I prefer the one stoplight in Harbor Cove to this. Anyway, Alicia said she pressed you into service to take care of me." She traced the edge of her robe, a grin on her face. "Well, you know Alicia. I think she actually pressed you into service to check on me, make sure I'm alive and kicking." "Sounds like her. Well, I'm happy to do it. We could even take a picture together to prove it." "Wow, you can really tell you're a cop with all these great ideas." They both laughed before she said, "So, how's your schedule look?" "Well, tomorrow morning may be best if your schedule can bear it. After that, the conference looks jam-packed, but I may squeeze another life check before I go." "Tomorrow morning's great." "I'd come to your place, but I'm not sure I'd make it alive." She chuckled again. "Well, we wouldn't want that, would we?" "Probably not, because then I can't reassure Alicia that you're still living, which would not be good." "Definitely not. I'll meet you at the hotel." "Are you sure? I don't want to take up extra time in your schedule." "Yes, that's perfect. I can't wait to see you." "Me too, Juju. It's been too long. I'll let you go and see you tomorrow. Love you, kiddo." "I love you too." Julia pulled the phone from her ear and ended the call, staring at the name on the screen until it disappeared. The thought of seeing Ethan in the morning brought a small, genuine smile to her face. Their meeting was a lifeline, a reminder of a world before contracts and pretenses, a world where her relationships were defined by genuine emotion, not convenience or strategy. As she curled up with her ice cream, losing herself in the drama of her television program, she clung to the idea of that upcoming reunion, which would provide a rare oasis of normalcy in the complex desert that had become her current life. When the end credits of the program rolled by her on the screen, she flicked off the set. Her eyes hovered on the empty bowl, and she considered returning it to the kitchen, though she preferred not to incur Worthington's gentle wrath about taking on household duties. She needed to keep at least one friend in the house, she thought, as she shuffled to bed and crawled between the expensive sheets. Every comfort of this house seemed like an elaborate trick, designed to trap her into a sense of ease when she should feel anything but relaxed. She squeezed her eyes shut, hoping the excitement of the evening sent her off to a dreamless sleep. Her wishes were granted, and the next sound she heard was the screaming of her alarm, ripping through the blackness. She startled awake, her heart pounding as she bolted upright. Her mind quickly sought to orient her, though after it did, she wished it hadn't. She tossed aside the covers as memories of the tense situation from the night before played in her mind. Sierra's insinuations still stung, even in the cold light of day. But she had something else to look forward to. With a smile playing on her lips, she hurried into the ensuite bathroom to shower and dress for her meeting with Ethan. Within the hour, she'd pulled herself together and, with her purse in hand, hurried through the halls to the foyer. As she descended the stairs, Worthington greeted her. "Good morning, Mrs. Harrington. Heading out?" "Yes." "I'll have James bring your car around," he said, with a bob of his head. She waved the statement away. "No need. I'll head down there for the keys." "Are you quite certain? And no breakfast?" "Not today," she answered. "And yes, I'm certain. It's no trouble at all, and the truth is I'm running a little late." Worthington offered her a polite smile as she dashed toward the door. "Julia?" Grant's voice called from behind her. She twisted to find him descending the stairs. "You're leaving?" Yes," she said, averting her gaze to the floor as she felt warmth flood her cheeks. "I have an appointment this morning." He studied her for a moment, his eyes narrowing for a split second. "Is James driving you?" "No," she said, forcing a cheery smile onto her nervous features. "I was going to drive. Now that you bought me that new car, I figured I'd use it." She tried to stop herself from babbling, her tendency when nervous. "Right," he answered. "Good, I'm glad you like it." She offered him another nervous grin and a nod before she said, "Bye," in far too fake of a tone, and fled from the foyer into the cool morning air. She gasped for breath as she hurried across the lawn toward James's condo. Memories flooded her mind, and she struggled to silence the self-reproach for her awkward behavior. "You may as well have had a sign that says you're hiding something." She rolled her eyes at herself and pushed her mind to project the image of her driving down the drive toward her meeting with Ethan. It didn't work well when she had to correct it from her usual vehicle choice to the sleek new sports car Grant had surprised her with after the concussion. She recalled him insisting she come downstairs, close her eyes, and head out into the driveway. The sapphire blue Porsche cost more than most people's salaries and had stunned her into silence. "You don't like it," he said, his features deflating. "I don't know how anyone could not like it. It's beautiful." Her quick statement brought the smile back to his handsome features before he dangled the keys in front of her. "But why?" "Because I don't want you to feel trapped here. This way you can come and go as you please." He wagged a finger at her. "Only if you promise not to go anywhere dangerous alone." "So no abandoned warehouses where hostages may be held?" He heaved a playful sigh at her. "No warehouses, no bad parts of town, no street corners with questionable characters. None of that. Promise?" "I promise," she'd said, before he insisted they take a ride. Those times seemed much simpler than her life a mere few weeks later, she thought, as she paraded toward the chauffeur's house. At this hour, she was surprised not to find him already pulling Grant's car out for his morning commute to work. But all was quiet. She wondered if he may be sick, but as she approached his door, she found it slightly ajar. Her heart skipped a beat, wondering if something had happened. She shoved away the thought. Not everything was a conspiracy or a major traumatic event. He likely headed out the door, then forgot something, and ran back in to retrieve it. She gave the door a gentle knock before she poked her head in. "James?" "Julia!" An unexpected voice greeted her. She snapped her gaze toward it, her eyes going wide as she caught sight of Sierra rounding the counter as she buttoned her blouse. "What the hell are you doing here?" Julia's breath hitched, shock still making her eyes wide. As James emerged, hastily buttoning his shirt, her heart raced. "Mrs. Harrington," he stammered, his surprise mirroring hers. She knew what she'd walked in on. She'd already inferred the relationship between Sierra and James. But now Sierra knew she knew, and that changed everything. Chapter 9. Grant. Grant's footsteps echoed through the empty halls as he made his way to his bedroom. His jacket landed in a heap on the bed after he tossed it, the sound muffled in the spacious room. He yanked the tie from his neck, the fabric slipping through his fingers, and tossed it aside. With a brisk stride, he crossed to the drink cart, the clink of glass echoing his mounting frustration. His hands, shaking with a rare unsteadiness, grasped the crystal decanter, disturbing the amber liquid inside. He poured and downed a scotch in one swift, burning gulp, the heat of the alcohol a stark contrast to his chilling thoughts. What he'd overheard had struck straight at his heart. The words echoed again in his head. "I'll meet you at the hotel. I can't wait to see you. I love you too." He took another sip as he struggled to rein in his emotions. His jaw tensed as he analyzed her voice. Light, happy, genuine. Who was she talking to? He grabbed his phone and scrolled to the head of his security team, Max. His thumb hovered over the call icon, considering calling him and asking him to dig into his wife's cell phone records to determine who she was talking to. With a hard swallow, he forced the phone down with a clatter, the sound resonating like a gavel in the quiet room. He didn't have the right to do that. Or maybe he did. "Did you find Mrs. Harrington?" Worthington's voice cut through the silence as he gathered the discarded tie and jacket. Grant set his glass down with a controlled clatter. "No, and I don't intend to." His voice betrayed both strain and restraint. Worthington paused, his expression pensive. "And yet, it seems to weigh on you, sir." "Does it?" Grant tugged open his cufflinks and tossed them down. "It sounds as though you disagree." Grant stared into space for a moment. "It doesn't matter what I think. I was a fool to do this. Now that I do disagree with. I think the experience has not only done what it was intended to, but provided some fringe benefits." Grant poked a finger at him. "That's where you're wrong, Worthington." The fringe benefits Worthington suggested weren't legitimate, and he had no right to hold her to anything. The sad realization melted some of the anger, leaving behind only remorse. A pang of something else he couldn't quite name twisted in his chest. He had no right, no claim to her heart. Yet the thought of her with someone else twisted a knife in a wound he hadn't known he possessed. Their agreement was clear and emotionless, so why did this feel like a betrayal? "Am I?" Worthington asked as he delivered Grant's sleepwear to him. "Yes, definitely." "That remains to be seen, sir." Grant wanted to prove Worthington wrong at that moment, but he felt like he would choke on the words as they came out. Could he actually admit Julia had told someone else she loved them?
Is there anything else, sir?
No, that's it for the night. Thank you, Worthington. The man nodded and strode to the door.
Good night, Mr. Harrington. Try to remember that things are not always as they seem. Mrs. Clark's miraculous resurrection should have made that clear.
Grant slid his eyes closed at the cheery statement. He'd rather hurl his glass across the room than take solace in deluding himself. Those glimmers of Julia he'd seen, the ones that had set his heart on fire in a way he'd never expected, weren't his. They'd never be his. That stung more than anything. He understood why she'd pulled away earlier, why she'd said he owed her nothing. She wanted nothing from him. He changed his clothes, his thoughts hollow before he slipped into bed. In the darkness, the cavernous space shadowed the turmoil in his mind. Memories of his previous marriages haunted him. Each one provided a stark contrast to what he felt for Julia. In the end, each marriage had been revealed to be more of a transaction than a relationship. Cold exchanges devoid of warmth. His previous wives had wanted something from him. Wealth and status mainly, but Julia wanted nothing material from him. Her indifference strayed from his previous wife's calculated affections. Her behavior was foreign to him, enigmatic, making her possibly unattainable. What could he offer her? When he rose the next morning, he felt little relief. Why did this feel so different from any other relationship? Perhaps it was because, despite having a contract, he had less control over her than any of his other wives. He scoffed at the statement as he rose for a shower. What control did he have over them? All four had left him. His mind remained unclear as he pulled on his suit jacket.
Is everything all right, Mr. Harrington?
Worthington asked as he brushed any stray lint from the shoulders.
I'll be down in a minute. Very good, sir.
Worthington took his leave, understanding Grant had no desire to talk. He stared at himself in the mirror, adjusting his tie. His mind flitted to last night. Julia had straightened his bow tie. It had felt so natural. And then she'd gone upstairs to tell another man she loved him. His reflection blurred as the words from the conversation he'd overheard echoed in his mind. His fingers tightened around the silky fabric of the tie as turmoil churned inside of him. It wasn't just the words, but the lightness in her voice that pierced him, a contrast to the heavy silence that now filled his room. He stared into his own icy blue eyes. What had happened to him? Why did she affect him so deeply? He tore his eyes away, forcing himself to move downstairs for breakfast. As his heels clicked off the cold marble floor, he was reminded how empty his house had felt before Julia lived here. As if on cue, her voice floated in the air with a single word.
Yes. I'll have James bring your car around,
Worthington answered. She was going out, but James would know where she went. Good. No need, I'll head down there for the keys.
Are you quite certain? And no breakfast?
Not today, she answered. And yes, I'm certain. It's no trouble at all, and the truth is, I'm running a little late. Her voice sounded chipper, excited. It soured his stomach even more than what he heard last night. He hurried down the stairs.
Julia, you're leaving?
She glanced up at him before she avoided his gaze. Were her cheeks flushing? Yes, I have an appointment this morning.
Appointment? Was that what they were calling it these days?
Is James driving you? Grant kept his voice casual, but his eyes searched hers intently. She smiled, not her normal smile. No, I was going to drive. Now that you bought me that new car, I figured I'd use it. Grant studied her, trying to glean any details from her.
Right. I'm glad you like it.
There was that fake smile again that betrayed her nerves. Bye, she called in a voice one octave too high. She darted out the door. It slammed behind her with a resounding boom that made his heart clench. Before Worthington could say anything, Grant stormed to his office, his hand clenched into a fist. His thoughts circled to the unknown man Julia was about to meet, a phantom rival. He couldn't shake the need to understand what he offered Julia. Was it emotional connection, shared interests, or simple compatibility? The questions gnawed at him, fueling a desire to unravel this mystery. It was this need that drove him to snatch the phone from the base and call his security team head, Max. He needed to know where he stood and where he fell short. "Mr. Harrington," Worthington said as he followed him, "would you prefer your breakfast here?" "I'm not hungry," he answered as the line trilled. Worthington stood quietly, awaiting orders as Max picked up on the opposite end. "It's me," Grant snapped. "Julia went out. Find out where, what she's doing, and who she's meeting. Report back as soon as you know." Grant's hand hovered in the air, still holding the receiver, his thoughts a whirlwind of conflict. He needed to understand what he was up against. A compelling urge to size up the unseen competition had driven him to make that call despite the sense of intrusion. With a heavy sigh, he replaced the receiver more gently than he intended as his mind raced. "Is that wise, sir?" Worthington asked. Grant stared into space as he shrugged. "Julia received a threatening note, and we still haven't tracked down the source. She's out alone. We shouldn't take chances." "Yet, you did not ask Mr. Maxwell to ensure her safety. You asked him to report on her activities." "She is my wife, Worthington." Worthington arched an eyebrow but said nothing. "Don't give me that look. I think I'll work from home today. Would you bring me a cup of coffee?" "Of course, sir." Worthington disappeared from the room as Grant sank into his chair. He stared at the phone for a moment, willing it to ring with information, but it remained stoically silent. He pushed himself to focus on work, swiveling to face his monitor. Everything seemed to be against him today. As he waited for the display to glow to life, he caught sight of the wedding photo. The display mocked him. Her loving smile, her sparkling eyes. What was behind them? Had she been thinking of the other man when they'd taken that picture? The thought turned his stomach. Worthington returned with his coffee, setting it on the desk. "Are you certain you would not like breakfast?" Worthington's question lingered in the air, along with a dozen unsaid implications hanging between them. "Yes," Grant said, as the door opened and slammed shut. He glanced through the open door, hoping to find Julia returning, her cheeks flushed and her lips parted as she rushed into his office and told him she couldn't meet another man while married to him. Instead, the signature stamping of high heels announced Sierra's arrival. He arched an eyebrow at her as she stomped her way inside. "You're up early." She snapped a shocked glance his way. "Out already?" "Yeah, early morning meeting." She slicked a lock of hair behind her ear. "Why? What have you heard?" He stared at her for a moment. Why was everyone acting so strangely today? "Nothing. Did you happen to see Julia on your way in?" "What? No. Why would I have seen Julia?" Her rushed speech made him think she was lying. Had Sierra caught her with her bow? He dismissed the idea immediately. If she had, she would have reported it immediately. "She was on her way out. I thought maybe you passed each other." "Nope. Well, I've got to run, Daddy. I'm super busy with publishing things. Bye." She darted up the stairs before he could respond. His face scrunched as he tried to understand the behavior of the two most important females in his life. "I'm starting to believe I'm going insane, Worthington." Worthington chuckled. "I doubt that, sir." "It's not me, is it? Julia was acting strange this morning, and now Sierra." "Miss Harrington's behavior is always an enigma to me." "And the current Mrs. Harrington's behavior?" Grant leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers together as he awaited the man's response. "She seemed eager to get to her appointment." Eager, Grant repeated, hating the sound of the word. If I may, sir, is there some reason this particular appointment is of concern to you? Grant tugged his briefcase onto the desk and snapped it open, shuffling through files. Should there be? Worthington flicked his eyebrows up. I don't know, but you seem agitated by it. She doesn't usually leave the house, does she? No, she spends much of her time working on her writing. He wasn't sure if that brought him comfort or made it worse. He weighed the words before he selected a file and closed the briefcase. She's seeing someone else. The surprise on Worthington's face was unmistakable. Mrs. Harrington is seeing another man? I'm fairly certain, yes. Worthington's brows knitted as he weighed the words. I have to know who he is, what she sees in him. Worthington lifted his chin. I understand, sir. I hope you get the answers you seek, but... Grant snapped his gaze up from the folder he browsed. But? I only hope this does not cause unnecessary strife where none is needed, Worthington said, his words carefully measured. With a sigh, Grant bobbed his head up and down. You and me both, Worthington. I will leave you to your business, sir. Worthington strode from the room and closed the doors behind him, leaving Grant alone with his tortured thoughts. He forced himself to concentrate on the contract he reviewed, but his mind constantly drifted back to Julia, filling in the gaps. Was she with him now? He swiped the phone from the receiver, intending to call Max for an update, when he shook his head. He needed to concentrate on his work. He couldn't lose focus now. The company would end up being the only thing he had left. A knock interrupted his rumination. Yeah? Worthington strode into the room, a large envelope in his hands. This just arrived for you, sir. Thank you, Worthington, Grant said with a nod as he accepted the envelope. Perhaps the contents held the key to diverting his attention. He grabbed the silver letter opener from the pencil cup and sliced it open, sliding out the contents. His heart stopped as his gaze locked onto Julia's image, her sparkling eyes, that slight smile. He recognized the dress she wore to the Crescent City Charity Gala. The picture shook in his hands, each tremor distorting the image. Why had this been sent to him? Heavy silence thickened the air around him until his ringing phone shattered the stillness in a jarring, insistent sound that echoed endlessly before he reached for the receiver. His heart raced as he lifted the receiver to his ear, a chill of foreboding making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Yeah? A robotic voice cut through the line, sending a shiver down his spine. Mr. Harrington, did you get our special delivery? Who is this? Someone you owe, big, and unless you want something to happen to that pretty new wife, you'll pay. Instructions coming soon. The line clicked. He stared at the receiver as he pulled it away from his ear. His heart pounded, and he glanced at Worthington. Someone had just threatened Julia, and he had no idea who. Chapter 10. Julia. A surge of adrenaline shot through Julia, sending her pulse racing as she averted her eyes from the couple, discomfort tightening in her chest. Do you normally barge into other people's houses like this? Wait, don't answer that, Sierra said, holding up a hand. Yes, you do. You keep butting into Harrington business at every turn. Julia finally flicked her gaze back to Sierra with a tilt of her head, her voice tinged with frustration and her words measured. That's not entirely fair, Sierra. What's not fair is you bursting in here like you own the place. You don't. I didn't burst in here. The door was open. I came for my keys. That's it. Sierra cocked a hip, narrowing her eyes. Well, that's going to be a problem because you can't leave here until we get a few things straight. Such as? Julia asked. Sierra's voice hardened, each word a command. Such as the fact that you never saw any of this. James and it's private, okay? You never saw this. Understand? The intensity in her eyes held Julia in her place. Yes, Julia said with a nod. She knitted her brows as Sierra's scrutinizing eyes narrowed at her. That's it? That's not good enough. I don't trust you, Julia. Julia clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. Oh, Sierra, I'm not going to say anything. It's not my business. It's not my business, Sierra mimicked. Oh, aren't you just a saint? Sierra, James whispered, placing a hand on her shoulder. She shook it off and stalked a few steps toward Julia. How do I know the first chance you get, you won't sell out my secret to get on my daddy's good side? Julia heaved a sigh, letting her eyes fall onto the floor, gleaming in the morning's bright sun. Because I could have done that a dozen times already. Sierra's eyebrows knit at the words. Sierra, I've known about you and James since the day we found Evelyn Carter, and I haven't said a word to anyone. I'm not going to tell. It's not my business. Sierra's expression softened from anger to contemplation. The subtle change suggested an underlying depth Sierra usually hid. You're right. It's not. So, just keep that pretty mouth shut, and we won't have a problem. She pushed past Julia, knocking into her. Julia stumbled back a step, focusing on Sierra as she stepped into the morning sun. Sierra, one more thing? What? Sierra snapped, twisting to face her. Why keep it a secret? None of your business. With that, Sierra spun on her spiked heel and stormed off. Julia followed her retreat toward the house with a sigh. She seemed like a troubled girl, though her insistence upon secrecy and the veiled threats suggested an undercurrent in the Harrington household she hadn't fully grasped yet. With a shake of her head, she dismissed the thought. She shouldn't insert herself into their life. She turned to find James's pleading eyes on her. Mrs. Harrington. Julia's features softened, and she offered him a consoling smile. James, you don't need to explain. The man clamped his lips together, his features still pinched. Really, you don't. It's your business, not mine. Have you really known for weeks? Julia nodded. Yes, I heard your voice when I called Sierra about Grant's arrest. I recognized it later when I came by for your help. James set his hands on his hips, his chin dropping to his chest as he blew out a long breath. And you said nothing to Mr. Harrington? Julia shook her head. If he knew, your secret is safe with me. I won't say anything. Thank you, James answered, genuine gratefulness shining in his eyes. Of course. Julia sucked in a deep breath. Now if I could trouble you for my keys? Keys, yes. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you? Julia trailed behind him through the kitchen, the tension still palpable. No, I'm happy to drive, thanks. All right. James retrieved the keys to her Porsche, dangling them in front of her. She snatched them with a smile. Thanks. She crossed to the sporty little car and slid behind the wheel. James? Yeah? Don't worry, my lips are sealed. She fired the engine and pulled out of the garage and down the driveway. The grin on her face grew with each mile she drove closer to the city. She craved normalcy from her old life. No secrets, no money trails, no high stakes. Her smile faded as she glanced down at the Porsche symbol on her steering wheel. She was driving a Porsche. Her eyes shifted to the massive diamond on her finger. She was wearing a wedding ring and an outrageously large engagement ring. The notion of no secrets flew out the window as she realized she'd have to lie her way through another meeting, this time to her own family. Her spirits deflated as she quickly vetted spots for parking. She navigated the familiar streets to her old apartment building. The scent of damp concrete greeted her as she pulled into the garage, a stark reminder of the life she once led. She'd never parked here before. Ironic, now that she no longer lived here, she found a use for her parking space. She climbed from the car, the city sounds enveloping her in a familiar cacophony. She ran a hand through her hair, feeling the pulse of the city she once knew so well, a stark contrast to the silence of the Harrington estate. She set a quick pace to the hotel. Even at this rate, she'd be a few minutes late, thanks to the unexpected snafu. The chaos of the city at this hour echoed her thoughts. Even with Ethan, she'd need to be guarded. What had her life become? The hotel came into sight, and she navigated to it, climbing the stairs and reaching for the door. Her heart stopped, and she let go of the brass handle, retreating back a few steps. With a wince, she tugged off her rings and dumped them into her purse. After another swipe of her hair, she straightened her blazer and tugged the door open. She scanned the lobby, its well-worn elegance a reminder of a different time. The aging chandeliers and polished wood spoke of a bygone era, making Julia reflect on how much her life had changed. Ethan waved from an armchair near a coffee bar. "Juju!" A grin spread across her face as she spotted him and hurried over. He rose from the chair, pulling her into a hug. "Hi," she said before she pulled back. "It's so good to see you." She studied him up and down, eyeing his flannel shirt, jeans, and boots. "Well, you can take the boy out of Maine, but you can't take Maine out of the boy." He stomped a hiking boot against the floor. "Darn right. But it looks like you've lost a little of your Maine flair. You look great, Juju." She chuckled at him as she flicked a lock of her hair over her shoulder. "Well, I did trade my hiking boots for riding boots, since they seemed far more suitable for New Orleans." "I can't imagine you do much hiking around here." "Nope," she said with a chuckle. "Want to grab something here?" Julia shook her head at him. "No, I'm taking you to a lovely little coffee shop a few blocks away. I don't want Alicia to think I haven't treated you right." "She won't. I'll tell her I was too chicken to walk around in the smog." Julia threw her head back in laughter. "There's no smog. Come on." She looped her arm around his and led him from the lobby out to the crowded sidewalk. He glanced up and down the street as they walked. "How can you take this?" "What?" "The noise, the traffic, the people?" Julia chuckled again, rubbing his arm. "There are people in Maine too, Ethan." "Not this many. I don't like a place where the tree-to-people ratio is this low." Julia rounded the corner and poked a finger at a sign swinging over a door. "Here's the coffee shop. You still drinking it black?" He nodded. "I'll grab us a table." Within a few minutes, Julia slid into the window front table and passed the coffee over to him. They toasted to their meeting before they settled in for their conversation. "How's the manuscript coming?" Ethan asked. Julia's mind flicked to her computer at Harrington House, where her manuscript now resided. The thought made her heart skip a beat, as though somehow Ethan would be able to see through her immediately. "That good, huh?" He sipped his coffee. She offered him a chuckle, pushing aside the memories that threatened to creep into her mind. "Sorry, just thinking of a plot point I was working on last night." "Anything good?" "No, just some dinner party shenanigans." "Oh, the kind with hidden clues laced into each conversation?" Julia thought of the pointed questions from Veronica. "Something like that, yeah." "Well, I'm sure you'll knock it out of the park." She batted in the air. "So, how's the new chief of police position? Have you settled into it yet?" Ethan bobbed his head around in a half-nod, half-shake. "Yes and no. Some people will never accept that Dad retired." "Your dad will always be my chief of police." She winked at him before they both burst into laughter. "Thanks for your support, Juju. Really, I can't even count on my own sister-in-law to accept me as chief." He paused, his eyes settling on her. Although, that doesn't matter much if you're determined to stay in this concrete jungle. Julia's gaze dropped to the table, her heart caught in a tumult of conflicting emotions. The idea of returning home stirred a whirlpool of both longing and fear, battling the allure of the life she lived now. Her fingers traced the wood grain, seeking solace in it. Her normally complicated response to going home had become even more messy than it had when she was single. He reached for her hand, tugging it toward him and squeezing it. "Julia," his voice softened. "Honey." "Don't," she said, with a quick flick of her gaze up to his face. She didn't want to get into the lecture about returning home. Not now. Now with the emotions of the Harrington saga weighing on her, too. "I get it," he said, "but you can't hide forever." "I'm not hiding. I'm living." Ethan slid a dubious glance out of the window and arched an eyebrow. "You call this living?" Julia scoffed at his remark, as visions of galas, ball gowns, glittering diamonds, sparkling champagne, sports cars, and the quiet solitude of the Harrington estate flitted through her mind. "For now, I do, yes." Ethan heaved a sigh. "Well, I tried." Julia offered a consoling smile. "I'll tell Allie you really gave me a good long talking to." "I appreciate that," he said, cracking a smile. "Is there really a conference, or did you two just cook this up to check up on me?" Ethan set his coffee cup on the table as he shook his head. "There really is a conference, I promise. 2 days packed full of all things police chief. Just one morning of lecturing you to come home that Allie asked me to squeeze in. She misses you, Juju." Julia grabbed his hand again. "And I miss her, but—" "You can't avoid him forever, Julia. Maybe it's best to just rip off the bandage." Julia rubbed at the back of her neck. "I'm afraid the bandage won't come off cleanly. That's the problem." "You're afraid it won't come off at all?" She nodded at the statement. "Would that really be so bad?" "Please, Ethan, I don't want to get into this. Let's just enjoy the visit." Ethan's eyes fell on the compass around her neck. "All right. I see you're still wearing the compass, and as long as that's around your neck, I guess we should be happy." Julia grabbed the necklace and glanced down at it. "I haven't forgotten." "That's all we can ask for." As they finished their coffee, reminiscing about the sleepy Maine town that had once been her whole world, nostalgia tugged at her heart. Reflection filled the walk back to the hotel, each step a reminder of the stark contrast between her tranquil past and the complicated present. The bustling streets echoed her tangled thoughts as they weaved through the crowd. When they stood outside the high-rise, Julia slipped her arms around him in a hug before kissing him on the cheek. "Oh," he said before they parted ways, "I have a care package from Allie for you. I'll run up and grab it." "I'll come with you." "Great," he said, grabbing her hand and tugging her toward the hotel with a smile. "It'll give me one more chance to convince you to come home." "Not funny," she said with a chuckle as they disappeared into the hotel lobby. Once in the privacy of his hotel room, Julia relaxed a little, feeling as though she could disappear from the world for just a little bit. Ethan rummaged through his suitcase before he found the carefully packed jar of wild Maine blueberry jelly. Ethan showcased the jar in his hands. Its deep purple hue immediately reminded her of late summer days in Maine. A smile bloomed on her face, a mix of gratitude and nostalgia. "Oh, yay! A taste of home!" She clapped her hands before she accepted the jar and stowed it in her purse. They spent another half-hour sharing each other's company before she finally forced herself to stand. With an afternoon session looming for him, she left him behind to enjoy the conference. The cacophony of the city surrounded her as she strode from the hotel, heartsick to leave it behind. Her hand instinctively went to the compass pendant. She rubbed it as she walked along, lost in thought. She had to return to the turmoil of the Harringtons. Thoughts of board issues, DG Industries, Sierra, and the puzzling shifts in her husband's demeanor flooded her mind. In any instance, she'd made an agreement, and she planned to stick to it. She hadn't found much in her private investigation of DG Industries. Grant had insisted she leave it to his security team, stating he worried over her safety, but tracking them had proved difficult. With no headway, the investigation stalled, and they turned their concentration toward winning the board over as the vote of no confidence still loomed. Lost in thought, Julia's mind waded through the turbulent sea of conversation she'd had with Ethan. Her mind swam as she processed the words, then the problems facing her at home. With her mind preoccupied, she stepped off the curb, oblivious to the danger lurking. The screech of tires jolted her back to reality, her heart leaping into her throat. She froze, eyes wide in terror, as the dark sports car skidded toward her, the world narrowing to the imminent collision. Chapter 11. Grant. "Sir?" Worthington asked, his features creasing with concern. "Is everything all right?" Grant snapped out of his daze and pressed the button to reset the phone. He jabbed at the line for his security team head as he shook his head. "No, everything is not all right." His mind raced through possibilities. The threat against Julia wasn't just a shadow looming, it had cast a pall over everything. The implications were far-reaching, ranging from personal safety to business stability. "What happened? Is there anything I can do?" "I'm calling Max. Someone just threatened Julia." "Oh, my word," Worthington answered. "Shall I call the police, sir?" "No. Calling the police may do more harm than good. If they wanted money, he'd pay it, but he had to know what he was dealing with." The line trilled before Max picked up. "Mr. Harrington, I've got Mrs. Harrington under surveillance, but no word yet. As soon as—" "Fine. Max, I need you to trace a call I just received. Get to my office, now." He didn't wait for a response before he slammed the receiver down and returned his gaze to the photograph. The threat could have come from anyone, a business rival, someone unhappy with their current contract, or even the person who had sent Julia the threatening note just before the gala. They hadn't had much luck tracking down the people involved in Evelyn's disappearance. He curled his hand into a fist as frustration filled him. His emotions wavered from fear for her to upset over her current location. Was she with someone else at this moment? He dug his phone out of his pocket and scrolled through the contacts until he found Julia's name. His shaky thumb hovered over the call icon, a war of emotions raging within him. Calling her now meant facing a reality he dreaded, yet the gnawing uncertainty was unbearable. She meant too much for him not to. He hit the button, and the line dialed. His fingers tightened on the device as her cheery voice filled his ear. "Hi, you've reached Julia Stanton. I can't take your call right now." Grant's fingers lingered on the device as he ended the call, a turbulent mix of fear and betrayal churning below the surface. As his chest tightened, he tossed the phone onto the desk. It clattered against the mahogany, breaking the tense silence of the room. "Perhaps she is still driving, sir," Worthington offered. Grant rubbed his neck as he stared at the phone. Maybe. Or maybe she was otherwise engaged. Max's arrival pulled him from his rumination. The man tapped on his Bluetooth earpiece as he strode into the room. "Call was untraceable. May I ask the nature?" Grant shoved the picture toward him. "I received this a minute before someone called and threatened Julia." Max glanced at the photo. "Any idea when this was taken?" "Night of the Crescent City Gala." "So, several weeks ago," Max said with a nod as he studied the envelope, searching for any distinguishing marks. "What difference does that make?" Grant leapt from his chair, pacing the floor behind him. Well, timing is everything. A picture several weeks old doesn't suggest they have eyes on her right now. Who delivered this?
Grant's pace quickened, each step echoing in the room until he stopped, curling his fingers into fists until his knuckles whitened. Speedy Courier, Worthington answered. The name tag said Pat. Max typed the information into his phone. I'll get a call going to them to see if we can find out who ordered the delivery. Because that worked out so well the last time. We can't track cash transactions or off-the-book ones. You, of all people, should know that. Grant scrunched his features as the veiled comment didn't miss its mark. He'd made some shady handshake deals in the past in the name of advancing his business. Were they rearing their ugly heads again at the worst possible moment? What did they say on the call? Max asked. That it was someone I owed, and unless I wanted anything to happen to Julia, I'd pay. Instructions to follow. Grant scrubbed his face as he leaned back in his chair. Male, female, any recognizable speech patterns? They used a voice changer, hung up right after they made the threat. Doesn't give us much to go on. Any chance you were able to reach Mrs. Harrington? Have her come home while we sort this out? She's not answering her cell. The word sounded hollow as he reminded himself of where she was. I've got Reynolds on her. You want me to have him intercept? Grant's mind whirled at the question. He desperately wanted to ensure she never got to the destination he suspected of her, but he also wanted confirmation. Stopping her at this time wouldn't solve the issue. He needed to know what he was up against. No, let her go, but keep a close eye on her. Is that wise, sir? Worthington asked. Picture's old. Call said to expect instructions. My guess is they're not moving on this today, Max said. They won't do anything that'll stop them from getting whatever it is they're after. Best thing you can do right now is make sure you have some liquid assets to work with, in case they put us on a short clock. Grant bobbed his head as he focused on the picture of her in the sapphire dress. Could this be a disgruntled business rival, or whoever was responsible for the unexplained events surrounding Evelyn Clark? Just figure out who is doing this. We're on it, sir. We'll get to the bottom of it. Max offered him a nod before he strode from the room, tapping his Bluetooth again and speaking into it. Things just keep going from bad to worse, Grant said as Worthington closed the door. Would you like something stronger than coffee? Grant snapped his gaze to the man, appreciating his ability to anticipate his needs. Bourbon. With a nod, Worthington crossed the room to the drink cart. Perhaps another phone call to Mrs. Harrington would help. Grant stared at the phone, unable to lift it from its spot. He wished the suggestion would work, but he doubted she'd answer. Well, Worthington said when he failed to answer, let's hope she's home safe and sound very soon. Grant nodded, but his mind raced through a maze of doubts and fears. The bourbon, usually a solace, seemed like a meager balm for the storm raging inside him. His eyes focused on the phone as the burn of the alcohol warmed him. He willed it to ring, wanting to see Julia's name appear on the screen. But the black display never lit, and the phone never rang. Why haven't they found anything on DG Industries? Grant asked, his voice hollow. My understanding is that this is a shell corporation, designed specifically to hide identities. Grant let his head thud against the chair's high back. I know that, but we can't figure out who is doing all of this if we can't find any information on them. It's out there. Maybe I need to make a change on my security team. Mr. Sterling came highly recommended, Worthington answered. I don't care. If he can't get results, it doesn't matter. You're frustrated. Rightfully so, but that does not mean someone else would have solved this. Grant slid his eyes closed and shook his head. You're annoying when you're right, Worthington. It's a shame I tend to be right so often, then. The man offered Grant a weak smile. Grant sipped the bourbon, his mind trying to vet through the likely culprits. To pass the time spent waiting for any news,
He jotted down a list of people they should look into further. Those business associates who would play by these rules had dangerous connections. He watched the time pass by, marked by the slow ticking of the mantel clock, the only sound in the tense room. Finally, the shrill ring of the phone split the silence. His heart hammered as he stared at the receiver before snatching it. "Yeah?" "The good news is, it appears Mrs. Harrington is on her way back to her car," Max said. "And you have the information about where she went?" "I'm on my way up. I'd prefer to deliver the news in person." Grant slammed down the receiver, his fingers curling into fists again. Delivering the news in person meant it wasn't good. His stomach turned over as he prepared for what he was about to hear. As each second stretched, he filled with more and more dread, along with that last gasp of unspoken hope that his fears were unfounded. Max stepped into the foyer a minute later and strode to the office, closing the doors behind him after he entered. He clutched a folder to his chest as he offered Grant a serious look. Grant stared at the manila folder, his stomach turning over. "Well?" Max offered him the folder before he expounded on the contents. "She went to the Regency. As you can see from the photographs, she removed her rings before she entered. She exited shortly after with a man, unknown identity at this time." Grant stared down at the pictures of his wife with her arm threaded through another man's. She grinned up at him as they walked. "They went to a coffee shop and spent about 45 minutes there together before they returned to the Regency. She went to his room for about 40 minutes, then left." Grant flipped through the pictures, his heart stopping as he stared at an image of their hands clutched together. He flipped to another of her mid-laugh, her eyes sparkling. In another photo, her hand rested gently on his arm, her head thrown back in laughter. The next showed a shared look of understanding, a connection that seemed effortless. She looked so comfortable with him, so easy. The way she leaned into him, the uninhibited laughter, it was all a stark contrast to the careful, calculated interactions they'd had. Another showed them on their walk back to the hotel. They'd paused outside the steps, embracing, Julia's lips pressed to his cheek. He stared at it, sizing up the competition. The man looked nothing like him, dressed in a flannel shirt and hiking boots. What connection did they share? What drew them together? One question loomed in his mind over the others. Could he compete? Julia appeared relaxed in every photo, genuine and happy. His eyes lingered on each photograph, the images searing into his memory. A maelstrom of jealousy, hurt, and a gnawing sense of inadequacy swirled within him. Each laugh, each touch captured in the pictures provided a stark reminder of what he feared he could never have. His mind flicked to a time when she'd seemed to share a genuine laugh with him, those few fleeting moments where an unexpected tenderness had slipped through the business-like arrangement, the gentle touch on his forearm as he fought a murder charge, the simple adjustment of his bow tie as they faced a hostile group together. But now, each memory was tainted. "Sir?" Worthington offered. "Get out," Grant growled. "Mr. Harrington," Worthington answered. "I said get out." He slammed his fist against the desk. Max and Worthington shuffled from the room. "Keep searching for information on that phone call," he called as the doors closed. Once the latch clicked shut, the floodgate of emotions opened. He bit into his lower lip before he tossed the pictures across the room and rose, clutching the edge of the desk as they continued to burn through his mind, even after he'd thrown them away. Her words from the night before echoed in his head in an endless torment. "I love you too." His chest tightened as his vision blurred. How had this happened? How had he allowed himself to fall for a woman who was unattainable? And how could he fix it? He collapsed in his chair as the door opened again, and Worthington slipped inside. Silently, he collected the photographs strewn across the floor and neatly stacked them in the folder. Grant rubbed at his forehead. "Perhaps a simple conversation, sir," Worthington said. "Is she home?" "Not yet, though it should not be much longer if she was going to her car." Worthington lingered at the corner of the desk. "You've handled crises before, sir." "This one's different." Grant tried to imagine the conversation playing out when Julia arrived. He'd ask her who the man was and why she met him despite already knowing those answers. She'd tell him it was none of his business, or worse. "I love him, Grant. Our marriage, it's just a business transaction." "Perhaps this just feels different because you feel differently." He rubbed his chin with a shaky hand as he tried to formulate a response and a course of action. He stared into a void, his mind churning a whirlpool of thoughts and emotions. The ringing of his cell phone interrupted both. It buzzed across the desk, breaking the tense silence. He glanced at the caller, Sierra. He couldn't handle a call from her right now, so he let it go to voicemail. A second later, a text message came through. "Where are you? 911, emergency. Call." His forehead creased at the message. What else? He wasn't certain he could handle much more as he snatched the phone and placed a call to his daughter. "Daddy?" Her shrill voice irritated him, though he detected an unusual note of panic breaking through her normal composure. "What is it, Sierra? I'm busy." "It's Julia." His heart skipped a beat, and he sat up straighter. Had Sierra caught her with the other man? "What about Julia?" "She was hit by a car." Grant's heart seized, the words echoing in a hollow chamber of disbelief. His grip tightened on the phone, a lifeline in the sudden storm. "What?" he choked out, his voice barely above a whisper, as he struggled to silence the tide of panic rising within him. "We're at St. Mary's Memorial. Just get here." The line went dead, cutting him off from any new information. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him as the walls of certainty he'd built around himself crumbled. Chapter 12. Julia. The tires squealing twisted her stomach as she stared at the oncoming vehicle. Bright headlights seared into her eyes as she froze for an instant. Horns blared as the car continued to barrel toward her, despite the red light facing it. At the last minute, she dove for the pavement, landing hard and sliding across it as the car's wheels missed her by mere inches. The car skidded into the street amidst a cacophony of horns, weaving its way through traffic to disappear. Another car swerved to avoid it, smashing into an SUV. Traffic snarled to a halt, with a few more fender benders. She lay sprawled on the pavement, the world spinning in a dizzying blur. The blare of horns and distant voices sounded miles away, but the scent of burning rubber filled her nostrils. Her heart pounded against her ribs, each beat echoing in her ears, and she worried her hot chocolate may wind up on the street rather than remain in her stomach. Her mind raced, a jumble of fear and shock. The closeness of the car, the screech of the tires, the glare of the headlights were all too surreal. A cold shiver ran down her spine, and her body trembled as the reality of her near-death experience sank in. She tried to push up to sit, but her arms felt like rubber, and pain shot through her arm as she bore weight on it. The rough pavement stung the scratches on her skin. Her head pounded, adding to her disorientation and scrambled thoughts. "Julia!" a familiar voice shouted. "Julia! OMG!" She twisted to find Sierra toddling toward her on her spiked heels, her usual poise shattered by what appeared to be genuine fear flickering in her eyes. Her voice trembled, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability before she composed herself, her commanding demeanor returning. "OMG, don't move. I'm calling 911. I'm okay, she murmured, but Sierra already had the phone pressed to her ear. A small crowd had gathered around her, a mix of concerned faces and murmurs of shock. One woman frantically gave instructions to someone over the phone, while someone else directed traffic, his arms flailing. Sierra glanced down at her with worry creasing her normally confident face.
Julia, stay with me, okay?
I'm fine. A man pushed forward through the throng of people, his demeanor calm yet commanding. Excuse me, I'm a doctor. Excuse me. He crouched next to Julia, studying her eyes for a moment, before he slid 2 fingers onto the inside of her wrist. Ma'am, don't move. I'm a doctor. I'm okay, Julia insisted. I'll be the judge of that. He flicked his piercing light blue eyes up as he grinned at her. The act reminded her of someone, but she couldn't place it. She offered him an uncertain smile as he assessed the scratches and bruises on her arms. Did you hit your head? He spoke with confidence, attesting to his excellent bedside manner. No, I didn't. I broke my fall with my arms. She rolled her shoulders as the brunt of the impact set in, making her sore all over. He maneuvered her wrist, his touch gentle. She winced and yanked it away. Ouch. Sorry, you may have a sprain, but I don't think it's broken. Did you get the license plate of the car? She knitted her brows as she shook her head. No. Sorry, I didn't get the license plate when the car nearly ran me over. The man chuckled at the joke. Maybe someone here did. He came right at you, and you had the right of way. I know, Julia said, her forehead creasing. She'd been lost in thought, but certain she hadn't tried to cross on the wrong signal. Next to her, Sierra stamped a high heel.
There isn't anyone here yet. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my daddy is? My stepmother is lying almost dead in the street, and there isn't an ambulance in sight.
The doctor offered Julia a confused glance. I'd better handle that. Sierra. Finally, a siren screamed toward them.
Oh, good. Here they come now. Now I won't have to sue you.
She tugged the phone from her ear and jabbed at the display before she faced Julia.
Sierra, I'm fine. We don't know that. He nearly ran you over.
The ambulance came to a screeching halt, and 2 paramedics descended on her. The doctor passed along a slew of medical information about Julia to them as they assessed her. Elevated pulse, tenderness in wrist, scrapes, bruises. Says she did not hit her head, but I'd double-check that. A penlight blinded her as the cold stethoscope pressed against her arm.
Is she going to be okay?
Sierra demanded of them. The doctor stood, patting her on the shoulder. She'll be fine. Just a few minor injuries.
But she had a concussion not long ago. What if she hit her head again?
Julia winced as the paramedic tested her wrist, her gaze falling on Sierra. Did she detect a note of genuine concern in the woman's voice? We'll be sure to check that, the doctor said. Where are you taking her? St. Mary's, the paramedic answered as they loaded her onto a stretcher.
I'm fine. I don't need to.
She gave up as no one listened. What a coincidence, the doctor said with a smile. That's where I work. You want to ride along, Doc? Sure, he answered as they loaded her into the back of the ambulance. Sierra climbed aboard with her.
I'm going too.
The door slammed shut, and within seconds, the siren screamed as they raced toward the hospital. Any dizziness? Blurred vision? The doctor asked as they raced through the streets.
No, none.
And you said she had a concussion recently? Sierra bobbed her head up and down.
Yes, she got hit really hard, and she had a severe concussion. She had to stay in bed for like 2 days.
Julia caught the edge of panic in her voice. She grabbed her hand, and Sierra's eyes went wide.
What is it? Are you sick?
No, Sierra, I'm fine. It's okay. Sierra flicked her gaze down to their clasped hands.
We'll see what the hospital says.
We'll take extra precautions and order a few more tests, the doctor said, giving her a nod. She narrowed her eyes at him. Something fleeting but unshakable in his voice reminded her of someone, but her splitting head didn't allow her to assess it further. Instead, she shook her head. I really don't need any extra tests. I'm fine. A few scrapes and bruises. That's it. I didn't hit my head. That you can recall, and I would like to get a better look at that wrist that seems to be extremely sensitive. Julia winced as she tried to prove to herself that it wasn't hurt. She heaved a sigh. She wouldn't get out of this. She hoped she'd escape without too much trouble, though. A bum wrist was the last thing she needed. She had planned to dedicate the weekend to logging substantial writing hours on her manuscript, which had been neglected for far too long. With any luck, she'd be out of the hospital and home before anyone else was aware of the situation. Maybe a ride along with one of the doctors would expedite things. Her mind wandered to her morning meeting. She winced as she imagined an evening news report with her face on it. There would be no hiding her marriage then. She hoped no one picked up the story, or that Ethan didn't watch the news. The doctor settled onto a seat next to Julia after a quick review of her vitals, settling his icy blue eyes on her. I don't think I caught your name. Julia, she answered. I don't think I got yours either. Julia, what a lovely name. Dr. Kyle Carter. He gave her hand a gentle shake. And what does a beautiful woman named Julia do in the great city of New Orleans? Sierra sliced a hand through the air at the words. She's Mrs. Grant Harrington. That's what she does. She wifes. The doctor flicked his eyebrows up before narrowing his eyes at her. Sierra, right? Yes, Sierra Harrington, daughter extraordinaire, publisher, and so much more. Well, it's nice to meet you, ladies. I must say, Julia, you do not look old enough to have a daughter Sierra's age. She's not my mother. She's my stepmother. I see. He returned his attention to Julia. And do you do anything outside of wifing? I'm an author. Oh, how fascinating. Well, then we will take extra care of these wrists. His hand lingered on hers for a moment too long. The opening of the ambulance doors interrupted any further interaction. The doctor hopped out first, immediately issuing orders to the hospital staff who met them. I want an X-ray of both wrists, MRI, blood draw, and a tetanus booster, unless she's had one in the past year. She's got several scrapes and bruises that need to be cleaned up. They wheeled her out and whisked her through the wide doors into the hospital. The clinical air surrounded her, giving her a chill as they pushed her into a curtained-off cubicle. The fluorescent lights cast a sterile glow over the bustling activity. The sharp smell of antiseptic mingled with her underlying exhaustion. Sierra stomped behind her with a sour look on her features. I don't like that, doctor. I'm going to insist upon a second opinion. Sierra, let's not jump the gun on anything. I just took a little spill. I'm fine. Sierra pressed her cell phone to her ear as she arched an eyebrow. We'll see about that. Why did it sound strangely like a threat any time her stepdaughter spoke? Sierra pulled the phone away and frowned at it. Are you serious? Her manicured nails pounded across her phone's display, her toes tapping angrily on the floor. A second later, her phone rang. Finally, she said as she swiped to accept the call, stepping into the hall. Daddy! Julia let her head fall back against the flat lump they called a pillow. Had it been up to her, she would have been treated, released, and drove herself back home without a word. Grant's presence, particularly after the tension last night, would just complicate things. It's Julia! Sierra's voice pierced the air, her words sharp. She was hit by a car! Julia's jaw unhinged at the words. Sierra, she called, but to no avail. We're at St. Mary's Memorial. Just get here. Sierra jabbed at her phone before she stomped back into Julia's area. Sierra, I wasn't hit by a car, Julia said. Yes you were. Sierra. Shh, quiet. Just sit there and let them do whatever they have to do to fix you. Kyle strode in, tugging on a white coat before he tapped on a tablet. All right, Julia. Mrs. Harrington, Sierra reminded him, her eyes narrowed. Right, he said with a coy glance at Julia. It looks like you had quite a severe concussion a few weeks ago after rescuing a woman from a warehouse. It's a long story. Well, it seems wifing is a more perilous occupation than I expected. Sierra heaved a sigh, crossing her arms as she scowled at him. Really, Dr. Carter, Julia began. Oh, please, call me Kyle. He offered her a warm smile as he peered up from the tablet. I'm really fine. I don't need all this fuss. We'll see. They should be by to take you down for your scans. After that, we'll talk and find out just how much fussing you need. With a wink, he tapped a few more times on the tablet and stepped into the hall. Liz, can you get this patient down for scans immediately? She's a priority. Of course, doctor, the transportation aide said with a nod before she hurried to rush Julia down to radiology. Sierra, don't exaggerate when your father gets here. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to tell him exactly what's going on here. Julia's eyebrows knitted as the woman shoved her way from the emergency room. What was that supposed to mean? Within minutes, her questions regarding Sierra were ripped away and replaced by the tiny MRI space before she moved on to have her wrists x-rayed. After the whirlwind of activity, the woman wheeled her back to the emergency room cubicle. Her heart tensed as she spotted Grant talking to Sierra. She glanced over her father's shoulder, her eyes going wide. There she is. Grant twisted, a flicker of worry crossing his features. Julia, what happened? I told you already, Sierra said, her voice laced with annoyance. Someone tried to run her over. Thank goodness she jumped out of the way. Are you okay? Grant's voice, carefully neutral and calm, mixed with an undercurrent of concern. Yes, I'm fine, she assured him. You don't look fine. This was too close of a call. A flicker of guilt flashed in his eyes as his features pinched. He reached for her hand before he abruptly stopped. Really, I'm fine, she assured him. I really wish you'd let me be the judge of that, Julia, Kyle said as he flitted back into the room. Sierra took up her defensive stance as he strode back inside. I asked for another doctor. Kyle tapped the display in his hand. And since the patient is perfectly competent mentally, that request was ignored. He raised his eyes from the tablet, a smile on his lips as he eyed Julia, before it slipped when he slid them to Grant. And you must be the husband. Grant narrowed his eyes at the doctor. Yes, Grant Harrington. He thrust his hand forward, but Kyle pretended to ignore it, tapping on the tablet again. After he finally retracted it, Kyle glanced up again. Well, your daughter tells me Julia's main occupation is, as she put it, wifing, and honestly, I'm tempted to recommend she change occupations. Julia tugged her lips back into a wince, as the annoyance on Grant's features was unmistakable. The doctor chuckled at his supposed joke as he stepped closer to Julia. 2 hospital visits in as many months. I'm a little worried that being Mrs. Harrington may be fatal. Julia offered a polite smile as he deftly picked up her wrist again and swept a finger over it, turning her skin into goosebumps. Oops, ticklish? He asked with a grin. Grant removed his jacket and slid it around Julia's shoulders. Probably cold. You look cold, Jules. Julia waited a moment as the doctor's hands lingered on her. Do you have my test results? Yes, I do. I just wanted to take a look at this wrist again. It's a slight sprain. Ice and rest should have it back to normal, but I'd still like to see you in my office 1 week from today to make sure. Is there a problem? Grant questioned. No, Other than a bit of overuse, it looks good, but given her other occupation, which seems to be far less dangerous, I'd like to be certain. We'll make sure she follows up with our orthopedic, thanks." Julia raised her eyes to stare at the two men, one on either side of her bed, as they locked eyes. They were alarmingly similar in how neither wanted to back down. "Is there anything else?" Julia interjected. Kyle shifted his gaze to her, a warm smile on his face. "No concussion, just minor injuries. We'll get these scrapes cleaned up, boost your tetanus, and get you on your way. I'd recommend you take it easy for the rest of the day. Any problems? Call me. This is my personal, direct line." He slid a card toward Julia. Grant's hand shot out, snatching the card from Julia's reach. His voice was as tight as his jaw as he muttered, "Thank you," with a hard edge in his eyes as he glanced at the doctor. "Try to get someone in here quick," Sierra snapped as the doctor left the room. The hospital staff descended on her within minutes to clean up the scrapes on her arms. Grant remained exceptionally quiet. Julia chewed her lower lip as she studied him, scanning his emails while they worked on her. Perhaps the weight of pretending he cared had become too much for him. She imagined the conversation he'd wanted to have with her, certain he'd wanted to draw a line in the sand. Once she'd been discharged, Sierra offered to drive her car home, leaving her with Grant and James. The silence stretching between them made the ride home uncomfortable. She appreciated Worthington's kind smile as she entered the house. "Mrs. Harrington, how are you feeling?" "Fine, thank you. I'm okay. Just a close call." "You should rest," Grant said, his voice still tinged with a stoniness she couldn't identify. "Right," she said, with a tentative smile and a nod before she climbed the stairs. Grant's silence was an impossible sea to navigate. He seemed to be wrestling with unspoken thoughts, though Julia couldn't say what they were. She spent the remainder of the day alone, fielding a few messages from Ethan. Miraculously, the jar of jam survived the incident. She set it on her nightstand, her eyes trained on it as memories of home flooded into her mind. Memories of another uncomfortable situation pressed in on her, making today's uncomfortable silence from Grant even more distressing. The house remained quiet when she awoke the next morning. Worthington delivered her breakfast to her bedroom, and she took her time dressing for her charity board meeting. Worthington informed her James had brought the car around, and she gathered her purse, heading down the stairs. She found Grant at the bottom. "Julia, how are you feeling?" "Much better, thanks." "I'm sorry. I was swamped yesterday. I didn't get the chance to check on you. Heading out again?" "I have the ballet charity meeting." "We never had that conversation I promised you." She let her gaze fall to the floor. She would have to face the inevitable soon, but she'd be late if she didn't leave soon. "I think it's really important that we do that," he added. "Right," she said, her eyes not leaving the floor for another moment. Maybe later?" He hesitated, as though unsure. Before he could answer, a shriek sounded from his private office. Both of their gazes snapped to the ajar door. Sierra wandered out, a folder clutched in her hands, her eyes wide. She raised them to Julia, her eyes filled with anger and upset. "You cheating bitch!" Grant's face scrunched. "Sierra!" "How could you do this?" Sierra shrieked. "To what?" Julia asked. "Oh, don't play innocent." "Sierra, I don't know what you're talking about," Julia answered. Grant knit his eyebrows as he studied Julia, upset clouding his eyes. Sierra's face twisted with anger as she hurled the folder at Julia's feet, her words like daggers. "Explain that!" Julia stared down at the pictures now sprawled across the floor, her stomach turning over. Picture after picture of her with Ethan spread across the marble. Her features pinched as she bent to pick up one photo of them sharing a glance over their hot beverages. She glanced up at Grant, her face questioning. His split-second reaction showed a mix of emotions brewing before he quickly hardened his features. She had to explain. But how? Chapter 13. Grant. A torrent of emotion ripped through him as the pictures spilled across the floor. Each one of them had burned their way into his mind. Each laugh, each smile, each intimate glance and touch. He'd wanted to confront her about it, but only after he'd had a chance to rein in his emotions. When she confessed that she loved another man, he'd wanted to be hardened against any ill effects. Then, after he'd heard about her accident, his heart had stopped. He'd raced to the hospital, his heart pounding as he worried how he'd find her. It hadn't mattered whom she'd been with earlier that morning. The fact was he cared more than he wanted to admit. It would rip his heart out when she admitted she preferred this other person, a man his security team still hadn't identified. He wasn't ready to hear it, but as usual, his wild-card daughter had changed the plan. Julia lifted a picture of her with her bow, sharing one of those deep, easy, intimate glances, and stared at it before she flicked her gaze to him, her features questioning. "Explain, Julia," Sierra barked. When she spoke, her voice came out shocked and incredulous. Her eyes flickered with betrayal. "You had me followed?" The hurt expression on her face confused him. Why was she acting like the victim? It must have been because she felt he had no business being hurt by this. He had no claim on her, just a flimsy contract that outlined her playing his wife. "Oh, spare me the hurt, innocent act." Sierra crossed her arms and stalked closer to Grant. "We had every right to have you followed, and every right to ask about this. You're supposed to be playing the loving wife, not stepping out." "I'm not," she said simply, her voice sounding as though someone had stabbed her in the gut. Those pictures tell a different story," Sierra shot back. Julia's eyes rose to Grant's again, searching them. "Are you serious?" He sucked in a breath. He couldn't let his daughter fight his battle. He flexed his jaw, searching for the right words. "You have to admit, it raises some questions. You ran out of here yesterday, met with another man after you took off your ring, then went to his hotel room." "None of this looks good," Sierra added. "You're lucky it's just us with those pictures, and not the press." She swallowed hard, her eyes going back to the picture. "Who is he, Julia?" Grant's voice hitched, and he paused, collecting himself. "If this is someone you—" He couldn't bring himself to say the words that spelled out her interest in this man. "Sierra's right. You'll need to be more discreet." He nearly choked on the last words, but he realized she could easily put him in his place. He had no right to dictate her personal life no matter how much he wanted to. No," Sierra said with a shake of her head. "You'll need to call it off. The last thing we need is this idiot deciding he'd like to cash in and blackmail us, or going to the press, or big-mouthing it to one of his buddies." Grant flicked his daughter a glance before he returned his to Julia, who remained quiet. She really was nothing like his ex-wives. Caught red-handed, they'd defended their actions up and down. He'd flirted too much with a business colleague. He'd left them alone too much, or he was married to his job, not them. With Julia, the words seemed to crush her. Had she not realized the consequences of her actions? She slid her eyes closed for a second before she snapped them open and focused them on him. She flipped the photo around, holding it against her chest. He eyed the intimate moment for the umpteenth time, still feeling no relief from the pain it caused him. "This," she said, tapping a finger against the man in the picture, "is my brother-in-law, who happens to be in town for a conference. I met him yesterday for coffee, and then we went to his room where he gave me a jar of jelly my sister sent." Grant's features scrunched at the words. Brother-in-law? His heart skipped a beat. He'd completely misread the situation, leaping to conclusions because his emotions clouded his judgment. She continued, her voice tight but laced with anger. "I took off my rings because he has no idea that I was insane enough to enter into a fake marriage to save someone's image, and I'd rather not explain my lapse in judgment to him." The words stung him as she spat them out. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get to my charity meeting. It wouldn't look good to miss. And it's all about appearances, isn't it?" She shoved the photo back at Sierra before she stormed to the door. He startled as it slammed shut behind her, still reeling from how terribly he'd misjudged the situation. "Julia, wait," he called, but the roar of the Porsche's engine, followed by the squeal of tires, announced her departure. Grant whipped the door open, but failed to catch her. She barreled down the drive without looking back. He cursed under his breath as he entered the house, digging into his pocket for his phone. The last time they'd had a misunderstanding of this kind, she hadn't answered. He doubted she would now. Sierra stared at the photograph in her hand, her eyebrows scrunched. Brother-in-law? Grant heaved a sigh, heavy with a mix of emotions, ranging from disbelief to remorse. As he snatched the picture from Sierra, his fingers trembled slightly from the turmoil swirling within him. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The furtive conversation he'd overheard, the laughter, the enthusiasm, the final haunting words. She hadn't meant she was in love with the man. She'd meant she loved him like a brother. He'd been a fool, and acted as one. He'd been cold and distant yesterday when she'd needed him. "Apparently," he murmured as Worthington entered the foyer, studying the mess. Grant stooped to collect the other photographs when Worthington stopped him. "I'll handle it, sir." "How is this her brother-in-law?" Sierra mumbled, confusion still apparent in her voice. Worthington straightened the photographs before Grant shoved them into the folder and strode into his office. He slammed it down on the desk, the loud slap echoing in the otherwise silent room. "How the hell did we miss this?" "Well, that's on Max." Her quick deflection, accompanied by a dismissive headshake, was a characteristic of her, always quick to shift the blame and maintain her own sense of righteousness. Of course she'd blame someone else. Sierra did not like being wrong. She'd accused Julia of infidelity and had been proven wrong. So had he. Unlike Sierra, though, the guilt hit him as hard as the idea that Julia loved another man had only a day before. Worthington remained silent, indicating his disagreement, but unwilling to voice his opinion in front of Sierra. "And why not just say that? I mean, did she really need to be that dramatic?" Grant offered her a hard glance. "You accused her of infidelity, Sierra, in a very nasty way." "Well," Sierra's nose wrinkled, "I still think she was being dramatic." Grant heaved a sigh. Dramatic or not, they'd just accused her of something she hadn't been doing. Sierra rolled her eyes after a second. "Whatever. It's over. She's not cheating. Crisis averted. I've got to run. Bye, Daddy." With a kiss on his cheek, she pounded her way to the front door and disappeared. Grant collapsed into his chair with a heavy sigh and a heavier heart. "Would you like to say I told you so now, or did you want to save it up for later?" "I would not like to say it at all, sir, though I will answer your earlier question about how this could have been missed." Grant flicked his eyebrows up, prodding for an answer. "You know very little of Mrs. Harrington's personal life, and it seems she's intent on keeping it very close to her." Grant scrubbed his face. "You're right, and I don't have any right to ask her for more." Worthington puckered his lips, clasping his hands in front of him. You don't agree again? I am uncertain this has to do with rights, sir, but more to do with wants. Grant let his head fall into his hands. I can't take your cryptic remarks, Worthington. Obviously, I lack the ability to properly handle Julia. Just tell me what you're saying. Worthington offered him a fleeting smile. Perhaps you ought not to view it as handling the current Mrs. Harrington, but rather sharing a life with her. But we don't. We don't share a life. She made that very clear before she stormed out of here. Did she? I overheard her explanation. Then you know what I'm talking about. Did she make it clear that she does not wish to share life with you, or does she assume you wish to maintain personal boundaries? He frowned at the question. She couldn't possibly think that, could she? They'd never had the conversation he'd wanted to have after the dinner party, and Sierra had made it very clear her role was merely for show. She'd pulled away. He slid his eyes closed as he realized she'd become more withdrawn from the moment she'd witnessed the issue with Bianca. When she'd said he owed her nothing, he hadn't refuted it. Grant's voice lowered, tinged with vulnerability. Oh, Worthington, I've really made a mess of this, haven't I? He paused, his gaze distant as he reflected on his past, littered with failed relationships and guarded emotions, which had led him to misinterpret and mishandle the delicate bond forming with Julia. Life is often messy. It does not seem to be unfixable. Grant tapped his phone. It is if she won't speak to me. Worthington offered a fleeting smile. The current Mrs. Harrington seems most understanding. I'm certain once she returns, you will manage to come to terms. Grant shook his head. I'm still not convinced she wants that. Sometimes small steps are better than large leaps. Grant heaved a sigh as he settled back in his chair. His eyes fell to another folder with a different photo. His uneasiness grew as he stared at it. I was so caught up in the idea she'd been with someone else, this was nearly overshadowed. Mr. Sterling is tracking it. And yesterday, Julia was nearly hit by a car. Grant exhaled a sharp breath, and I barely comforted her because I noticed she still had her rings off, though I managed to get jealous over the attention her doctor seemed to lavish on her. Has Mr. Sterling been informed of the incident with the car and Mrs. Harrington? Yes, he's working with the police to track the driver. I hope he finds answers soon. Until then, I think I may have to keep Julia out of the public eye. I don't want her hurt. That seems wise, sir. Grant tapped the folder of photographs. You know, I think I'll head into town and take Julia to lunch. Maybe I can make it up to her, and we can start fresh. That sounds like a lovely idea. I'm certain she would appreciate it very much. I will have James bring your car. Thank you, he said as he rose and tugged on his jacket. He grabbed the photographs from Julia's meeting and strode to the fireplace. With the lighter, he lit the corners, allowing them to catch fire before he tossed them inside. The papers charred and curled on the edges. He hoped it marked a symbolic end to the incident. Now he had to address it with Julia. Could he find the right words and set everything straight, and take a step forward with her again after so many steps back? Good luck, sir, Worthington said as he strode toward the front door. Thank you, Worthington, he said with a grin, feeling hope for the first time since this series of misunderstandings had shattered his slowly building relationship with Julia. He stepped into the bright afternoon sun as James eased his Mercedes to a stop. Mr. Harrington, heading into town? Yes, I'm trying to catch Julia for an impromptu lunch. Have a lovely meal, sir, James said as he tossed the keys to Grant, who caught them mid-air. He smiled as he slid behind the wheel, finally feeling the pieces of his life fall back into place. The stroke of luck came when Julia stumbled into that meeting, and their relationship blossomed from that point onward. It hadn't crumbled with her attentions turning to another man. He had a fresh chance to move them forward another step, and he planned to take it, to move them to a place with more openness and honesty. The buildings closed in around him. The heartbeat of the city spurred him forward, snaking through the streets toward the Magnolia Grand, where the charity board meeting was being held. The corners of his lips turned up as the grand old building came into sight. He'd sweep her away for a lunch at the Azalea Room inside the hotel. The low lighting, the soft music, and the private tables would make for the perfect place to apologize and start fresh. He brought the car to a stop outside the front doors. The valet pulled his door open and he stepped out, buttoning his jacket before he hurried up the steps and pushed through the revolving door into the opulent lobby. He threaded through the tropical foliage decorating it to the concierge. "Ballet board meeting?" "That wrapped up about half an hour ago," she said. His brows knitted as he wondered if he'd missed Julia. He tugged his phone from his pocket, intent on calling Worthington to determine if Julia was home. If not, he wasn't certain where to look for her. With the danger looming, he never should have let her leave upset. She could be anywhere. If anything happened to her... He didn't let his mind finish the thought. He thanked the woman and stepped away from the desk. His eyes fell on the quiet little restaurant he'd hoped to take Julia to when his heart stopped. He blinked at the scene in front of him, his features pinching. Julia sat at a table for two, and she wasn't alone. Dr. Kyle Carter sat across from her. He frowned at the situation. He bristled as the doctor's overly flirtatious nature yesterday flitted through his mind, though what he saw next raised his ire. The man leaned closer to her, reaching for her hand. He pulled it toward him, though Julia seemed to hold back. With both hands wrapped around hers, he offered her a pleading glance. A fire of jealousy rose within him, and he stalked toward them. "Julia?" Her eyes went wide, and she wiggled her hand free. "Grant!" "Oh, that's just perfect," the doctor said as he tossed his napkin on the table. "It's not what it looks like," she blurted as she rose. "You know, it's the fact that those are the first words out of your mouth, Julia, that makes me even more concerned about this situation. And you." The doctor's tone, edged with accusation, sliced through the air, adding to the growing tension. The weight of each word, heavy with implication and suspicion, hung between them. Grant snapped his gaze at the man. "What situation?" "This," Kyle said, standing from his seat and motioning toward the two of them. "This is not healthy, and it's not normal. Julia, step away from him." Grant screwed up his face before he glanced at Julia. She shook her head, stepping between them. "Dr. Carter, I've already told you that you have this all wrong." "Have what all wrong? Jules, what is going on here?" Kyle shook his head. "Don't answer that. You don't owe him any explanations." Grant's confusion hit an all-time high. "Julia," Kyle said, "step away from him." "What?" Grant barked. "It's okay, Julia. He can't hurt you anymore. Just come toward me." "Hurt her?" Grant's eyes went wide at the implication. "Okay, that's enough. Julia, let's go." He wrapped his hand around her arm. "Take your hands off her." "Kyle, I've told you that you're wrong," Julia insisted. "I've seen enough battered women to know not to take your word for it. I won't let this happen to you, Julia. You're too vibrant a woman to be subjected to this. Take your hands off her." "I will not," Grant said. "She's my wife, and this conversation is over." He pulled her closer to him when the doctor reached for her. "I don't think so." In one fluid motion, the doctor reached out, his hands firmly grasping Julia's arm. He pulled her swiftly behind him, positioning himself as a barrier between her and Grant. With a swift pivot, he launched his fist forward, his aim striking Grant squarely on the jaw. The impact sent Grant reeling backward, his balance lost, crashing into a nearby unoccupied table that clattered loudly in the sudden chaos. Pain exploded in his jaw, along with confusion. As Grant steadied himself, the clamor of the restaurant fading into a distant echo, his mind raced. This unexpected eruption of violence was more than a minor clash. What would the fallout of this pivotal moment be for their already strained relationship? Chapter 14. Julia. Julia's heart thudded against her ribs, drowning out the pounding of her heels against the ground as she stormed to her car. She ran a hand through her hair as she slid behind the wheel of the Porsche. She fired the engine and stomped on the accelerator, sending the sporty car screaming forward. Turmoil roiled within her. Why had he had her followed? Was she constantly being watched? And the threat of scandal notwithstanding, Grant's first words asked who the man was. Why did it seem personal to him? Memories of previous encounters flashed in her mind. After her concussion, he'd seemed so warm, yet now so cold. She leaned her elbow against the cool surface of the door, her forehead resting against her palm as the city's skyline approached. She'd done her best to keep her private affairs private. Sierra had been clear about her position. She was there to provide a service. It hadn't even occurred to her to tell anyone she was meeting with her brother-in-law. Had it been information anyone wanted? Did she really need to provide an itinerary for every meeting she had? Had that been part of the deal? The walls of her decisions closed in around her. She was a prisoner in a cell of her own making. She heaved a sigh, the city's chaos of traffic and people matching the turmoil in her mind. As she slowed to a stop at a red light, she sucked in deep breaths, turning up the fan on the ice-cold air conditioner. She supposed they had a point. She'd been contracted to provide the image of the perfect wife. While a meeting with her brother-in-law hardly jeopardized that, they controlled her image. They'd paid for that right. They owned her. And she had agreed to it. As traffic lurched forward, she tried to calm herself, wrapping her fingers around the steering wheel as she let her anger dissipate. It was no use being upset for something that was her own fault. As her anger slowed from a boil to a simmer, she examined her emotions more thoroughly. Had she been angry that she needed to report to them, or had she been angry that he doubted her? It didn't matter, she decided as the Magnolia Grand came into view. The inevitability of returning to Harrington House loomed over her. There, she'd be given a new set of rules for this charade. Personal lines shouldn't be crossed, outside of reporting her whereabouts. She pulled up to the curb. A valet hurried to open her door, and she slid out from behind the expensive car's wheel. She tried to steady herself as she climbed the stairs and pushed through the doors. She chewed her lower lip as she searched for the sign pointing to the Magnolia Room. "Julia?" a voice called behind her. She whipped around to find the owner, surprised to see Dr. Kyle Carter striding toward her. "Dr. Carter?" He grinned at her as he closed the distance. "Hi, what a coincidence seeing you here. Are you meeting someone for lunch?" No," she said, shoving a lock of hair behind her ear. "I'm here for the ballet board meeting." His eyebrows knitted as he studied her. "Is everything okay? You seem flushed." "Oh, yes," she said, blowing out a breath. "I'm fine. I just ran up the stairs. I thought I was late." No, you're not late. I happen to be on the board too. Well, what a lovely surprise. Can I walk you to the meeting?" He offered his arm. "Thank you," she said as she accepted it. Something about his easy charm struck her, but with the turmoil still ebbing and flowing inside her, she couldn't put the pieces of the puzzle together. "It's just this way. Are you new on the board?" "I am. How long have you been on it?" "This is my first meeting, too. We'll be new together." He grinned at her as he pulled open the door and motioned for her to precede him. She stepped into the large meeting room and the din of chatter from the other board members. A warm hand pressed against her back, and she twisted to find Kyle behind her. He offered her a smile. "Let's find seats. If we're lucky, we can sit together." Julia offered him a fleeting smile before Caroline Foster hurried toward her. "Julia, so lovely to see you. I'm so glad you could join us." She flicked her gaze to Kyle. "Hello, Caroline. Thanks for recommending me. This is Dr. Kyle Carter. He's also joining the board." Caroline thrust a hand out to shake his as she gave him the once-over. "Hi, Kyle Carter. Julia and I happened to have the unfortunate luck to have met yesterday after she took a spill." Caroline's eyes widened as she glanced at Julia. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, just not paying attention, but I'm no worse for wear." The lights flickered, indicating the start of the meeting. "Oh, good. We'll talk later." Caroline squeezed her hand before she hurried to her seat. Kyle pushed in Julia's chair as she sat before sliding into the seat next to her. As the hour passed, the room buzzed with plans and proposals, and board members discussing budgets and fundraisers. The light filtering through the tall windows cast a warm glow over the meeting, contrasting with the storm still brewing in her mind. The meeting concluded, leaving a buzz of conversation in its wake. Julia methodically tapped her papers into a neat stack, feeling Kyle's presence hovering beside her. "Well, thank you for showing me where the meeting was," she said with a smile as she rose. "You're welcome," he answered, his gaze lingering. "Would you like to join me for lunch? There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Caught off guard by the invitation, Julia hesitated. The prospect of a short reprieve from the impending confrontation with Grant held a certain appeal. Simultaneously, a sense of politeness nudged her towards accepting. "Yes, I'm free. I'd be happy to," she found herself saying, her thoughts a mix of gratitude for a timely distraction and a desire to be civil. "Great," he said with a wide grin. "Is the azalea room downstairs suitable?" "Of course." Kyle guided her from the room and down to the restaurant, securing a table for two overlooking the lush greenery of the lobby. The waitress approached immediately with their menus. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Scotch, neat. Julia? Wine, perhaps?" "Just a ginger ale, thank you." They perused the offerings and placed their order. Julia sipped at her ginger ale, acutely aware of Kyle's eyes on her. She flicked her gaze to him, offering a polite smile. "So, how's the wrist feeling?" "Oh, much better. Just a little sore, but really nothing at all." She wiggled it around to show him her range of movement. "Good, that's very good. I'm glad there's no lasting damage." His gaze lingered on her again, his icy blue eyes piercing hers. She shifted in her seat, uncomfortable under his scrutiny. You said you had something you'd like to discuss?" "Yes, but we could wait until after we've eaten." "No, please. Go ahead, Dr. Carter." "Kyle, please." She smiled at him. "Kyle." He rubbed his hands against his pant legs as he sucked in a breath. "Julia, this isn't something that's easy to bring up, but as a doctor, I feel I must." Julia's heart skipped a beat. Had he seen something in her test results that he hadn't told her? Visions of brain tumors danced in her mind. She supposed it could explain her odd decisions of late. The arrival of their lunch interrupted any further discussion until the waitress bustled away. "I'm sorry, but is there some problem with one of my tests?" Julia burst as she left. Kyle shook his head and stabbed at the greens of his grilled salmon salad. No, you're perfectly healthy, which in some ways makes this all the harder." She huffed out a laugh as she pushed her pasta around the pasta bowl. This all sounds very dire. After setting his fork down, he dabbed at the corners of his mouth. It is. Her heart thudded against her ribs at the words. What was he talking about? He pressed his lips together, his eyes settling onto his salad before they flicked up to hers. Julia, I'm seriously concerned about you. She stammered out a few sounds before she swallowed and tried to formulate a response. I'm sorry. I'm not following you. As a doctor, we see this more often than you may think, and it comes from all backgrounds, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. Her eyebrows knitted as she tried to follow the conversation. He offered her a consoling glance. Julia, you've been in the emergency room twice in as many months with odd injuries. I guess I'm a bit of a klutz, though I hadn't expected to find a missing woman or for a car to nearly run me over. Okay, that explains those, sure, but it doesn't explain the other odd behavior. She grabbed her drink, the wet, cold glass pressing against her skin. Odd behavior? Yes, I looked through your records from your first visit. I must admit, I followed that story, so I did see the press conference after your husband's arrest. And then there was yesterday, and now today. Kyle, I'm very sorry, but I'm not following you. I noticed something peculiar about your husband's behavior yesterday. His demeanor. It didn't fit with someone whose partner had been in grave danger. He was cold, austere. His biggest concern seemed to be my attention on you. Julia shrank down in her seat. She couldn't explain his behavior, but she assumed it stemmed from their lack of emotional connection. And today, he continued, when you came in, you were flushed, upset, distracted. Julia, this all adds up to one very common thing. She arched an eyebrow as he spoke again. Abuse. The words smacked her in the face. Despite Grant's recent cold, distant behavior, she reminded herself they were merely contractual partners. Warmth was not a part of the deal. This wasn't abuse. It was just indifference, but she couldn't explain that. She began to shake her head when he held up a hand. Julia, please. Not all abuse is physical. There are many forms of it, and I see all the signs in your husband. He is controlling. And the fact that you make the excuses that you do, I'm a klutz. It's my fault. I shouldn't have. Those are hallmark signs of an abused woman. I'm not being abused, she said. Grant is... The doctor leaned forward, awaiting her answer. Intense? She choked out. Yes, he's a very aggressive businessman. He likes to get his way, but he's nothing like that in a relationship. I promise, he's not abusive. She forced a nervous smile, trying to reassure him. He stared at her for a moment before he reached forward to take her hand. She tried to pull away, but he wrapped his other hand around hers, tugging it closer. Julia. His words were interrupted by Grant's booming voice. Julia? She snapped her gaze to the lobby, finding him storming toward them. After the misunderstanding this morning, her mind reeled. He'd likely assumed this to be another romantic liaison. Grant! She ripped her hand from Kyle's. His figure loomed as he approached the table. Time seemed to slow. Julia spotted the tightening of his jaw, the hardening of his eyes, the unspoken storm brewing in his gaze. The doctor's features twisted with annoyance as he tossed his napkin on the table. Oh, that's just perfect. It's not what it looks like, Julia said as she leapt from her seat. Kyle shook his head. You know, it's the fact that those are the first words out of your mouth, Julia, that makes me even more concerned about this situation. And you. Grant snapped his gaze at the man. What situation? This, Kyle said, standing from his seat and motioning toward the two of them. This is not healthy, and it's not normal. Julia, step away from him." Julia's heart pounded, disbelief coursing through her. "Dr. Carter, I've already told you that you have this all wrong." "Have what all wrong? Jules, what is going on here?" Kyle shook his head. "Don't answer that. You don't owe him any explanations." Julia struggled to smooth over the situation, spiraling wildly out of her control. Kyle didn't seem to be listening to anything she said. "Julia," Kyle said, "step away from him." "What?" Grant barked. "It's okay, Julia. He can't hurt you anymore. Just come toward me." Julia stood motionless, unable to stop the train barreling toward them. Before she could interject, Grant did. "Hurt her? Okay, that's enough. Julia, let's go." He wrapped his hand around her arm. "Take your hands off her."
"Kyle, I've told you that you're wrong."
She tried desperately to make him understand, her fingers wrapped tightly around the cloth napkin. "I've seen enough battered women to know not to take your word for it. I won't let this happen to you, Julia. You're too vibrant a woman to be subjected to this. Take your hands off her." "I will not," Grant said. "She's my wife, and this conversation is over." He pulled her closer to him when the doctor reached for her. "I don't think so." Before she realized what was happening, Kyle whisked her swiftly behind him, positioning himself between her and Grant, before he twisted and launched a punch that struck Grant in the jaw. The impact sent Grant reeling backward, his balance lost, crashing into a nearby unoccupied table that clattered loudly in the sudden chaos. Gasps rang out, including from Julia. "Grant!" She tried to rush toward him, but Kyle stopped her. "Julia, leave him. Let me take you somewhere safe." Grant rose, rubbing his jaw as he steadied himself. "I don't think so." Grant grabbed hold of the man's shoulder and twisted him around before he landed a punch. Blood sprayed from the doctor's split lip. Kyle staggered back, but recovered quickly and lunged at Grant. Julia scampered back a few steps as the violence continued. Kyle's gentle but misplaced concern contrasted starkly with Grant's assertive, borderline aggressive behavior, and she stood caught in the middle. Two waiters raced toward them as cell phones sprang to life, capturing the fight on camera from every possible angle. Kyle slammed into Grant, sending them both sprawling onto the floor. They rolled across it, slamming into another table and upending it. "Leave her alone!" Kyle shouted before he landed another blow. Julia's mind raced at the sudden outburst of violence. How had this happened? Why? It made no sense. Two of the waiters finally reached the tangle of men and tugged Kyle off as he struggled to free himself. "Grant!" Julia cried as she crossed toward him. Another set of waiters lifted him to his feet as he tried to break free from them. Tension still hung heavy between the two men. "Stay away from my wife." "You don't deserve her," Kyle shouted back, yanking at his limbs in a desperate attempt to free him. Julia reached Grant's side, studying the bruise already forming on his jaw. Kyle offered her a pinched glance. "Julia, don't. Just think about what I said." Before she could react to the statement, police swarmed them, separating the two men and handcuffing them both while they sorted out the situation. "You want to tell me what happened here?" a uniformed officer asked Julia, a notepad in his hand. Julia's mind whirled to piece together the incident. It had gone from the assumption Grant was abusive and escalated from there. She flicked her still wide-eyed gaze from Grant to Kyle before it landed on the officer. "It was a misunderstanding." The man glanced behind him at the two men, nursing their respective wounds while still handcuffed. "That's some misunderstanding, lady." "That's false," Kyle interjected as he stormed toward them. "Oh, get him away from her!" Grant shouted, taking a step toward him, when another uniformed officer stopped him. Whoa, gentlemen, let's take a step back here. This was not a misunderstanding at all, Kyle said, placing himself between the officer and Julia. This woman is being abused. I stepped in to help. I'm a doctor. She is not, Grant shouted. Kyle flicked his eyebrows up as he shot an ire-filled glance at Grant. Really? Because your behavior right now certainly suggests that she is. All right, that's enough. You're both going in. Is that really necessary? Julia asked. I think it got out of hand. No one meant for it to escalate the way it did. The officer blinked at her a few times before he flicked his gaze to Grant. You want to press charges? No, he answered, his voice a low growl. It got out of hand. She's right. The officer returned his gaze to Kyle. You? Julia waited for his answer, hoping this would be the end of the ugly incident. He lifted his chin. Most definitely, yes. What? Julia choked out. I'm sorry, Julia. I know this will seem hurtful right now, but in the long run, this is for the best. He twisted to face the officer. When I threw that punch, I knew what I was doing. He practically dragged her out of here by her hair. I could not let him leave with her. That's not true, Julia cried. Now, Julia, it's common to have these feelings, Kyle started when she backed a few steps away from him. The situation pressed in around her as it continued to spiral beyond her control. He's going to the station. He can't hurt you now. Let me take you somewhere safe. He reached for her with his wrists still bound. Get your hands off of her, Grant shouted again as the officers dragged him from the restaurant. This is insane. I'm going with Grant. You're wrong. Julia, Kyle shouted as she followed behind her husband. Mrs. Harrington, the uniformed officer said as he hurried behind her. Maybe the best thing would be some distance. Do you have a friend you could stay with or someplace you can go tonight? I'm fine, she answered as she hurried toward the door. A string of police cruisers polluted the street out front. She spotted Grant being shoved into the back of one as she hurried to the valet. I really need my car. Ma'am, I'm not sure. He glanced at the snarl of traffic. Now, she insisted, sending the man scurrying away as she dug in her purse for her phone. Trembling fingers swiped through her contact list to find Mitchell Caldwell's number. She ran a shaky hand through her hair as she pressed it to her ear. Within 20 minutes, she sat on the hard, uncomfortable chair in the waiting room at the police station. Her last visit here had been when Grant was arrested for murder. This time, assault. A television hanging high on the wall played a news station. Julia stared at it with unseeing eyes until something familiar caught her attention. A grainy video of two men fighting played as the headline underneath read, Billionaire Barroom Brawl, in large white letters. The serious-faced newscaster detailed the breaking news, her voice a mix of concern and stoicism. Billionaire Grant Harrington is once again in the spotlight for what appears to be a fistfight with a New Orleans doctor. The violence sparked after what bystanders described as a confrontation over a woman. Julia's heart flip-flopped, praying her face wouldn't appear on the screen next. The video feed cut to a cameraman chasing Kyle down the steps of the hotel. I have no comment other than to say this is a private matter. Julia sank her chin into her palm as the newscaster returned to the screen. It is still unclear what prompted the incident or who threw the first punch, but Harrington was taken into custody earlier today. Viewers may recall this is the second arrest for Harrington in as many months. Merely 2 months earlier, he was accused of murdering his secretary, who was eventually found alive and well. Her hard-nosed features turned lighter as she detailed the upcoming sports report. Julia slid her eyes closed as tears stung her eyes. As Julia sat in the sterile glow of the police station's fluorescent lights, a cold realization settled over her. She couldn't help but wonder if this scandal was the tip of the iceberg. What if this public spectacle was more than just a misunderstanding? What if it was the beginning of a far greater threat, one that could not only unravel their image, but the fabric of their lives? A shiver shot through her, as much from the dark thoughts raging through her mind as the cold air streaming from a vent above her in the ceiling. As she gathered her purse and rose to switch seats, the door opened, and a figure strode in. Limned in the light from the hall, it took her a second to realize it was Dr. Kyle Carter. Her heart hammered in her chest, a mix of dread and disbelief swirling within her. Her clammy palms gripped her purse, bracing for what may come next. She swallowed hard as they locked eyes. Was he here to escalate the situation or offer support? Either way, it was likely more trouble than she needed. Chapter 15. Grant. Grant's jaw flexed as he gritted his teeth while they shoved him into the back of the police cruiser for the second time in as many months. His mind raced, trying to sort through the situation and the fallout, but confusion and anger reigned. He'd been on his way to whisk Julia away for a private lunch, to take a step forward in solving their issues. He'd misjudged her earlier, and he needed to fix that. Now he had no opportunity to resolve anything. The cruiser pulled away from the curb, on its way to the station. Julia's face, a mix of complex emotions, floated past his window. Her eyes, usually clear of expression, were muddled with fear, worry, and something else he couldn't decipher. It gnawed at him. The uncertainty of her feelings toward him made the situation even worse. Had she had enough of this charade? She'd been angry at him when she'd stormed from the house after explaining her so-called indiscretion. After this embarrassment, would she prefer to cut ties before anything else went wrong? They weren't on the best of terms. This couldn't have come at a worse time. As the towering buildings passed by his window, their silhouettes casting long shadows in the afternoon sun, his mind parsed through the incident itself. He had intruded on a scene that, at first glance, appeared uncomfortably intimate between Julia and the doctor. The memory of their proximity, followed by the doctor's accusations and desperate attempts to protect his wife from him, churned in him, a mix of jealousy and protective instinct roiling. This time, he hadn't immediately jumped to any conclusions about them, but the uncomfortable look on Julia's face made him rush toward her. He'd noticed the doctor's interest in her yesterday. Yes, his jealousy had flared again, but this time to protect her, not to accuse her. What he'd walked in on, however, hadn't been anything like he'd anticipated. Was his judgment this poor when it came to her? This woman is being abused. The doctor's declaration to the police reverberated through his mind. How had things spiraled to that point? What had led the doctor to make such a damning declaration? Had Julia said something to him? Something innocent that had made him think that? He seemed insistent on protecting Julia. While he could understand the urge to protect her, he couldn't understand how any of this had happened, and how he'd ended up in the back of a police cruiser again. In a horrible repeat, they hauled him from the cruiser's back seat, leading him through the sterile, echoing corridors of the police station. Each step felt heavier than the last. Somehow this time seemed worse than his murder charge. That time, Julia had stood by his side, waiting at the police station for him. She'd believed him. This time, he had no idea if she'd stand by his side. After their argument this morning, followed by a second, very public confrontation, she may avoid him entirely. Would even their contract fall apart? He finally found himself alone in the cold, uninviting embrace of the interrogation room, its barren walls a stark reminder of his isolation. As he sat alone in the starkly lit room, a sense of impending confrontation weighed on him. He braced himself, knowing whatever came next likely wouldn't bode well for him. A second later, the door popped open. The same detective who had interrogated him over Evelyn's disappearance strode in, a smirk on his sharp features. Well, 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 here we are again. Grant shook his head with a sigh. Wrongfully accused again. The man slapped a folder onto the cold metal table before he dragged the chair across the concrete floor. It echoed loudly in the space before he sank into it. It's funny how that keeps happening, isn't it? I don't find it amusing in the least. Neither do I, only this time, I don't think you're wrongfully accused. You haven't learned anything from the last time, have you? Grant asked. I think we've learned quite a bit. It's interesting, because the last time I saw you, I came to the same conclusion that the good doctor did. Grant's jaw tensed as he worked to keep his emotions in check. The last time the man had mentioned Julia's fear of him, he'd lunged across the table. He couldn't afford to do that again. Instead, he bit into his tongue to keep his mouth shut. So tell me what happened. This guy ogle pretty little Julia a minute too long? Maybe she was into him too. The statement burned through him, but he kept his anger in check, though he clenched his fists under the table. I didn't throw the first punch. You're saying the doctor did? Yes, he did. Ask anyone there. Ask Julia. The man flicked his gaze up to Grant's face. We will. Tell me, though, why would I believe this? Why would an upstanding man like Dr. Kyle Carter punch you? Grant lifted his shoulders in a shrug. You'd have to ask him. He didn't say anything to you at all? Nothing to prompt this supposed attack? Grant recognized the tactic designed to draw information that he may not have and paint him into a corner. I think I've said all I'm going to say until my attorney arrives. Well, we have a witness who says you were quite aggressive with both him and Mrs. Harrington just before the altercation. Can you explain that? I'll wait for my attorney. The man snorted a laugh. That's typical. Lawyer up. I'll tell you, though, with the amount of trouble you seem to be getting yourself in, it'll be a miracle if this latest marriage of yours lasts a year. The man rose, tapping the folder against the table as he stared at Grant for a minute, before striding from the room. Alone again, the walls seemed to close in even further around him. Was Julia here? Were they questioning her? Would she admit their tenuous attachment? The door opened again, though this time Mitchell strode in, his stern expression only slightly lighter than the last time they'd met in the same room. We really need to stop meeting like this, Grant, he answered as he slid his briefcase on the table and snapped it open. Tell me about it, and tell me this one will be easier to get me out of. Mitchell grabbed a legal pad from his briefcase and slid a pen from his jacket pocket. Well, it's not murder, this time, but much of this will depend on what both Julia and this other person— his eyebrows furrowed as he scanned his notes— Dr. Kyle Carter say in their statements. You'll be able to get me out of here well before they make their statements, though, right? I really need to talk to Julia. That may not be wise, Grant. Grant knitted his eyebrows. What does that mean? She's my wife. I'm going to see her when I go home. The police are going to recommend she not stay at the house tonight. Whether or not she does is entirely up to her, but if she does not return to Harrington House, do not seek her out. No calls, no texts, no contact at all. Grant's heart kicked up from a slow thud to a quick pounding. What? Grant, where did these accusations come from? I don't know. I can't fathom how this started. Is there anything Julia may have said that could have been misconstrued? Did you have a fight recently? Grant's mind flicked to the incident this morning. There was an incident this morning. There have been a series of misunderstandings. I was on my way to clear it all up when this happened. An incident? Grant stared at the reflective surface of the metal table as Julia's angry words echoed in his mind again. Grant, look, I don't believe any of this, but I need to know what I'm dealing with here. I don't want any surprises. He tapped his pen on the notepad with a sigh. And if it helps, Julia called me. She seemed upset. Upset? Upset how? Upset with the situation. She's here. I haven't spoken with her yet. I wanted your side first, so I can work on getting these charges vacated. Grant considered his statement, trying to read through the simple words to discover Julia's mindset. Grant, the incident with Julia this morning? A misunderstanding. I thought Julia had been with someone else. There were pictures of her with another man. Sierra confronted her. She explained it was her brother-in-law, though she was frustrated at the accusation. Did you work it out? No. She left the house for the board meeting. I went into town to take her to lunch and explain, but I found her with the doctor. He hit me minutes into the conversation. Mitchell flicked his eyebrows up as he jotted a note. So he struck you first? Yes. He grabbed Julia and pulled her away from me before he punched me right in the jaw. I retaliated because he tried to take her. Take her? Julia? Yes. He said he'd take her somewhere safe. All right. Mitchell jotted a few more notes. Let me see what we're looking at here and see if we can make some headway. Thanks, Mitchell. The man rose, packing up his briefcase before he pulled it off the table. Oh, is it possible for me to see Julia? That's not wise given the abuse claim. Let me talk to her first, see if I can get a feel for what may have caused this. Thanks. Please tell her... Grant tried to search for suitable words. Tell her we'll talk soon. Mitchell bobbed his head before he left the room. Silence stretched in the small room as Grant's anxiety mounted. He imagined Julia sitting in a small room like this one, a barrage of questions flung at her, probing and prodding for personal information. How would she handle it? And would her resentment toward him grow? If only he wouldn't have let his emotions rule him earlier. The terse exchange about the photographs may have ended very differently. She would have come home instead of going to lunch with a man obviously interested in her. And now, he may not have been sitting in an interrogation room with a jail cell looming in his future. Oh, Julia, he said as he heaved a sigh. Why must things be so complicated between us? Was it the contractual boundaries that muddled their relationship, or something deeper that kept her at arm's length? His mind conjured the image of her face, filled with unreadable emotion as they took him away in the squad car again. He hoped he had the chance to explain. Lost in thought, he stared at his distorted features and the reflective surface of the marred metal table. Even if he explained, could he ever make a woman like Julia happy? As his thoughts continued to spiral, the door creaked open. A chill ran over him, an unexplained sense of foreboding hanging over him. He expected Mitchell to enter and give him bad news. Tell me something good, he said, his eyes still focused on his broken reflection. A snorted laugh pulled him back to reality. He glanced at the door, his heart skipping a beat as he stared at the figure looming there. Dr. Kyle Carter hovered just inside the door as it slowly closed behind him. His piercing gaze locked on Grant. I'm sorry, Grant. I don't think I can do that. Grant's jaw tightened and his eyes narrowed as he stared at the man, annoyance mixing with anger. Kyle's lips tugged back in a smirk as he casually slid his hands into his pockets. Grant resisted the urge to throttle the man as his emotions ran high. Images of the man's hand grabbing Julia's, of his intense interest in her, flitted through his mind, stoking his rage. He hoped this confrontation wouldn't end worse than the last one. "Get out." The doctor offered a soft chuckle again, a wicked grin on his still boyish features. "Another request I can't accommodate." He slid into the chair across from Grant, his icy eyes sizing him up. "I hope the accommodations here are to your liking. It seems you've been finding yourself in these situations more and more often." Grant replied through clenched teeth. "Thanks to a string of false accusations." "Unfortunately, there is nothing false about this one." The man rubbed his chin and winced, a playful smile darting across his face after. "And I have the bruises to prove it. Oh, along with several cell phone videos that captured your overly aggressive behavior perfectly." "You hit me first." "To save the lady." His features remained amused, as though they were playing a game. "I'm the White Knight here, just out to protect sweet Julia." Grant's fingers tightened into fists. "Don't say her name." Kyle's features twisted into a broad smile. "That really gets to you, doesn't it?" He flicked his gaze sideways, as though processing the information, before he bobbed his head. "She's my wife. I prefer to see her protected, always." "It's too bad you're in handcuffs, though. Rather difficult to do from behind bars, isn't it?" Grant narrowed his eyes at the man. Kyle raised his unrestrained wrists. "I, on the other hand, am free." His lips twitched with a mischievous smile. "Poor Julia. She'll need a shoulder to cry on, and my arms will be available to hold her when she does." Grant's features twisted as the man made a direct threat. Kyle turned pensive. "She really is beautiful. I'll bet she's just as beautiful when she cries. Do you know? Have you made her cry before?" "If you lay one finger on her..." "You'll what?" The playfulness disappeared from Kyle's features, replaced with an aggressive stare. "Kill me? Go ahead, Grant. Threaten me. Play right into the groundwork I've already laid out about how dangerous you are." "I would never hurt Julia." Kyle pretended to ponder it. "That may be so, but when I'm finished, she won't know what to think. And with your history, well, I wouldn't be so certain that she'll continue to defend you. She really was something at that news conference after your first arrest. How long do you think this pattern can continue before she realizes what you are?" Grant's jaw clenched as the doctor's insinuations struck at his heart. He'd wondered the same thing not an hour ago. "What do you want?" Kyle raised his eyebrows. "So we've come to the point. Oh, good. I've been dying to get here." He chuckled as though he was intensely amused. "What do I want? Such a simple question, and yet such an expansive answer." "Get to the point." Kyle flicked his icy gaze toward Grant, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. He gripped the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white as his jaw clenched. "I want your life dismantled, piece by piece. And I'm going to start with Julia." Grant read the raw emotion in the man's face. A cold dread settled in his chest. He'd faced adversaries before, but something about this one seemed personal. This was a vendetta, a relentless pursuit for a yet unknown reason that threatened to shatter everything he'd built. Chapter 16. Julia. Julia flicked her gaze away from Kyle as she scurried toward a chair in the corner. "Julia." His voice pierced through her, setting her nerves on edge after the incident at the restaurant. She felt his eyes on her, and she froze before she could settle into the seat. His voice softened. "Julia, please. I don't mean to rub salt in the wounds. Can we talk?" She spun slowly to face him, her heart racing as turmoil roiled within her. "I don't think that's the best idea, Dr. Carter." Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he flicked his gaze to the floor. "Please, let's not do that." "To what?" she asked, heat lacing her voice. let's not let this put distance where there shouldn't be any. Don't shut me out. There's more at stake here than you realize. I'm not looking to hurt you. Quite the opposite." Her shoulders slumped as she tried to formulate a response to the delicate statement that wouldn't make things worse. "Tell you what, things are still raw. I have to give my statement, but let's talk afterward. I promise I'll listen, but you have to promise to do the same." She fluttered her eyelashes at the proposition. He promised to listen. Maybe this would be the way to sort out this entire situation. "All right." He grinned at her. "Good. I won't be long." She eased into the hard seat as he wandered to the desk and spoke to one of the officers. The man nodded at him before directing him through a doorway into the back. Julia bit her thumbnail as the chaotic energy of the police station buzzed around her. The clanking of doors and muffled voices created a dissonant backdrop. Her mind drifted to her situation with Grant. The contractual lines had once again blurred. Was it possible to keep them clear? Before she delved deeper, the door to the back burst open. Her heart stopped momentarily, and her breath hitched as she expected the confrontation with Kyle sooner than she expected. A sigh of relief escaped her as Mitchell strode into the waiting room. She leapt from her seat and hurried toward him. "Mitchell, thank you for coming. How does it look? Is there anything I can do?" The man slid an arm around her. "Let's sit down and chat, shall we?" She bobbed her head as they shuffled back to her corner seat and perched on the edge of it, swallowing hard. "Julia, can you tell me anything about what happened?" Julia sucked in a breath as she composed her thoughts. Could she tell him? She barely understood it herself. I'm not really sure, to be honest. This entire thing escalated far more quickly than I expected." "Okay, just slow down. Start from the beginning. How did the physical fight start?" Julia nodded, composing herself and focusing only on that piece. Kyle and I were having lunch. Grant came in and, Julia struggled to recall the details that had led to the violence. "I guess Kyle thought he came on too strong, and he pulled me away from Grant and punched him. It came on the heels of Kyle saying he suspected I was in an abusive relationship." Mitchell jotted a few notes on his legal pad before he flicked his gaze back to Julia. "So you can confirm Dr. Carter lashed out first?" "Yes, definitely. He just punched Grant out of nowhere." "And you mentioned the doctor saying he suspected an abusive relationship. Did he say what led to that?" Julia sucked in a breath and nodded. "Yes, he said Grant's behavior seemed odd to him after my accident, that he seemed overbearing and more worried about Kyle's attention on me than my well-being. He seemed insistent about this despite what I said." "So you told him this was not the case?" "Yes, definitely. I told him several times before Grant arrived. Then when Grant came, I don't know, it's like he snapped. He just kept insisting that I was too close to see it." Mitchell set his pen on the pad, fixing his gaze on Julia. "Julia, this may be a difficult question for you, but I need an honest answer. I'm not asking as Grant's attorney. I'm asking as your friend. Is there anything that could be construed as abusive from your perspective?" "No," Julia answered immediately. She bit her lower lip, leaning closer to Mitchell. "I think he may have picked up on the lack of personal connection between us." Mitchell bobbed his head. "I see. But nothing else that can be considered abusive behavior?" "No, nothing. I tried to explain that to Dr. Carter, but he didn't accept that." Mitchell twisted the cap onto his pen. "Okay, one more question. Grant said something about a misunderstanding between you this morning. He said you left without resolving it. Did you mention anything about that to Dr. Carter?" "No, and it was just that, a misunderstanding. Nothing beyond what a normal couple would go through, to be honest." Have you given your statement yet?
No. Should I do that now?
When you're ready. It may help quite a bit.
If you'd like legal representation, I'd be happy to sit in with you. Do you think I need it?
Mitchell lifted a shoulder.
You're not in any trouble, but if you'd like some guidance, it would be appropriate.
Julia glanced at the dirty tile floor under her feet.
I don't want to do anything that may make this worse for Grant, so I think I'd like to take you up on that.
Good. If you're ready, I'll arrange for it now.
Thank you.
Julia grasped the chair's arm, her knuckles turning white as she tried to rehearse what she'd say within her statement. How could she explain all of this, and in a way that bolstered Grant's case, rather than shoot holes into it?
Julia?
Mitchell's voice tugged her back to reality.
We're ready.
She swallowed hard as she rose and strode toward Mitchell with a nervous smile. They settled in an interrogation room. Julia shivered as she eased into the seat, imagining Grant stuck alone in one of these. A detective strode into the room, his shrewd eyes settling on Julia. He shifted a microphone around on the table before he offered her a polite smile. Mrs. Harrington, it's nice to finally meet you. You seem to be a woman who has set the world on fire. Julia tightened her grip on her purse strap under the table. Let's keep the personal commentary to a minimum, detective. Mitchell shot back. Mrs. Harrington is willingly giving a statement as to the nature of the incident. Incident? The detective scoffed as he leaned back in the chair. Do you mean the brawl where Mr. Harrington decked an upstanding doctor? Julia's nervous energy twisted her features into an annoyed frown at his insinuation. Mitchell laid a hand on her arm as he spoke again. Detective, are you interested in Mrs. Harrington's statement, or would you prefer to piece together what happened the way you think it did? The man held his hand up. My apologies. All right, Mrs. Harrington. Can you describe what happened earlier this afternoon at the Azalea Room? Julia sucked in a breath, sliding her gaze to Mitchell, who offered her a nod.
I was having lunch with Dr. Carter.
Let me stop you there. Do you often have lunch with Dr. Carter?
No,
Julia answered.
This was our first lunch. Dr. Carter invited me after the ballet board meeting concluded. We both serve on that.
I see. So you went to the meeting together, then he took you to lunch.
No,
Julia corrected.
We didn't go together. We both attended the meeting and then he asked me to lunch.
Are you in the habit of going to lunch with men other than your husband?
That's not relevant,
Mitchell interjected. I disagree. Perhaps Mrs. Harrington loves to lunch with other men, drawing the ire of her husband.
No,
Julia said again.
I rarely lunch with anyone other than my husband.
So why did you accept this invitation?
Dr. Carter told me he wanted to discuss something with me, so I accepted.
The detective crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. And what was it he wanted to discuss? Julia sucked in a breath as she tried to piece together the nonsensical conversation.
I had been in the emergency room yesterday after an incident with a car nearly hitting me. He said he noticed some concerning behavior and thought I may be in an abusive relationship.
Are you? The detective flicked his gaze to Julia.
Absolutely not,
she answered. Then why would the doctor think that? Julia pressed her lips together as Mitchell fielded the question.
You'd have to ask the good doctor. There is no way Mrs. Harrington knows what is in his mind.
Care to hazard a guess, Mrs. Harrington?
I couldn't possibly, even if I tried. There are no problems between Grant and me. We have a stable, normal relationship.
You don't argue?
Of course we argue. I said we have a normal relationship, but there is no bitterness, no animosity. We argue, then we work it out.
Sounds like you have a pretty great relationship.
I'd say so. I'm very happy with it.
So, the doctor's wrong. Did you tell him that?
Yes, I did.
As the detective leaned forward, the weight of his scrutiny descended on her shoulders. His questions, though professional, seemed invasive, probing into every corner of her life. Then what led to the fight? Julia paused to collect her thoughts. When Grant arrived, he approached us. Dr. Carter had been holding my hand at the time, and I wanted my husband to know that it was not what it seemed. I told him that, and Dr. Carter took that as a defense to an abusive husband. He took it upon himself to pull me away from Grant and punch him. Grant defended himself, and it just escalated from there. So Dr. Carter threw the first punch in a misguided attempt to protect you from what he perceived was an angry husband. Mitchell heaved a sigh. Again, Detective, you'd have to ask Dr. Carter why he did what he did. The detective flicked his gaze from Julia to Mitchell before he leaned closer, skepticism coloring his voice. And you expect us to believe that a respected doctor would hurl an accusation like this without any basis? It's the truth, she said with a shrug. All right, he said with a bob of his head. If we have any questions, is it all right if we follow up? Julia nodded as they all rose to stand. Yes, of course. Oh, one last thing. In these sorts of cases, we usually recommend some time apart for the spouses. Do you have somewhere you can stay? I will be staying at Harrington House with my husband. There is no reason for there to be time apart. The accusation is ridiculous. The detective pressed his lips together, his eyebrows wiggling. Well, okay then. The man shuffled from the room, leaving Julia with Mitchell. As always, Julia, you proved to be an exceptional asset to Grant. With your statement, I hope to get these charges dismissed very quickly. It'll only be the doctor's statement that holds us up. Thank you, Mitchell. I'll wait if you think Grant will be released soon. No need. I'm certain Grant will want you home. I'll keep you informed. He wanted me to pass along that you'd talk soon. She plastered on a smile, though the words struck her as odd. All right, I'll head home. Thank you, Mitchell. Tell Grant I'll see him at home. I will. Thanks, Julia. We'll be in touch. She offered him another fleeting smile as she left the interrogation room behind, exiting into the waiting room and giving it a quick scan. Her heart thudded against her ribs as she found it empty of anyone she knew. With her pulse quickening, she hurried across the room and into the hall. She hoped to avoid another confrontation with Kyle. She couldn't hear all the misinformation he found so compelling. With a sigh of relief, she pushed into the late afternoon air. Her fingers tightened around her purse strap, and she swallowed hard. The weight of the day threatened to crush her. She craved nothing more than the silence of Harrington House, rather than the sharp sounds of the city that surrounded her. As she descended the stairs to cross to the visitors' parking lot, a familiar voice called to her. Her heart stopped, rising into her throat. Her features pinched as she spun to find Kyle hurrying down the stairs toward her. Julia, wait. He jogged the distance between them as she shifted her weight, her fingers tightening on her handbag. You promised we'd talk. Kyle, I'm exhausted from all of this. I just want to go home and... Please tell me you have somewhere else to stay away from him. I can't imagine with the legal team he has at his disposal that he won't get bail. Julia slid her eyes closed for a moment. Did he honestly believe everything he was saying, or was this some sort of ploy to strike at Grant? Warm fingers wrapped around her forearm. Julia. She bristled at the touch, pulling back from him. I'm sorry, he said. You just seem so upset. I am very upset, Kyle. My husband is in jail right now for no reason, and you don't seem to be listening to anything I've said. Kyle set his hands on his hips as he lowered his gaze to the ground before he shook his head. Julia, I know this is hard. It's not. It's impossible. You're making it impossible. I'm not. Please, let's go find a quiet place to talk. I'll listen to your side, but you have to listen to mine. I'm not inexperienced in this sort of thing. I've seen a lot of women. No, Julia said, with a vehement shake of her head. "I'm not being abused. This conversation is finished." She spun on a heel and took a few steps toward the parking lot. "Julia, wait," Kyle said as he hurried after her. He pulled a card from his pocket along with a pen, quickly scrawling something on the back. "This is my personal cell phone number. When you're ready to hear what I have to say, call or text. Anytime, any hour, day or night." Julia side-eyed it, refusing to take it. She reached her car and tugged the door open, sliding behind the wheel. As she reached for the door to pull it shut, Kyle blocked her, crouching to eye her as he held the card out. "Take the card, Julia. You will regret it if you don't." Her brow furrowed as the last statement came across as a threat. With reluctance lingering, she reached for it and slid the card from his fingers. "And I mean it. Day or night, Julia. Whenever you're ready." "There really is nothing I can say to convince you, is there?" He pressed his lips together as he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Julia. As a physician, I've seen this far more often than you may think. It starts with tiny things that seem innocent, but it escalates, sometimes more quickly than anyone expects." She kept her eyes trained on the steering wheel. Kyle studied the well-appointed interior of the flashy sports car. "Did he buy this for you?" "That's really none of your business." "I'm guessing it was a very expensive apology for his bad behavior. It's lovely, but it shouldn't make up for what he's doing." The image of the sapphire bracelet he dangled in front of her after the incident with Bianca danced through her mind. Perhaps Grant did have a tendency to buy his way out of situations. "Actually, he bought it to give me more freedom. I don't think an abusive spouse would do that." Kyle flicked his eyebrows up. "You'd be surprised what they do when they're feeling guilty. But you're not ready for this conversation right now, and I'm okay with that. It's hard for me to let you go because if something happens, I'd never forgive myself, but it has to be your choice." "Thanks for the card," she murmured as she reached for her door again. "Take care, Julia. Be safe," he said as he stood and backed away. She slammed the door shut and fired the engine before she backed from the space. A glance in her rearview mirror as she pulled away showed his icy blue eyes still fixed on her. She pushed it from her mind on her ride home, arriving at the quiet solitude of Harrington House. She pushed inside, her muscles aching from the tension she'd held in them most of the day. "Mrs. Harrington, how was lunch?" Worthington asked as he hurried toward her. She raised her eyes to his kind face, her features melting with upset. He hurried forward to steady her. "Oh dear, I hadn't meant to upset you. I thought your lunch with Mr. Harrington would have provided much-needed relief after the tension this morning." She heaved a breath as her eyebrows knitted. "You mean you don't know?" "Don't know what?" "I didn't have lunch with Grant. OMG! Sierra's shrill voice shrieked before her pounding heels announced her arrival. "What is this?" Sierra closed the gap between them and shoved her cell phone into Julia's face. The video labeled Billionaire Brawl showed the fight at the Azalea Room on a constant loop. "Is that Mr. Harrington?" Worthington questioned. "Yes," Julia exhaled with a weak breath as she sank her forehead into her palm. "How did this happen?" Sierra insisted. "Is that the doctor from the emergency room yesterday?" Julia's shoulders slumped. "It is, and it gets worse." Sierra's features took on an even more stunned appearance. "How?" Julia sucked in a breath as her mind sought the best way to explain. "Kyle, Dr. Carter, is under the misguided impression that Grant is abusive. That's how the fight started." Sierra wrinkled her nose, shooting Julia a disgusted look. "Kyle, you're on a first-name basis with him?" "Please, Sierra, it's been a really long afternoon. I'd like to go upstairs and lie down." "Of course, Mrs. Harrington. Can I bring you anything?" Worthington asked. "No, thank you, Worthington." Sierra scoffed, her sharp features twisting. Lie down? What about my dad? Where is he?
The police station. Mitchell is with him. He should be home later. Julia took a step toward the stairs when Sierra sidestepped in front of her, blocking her. She crossed her arms, narrowing her scrutinizing eyes at Julia.
Don't you think you should be a good little wife and scurry your way down there to offer support?
I've already done that. Mitchell sent me home to wait here.
Julia skirted her and started up the stairs. Well, fine, but this isn't over. And if he loses anything because of this, I will hold you personally responsible, Julia. Julia waved the comment away as she continued up the stairs and slogged to her room, tossing her purse down before she flung herself across the bed. The weight of the day exhausted her, but made her too antsy to sleep. Instead, she paced the floor for an hour before she tried to work on her manuscript. With 100 words written in the span of 90 minutes, she dismissed the document, too distracted to work on it. As the clock struck 6, car lights lit the back garden as someone drove down the drive. Julia's heart rose to her throat as she hurried to the railing overlooking the foyer. Grant let himself in through the front door with a deep sigh. He tugged his tie looser as Worthington approached.
"Mr. Harrington, so very good to have you home."
"I assume you heard," Grant said as he stepped into his private office. Julia chewed her lower lip as she studied the unmistakable bruise on his jaw. She descended the stairs as voices floated through the still-open doors to his office. Grant pressed his bourbon glass against his jaw. Julia rounded the railing and made her way to the kitchen to fill a bag with ice and wrap it in a kitchen towel. Despite her desperate desire to avoid the painful conversation, they had to have it. She had to talk to Grant. She hoped the ice pack would be a small peace offering.
"Perhaps a real ice pack, sir,"
Worthington said as she stepped into the doorway.
"I've got it, Worthington,"
she said, her eyes fixed on Grant. He snapped his gaze toward her, his stormy eyes searching her face.
"I'll leave you both to talk."
Worthington hurried from the room, closing the doors behind him as Julia crossed toward Grant. Her heart thudded faster than it should have, with a mix of dread and determination as the conversation loomed ahead of her. It could change everything. It could unravel the fragile threads holding them together. Chapter 17. Grant. Grant's pulse sped as he studied Kyle's features, trying to decipher the intensity in his eyes. There was something more than professional concern for Julia. The doctor's icy gaze was too sharp and too focused, like a man driven by something deeper. Grant kept his voice low and steady as he probed for answers. "Why are you doing this? This isn't just about Julia, is it?" Kyle flicked his eyebrows up as he grinned. "Wow, someone's got an ego. Julia's a very beautiful woman. I'm surprised she'd even waste her time with someone with your reputation. She deserves far better." Grant studied him. The amused act wasn't fooling him. A flicker of something unidentifiable but unmistakable had passed through his eyes just before he deflected by trying to push his buttons with his talk about Julia. Grant offered a chuckle. "Julia is an amazing woman. That's why she's my wife." "Not for long." Grant leaned forward, the handcuffs clattering against the metal table. "We'll see, but I'd still like to know why you're so invested." He eyed Kyle, scrutinizing every twitch of his lips, every raise of his eyebrows. "This is far more than a doctor's concern for a patient, or even a man enchanted by a beautiful woman." Kyle leaned away from him, his jaw tightening. Grant let a moment of silence stretch between them. He was on to something. "You have a reason, and I'm going to find it." Kyle's ire-filled glance burned through him before he cocked his head, letting his amused smile return, though this time it looked more fake. "You think you're so perceptive, don't you, Grant? let's just say I have my reasons. Reasons you couldn't possibly understand." Kyle rose from his seat, leaning forward as he lowered his voice to a chilling whisper. "But those reasons are going to destroy you." With a final smug smile, Kyle stalked from the room, slamming through the door and leaving Grant alone in the sterile room again. He'd left Grant with more questions than answers, but his behavior hinted at something personal. A chill ran down Grant's spine as he realized this was more than a random encounter, and that he just unwittingly put Julia in the middle of a dangerous game. He shifted on the uncomfortable chair, tugging at the handcuffs as frustration set in. While he sat in this room, confined, he wouldn't be able to protect Julia from his threat. His mind returned to the scene he'd walked in on at the Azalea Room. As cool air filtered from the vent in the ceiling, making the room even more sterile, he imagined an even more chilling scene. Julia sank her head into her hands as tears rolled onto her cheeks. "I don't know what I was thinking. It was a mistake." Kyle slid an arm around her shoulders. "It's okay, Julia. You couldn't have known what a monster he was." His thoughts spiraled, entangling with fears of Julia's perception of their entire relationship. What if she started to believe his drivel? The relationship, particularly lately, stood on shaky ground. It couldn't afford such deep-seated doubts. Grant tightened his fist at the thought of Julia, confused and convinced by Kyle's words, swirled in his mind, amplifying his frustration. He had to get out of this police station. After another tense hour, Mitchell popped into the room. Grant stretched his neck as he shifted in his seat. "Where have you been? I've got to get out of here." "Has something happened? Did they question you without me present?" "No," Grant growled, his fist clenching. "That doctor let himself in to have a conversation with me. There's something else going on here, Mitchell. We need to check into his background. There's something personal going on here, I think." "I'll make a note to look into it. On the other front, they're getting the paperwork completed for your release. Charges are still pending, but you're free to go. Julia came through for you again." Grant raised his eyebrows, prodding for more. "She gave yet another award-winning statement on your behalf, refuting everything the doctor claimed and confirming he threw the first punch." "Is she okay?" Mitchell settled into the seat across from him. "She's understandably upset, but weathering the storm, as usual." Grant heaved a sigh, scrubbing his face. He needed to get to Julia, though he dreaded the conversation. Would he find her packing her bags? "How much longer is this going to take?" "You know they aren't going to hurry." Grant let his head fall back between his shoulder blades. "She'll be there when you get home, Grant. She was on her way back to Harrington House when I left her. She offered to stay and wait for you, but I thought you'd prefer her to be home." "Yes, you're right, Mitchell." They waited another tense 20 minutes before the handcuffs were finally removed and Grant walked free of the police station. He stepped out of the police station as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the concrete like dark fingers. The city's evening sounds, a blend of traffic and the hum of life, resonated with his turbulent thoughts. "Thanks, Mitchell." "I'll look into this Kyle Carter and see what I can find. We'll be in touch." Grant nodded at him before they parted ways. Grant strode through the streets toward the Magnolia Grand where his car still sat. He'd had so much hope for their lunch this afternoon, and now he dreaded their next conversation. Had the doctor managed to plant any seeds of doubt into her mind? He drummed his fingers against his thigh as he waited for his car to be brought around. The Mercedes finally appeared, and he slipped behind the wheel. The supple leather of the seat surrounded him, and the engine roared as he aimed for home. The status symbol used to bring him comfort, but it no longer did. Instead, His drive home was overshadowed by the looming conversation. The disagreement this morning now seemed trivial compared to the current chasm. The thought of untangling the mess Kyle had created left him gripping his steering wheel with white knuckles. Warm lights illuminated the sprawling mansion as he approached it, though it never looked so cold as it did tonight. He eased the car to a stop outside the front door before he let himself inside. A pall hung over the house, making it empty and silent. A momentary panicked thought dashed through his mind as he wondered if Julia had already packed up and left. His eyes lingered at the top of the stairs, hoping to see her appear, but not wanting to begin the conversation with her. Worthington hurried into the foyer, his voice hushed. "Mr. Harrington, so very good to have you home." Grant couldn't hold back the disappointment in his voice over the latest debacle. "I assume you heard." Worthington followed him into his private office. Grant walked straight to the drink cart, dropping a few ice cubes into a tumbler before he splashed bourbon over them. "I did, sir, yes. An unfortunate incident, to be certain." Grant stalked to his desk, staring down at the envelope containing the photograph of Julia. Had Kyle sent it? Was it he who had made the phone call? "Is Julia—" He couldn't finish the statement, not certain he wanted the answer. "Mrs. Harrington is upstairs resting. The incident seems to have taken a bit of a toll." Grant snapped his eyes up to the man. "A toll? Is she okay?" "She seemed upset when she returned. She went to rest." Grant heaved a sigh as he pressed the cold glass to the bruise on his jaw. At least she was still here. "Perhaps a real ice pack, sir?" Worthington asked. "I've got it, Worthington." Julia's voice answered from the doorway. Grant's gaze shifted to her as he held his breath. His pulse quickened as he searched her face for any hint of her emotions. Worthington strode to the door. "I'll leave you both to talk." He slid the doors noiselessly shut behind him as Julia crossed toward Grant. He reached for the ice pack, but she gently shifted his face to study the bruise before she pressed the ice pack against it. He winced as the coldness pressed against it. "This doesn't look too bad. Is it very painful?" she asked, her eyes searching his. His hand caressed hers as he took hold of the ice pack. "It's not too bad," he said, his voice low. "I can't imagine you've come across many bruises like this. Somehow, fistfights don't suit you." A soft chuckle escaped her, drawing his attention back to her. The smile playing on her lips seemed genuine. "I'm not quite as sheltered as you may think." His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the enigmatic woman he had married. He'd just been arrested for a second time after a very public brawl, but she seemed more concerned about his bruise than the public embarrassment. Her reaction was a stark reminder of the complex history he knew nothing about. She shifted her gaze to the floor below her feet, the smile fading as her chest heaved. "Grant, I'm sorry." His heart pounded for a moment at those words. "For what?" "This." "There's nothing for you to apologize for, Julia. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I doubt you expected to see me in the back of a police cruiser twice in the first few months of our marriage." Julia stalked away a few steps, seeming lost in thought. "Both times for wildly inaccurate charges." Grant shifted the ice on his jaw, his heart lifting as it became clearer that Kyle's words hadn't twisted her belief in him. "I'm glad you think so." She twisted to face him, her features pinched. "Of course I do. Kyle was completely out of line today, especially after I told him his suspicions were unfounded. It's like he didn't want to hear it." Grant hesitated a breath, pleased that she remained on his side. "Mitchell said you gave yet another stellar statement to counter his wild accusations. Thank you." Julia shrugged as if she'd done nothing. "It was easy because it was all true. There's no need to thank me." He rounded the desk, dropping the ice pack on it as he approached her. "But I do. Thank you, that is. Especially after everything that's happened in the past few days." He pressed his lips together as he hesitated. "Particularly this morning." Julia let her gaze fall to the floor again.
"It was a misunderstanding. I can see how it looked, though. Questionable."
She raised her eyes to his, her expression penitent.
"I'm sorry."
"Again, you have nothing to apologize for. It was my fault. I feel like we've had nothing but a series of misunderstandings since the incident with Bianca." The crease between her brows deepened as she spoke, her voice soft.
"I think some lines are becoming blurred, which is making this so much more difficult to navigate."
He stared down at her delicate features, wanting to confess his growing feelings, but the words wouldn't come. The uncertainty of her response and the real possibility that it would be a rejection held him back. Instead, he nodded. "I agree, and I have no right to ask this of you, but—" He hesitated, studying her expectant features. "Maybe it's best if we treat this like a real marriage and not form any outside relationships during this." He held his breath as he awaited her response. Would that condition prove too much for her?
"I think that's fair."
He studied her eyes, searching for some hint of her inner thoughts. Was she pleased? Merely agreeing for the sake of the contract? Then that makes things much easier.
"I agree. And, of course, it supports the image. No chance of any scandals."
His heart sagged. Always back to the contract. He sometimes wished he'd never signed it, though he knew it was the only thing tying them together. He searched for the words to push back against the idea that this was image-driven only, but he couldn't find them. He'd take the win for now, until he could be sure of her and himself. He nodded in response, the words he wanted stuck in his throat. He wanted to tell her it wasn't about scandals or images, but that his request stemmed from something more personal. But exposing his vulnerability, particularly when rejection was a very possible outcome, kept him silent. He stalked back to the desk. "Now, to put this ugly business with Dr. Kyle Carter behind us." Julia wrapped her arms around her midriff, biting into her lower lip.
"There's something off about this entire scenario again."
"What do you mean?" he asked as he pressed the ice to his jaw again. She raised her eyes to his, the gears of her mind turning.
"It's just like the murder charge. This happened so suddenly. One meeting in the emergency room is hardly a case for this type of behavior, and yet he's still insistent."
"Still?" Grant's mind tried to piece together the puzzle. What was Kyle's angle? Was it an infatuation with his wife, or something more sinister?
"Yes. When I saw him at the police station, he
talked to you at the police station?" Grant's voice raised, heat entering it as he dropped the ice on the desk.
"Yes, twice."
She shook her head as tension built in her shoulders.
"He continued to insist that he was right. It's odd."
She tugged her lips to the side as she stared ahead, lost in thought, before she settled her gaze on him.
"Do you have a history with him?"
"I've never met him before yesterday. However, I had the same impression. It seems personal." The creases in her forehead deepened as she worked through details. Her dissection of the situation with such clarity surprised him again. His fear, his uncertainty of her had led him to forget how perceptive she truly was. Her sharp mind and loyalty provided him comfort, yet also instilled a sense of fear. He didn't want to lose this, or her. "Julia, I don't want you anywhere near this. In fact, I'm going to get someone from the security team to stay with you at all times." His protection instinct kicked into overdrive as the mere idea of Julia in danger tightened a vice around his heart. She studied him for a moment.
"Did something else happen?"
Grant stared down at the envelope containing the picture of Julia at the gala, the robotic voice echoing in his mind from the threatening phone call. Silence stretched between them until the ringing phone shattered it, startling Julia. Grant snatched the receiver. "Yes?" Max Sterling's voice crackled in his ear. "Mr. Harrington, glad you're home. I heard about the trouble earlier. I have some news." "What is it?" "We tracked the owner of the vehicle who nearly hit Mrs. Harrington yesterday." "And?" Grant's eyes fell to Julia, who eyed him. "It's registered to DG Industries." The statement stopped his heart. His grip tightened on the phone as he processed the information. Cold realization settled on him. This wasn't a random accident. It was a targeted move. A move that connected too many dangerous dots. Dots that now threatened not just him, but Julia as well. They'd nearly killed his assistant, Evie. There was no telling how far they'd go, or who they'd hurt. Chapter 18. Julia. Julia listened to the one-sided conversation as Grant pressed the receiver to his ear. His insistence on a security guard with her at all times unsettled her. Did he know something she didn't? She waited, her unease growing as Grant's features twisted from curious to a flicker of fear. The concern on his features remained as he slowly lowered the phone to the cradle. He swallowed hard as he leaned onto the desk. "Grant, what is it?" He glanced up at her, a storm of emotions in his eyes. She closed the gap between them, her eyes questioning. "They traced the car that nearly hit you yesterday." Julia's stomach flip-flopped. DG Industries. A flood of thoughts rushed through her mind, and the name stopped her heart for a beat. The revelation about DG Industries linked to Evelyn's kidnapping, and now to an attempt on her own life, sent a shiver down her spine. This couldn't be a coincidence. Had they meant to scare her or kill her? A warm hand slid around her shoulders and guided her to the executive chair. "Sit down, Julia. I'll get you a drink." Grant hurried across the room to pour her a brandy. She didn't miss the subtle shake of his hand when he offered her the drink, before leaning against the desk. He rubbed her shoulder as she took a sip. "Thank you. I'm okay, just surprised." "I'm disturbed. This is not a coincidence. I want a security team with you now more than ever." Julia sipped her brandy again. "Do you think—" Grant took her hand as her voice trailed off. "What, Jules?" "Do you think they meant to scare me, or—" His grip tightened around her fingers as his jaw clenched. "I don't know, but this was far too close of a call, and I'm not willing to take another chance with your life." Julia stared down at their clasped hands, the lines of their contract blurring again for her. "I appreciate that." She shifted in her seat, heaving a sigh as her eyes fell on the polished mahogany desk. "You don't need to thank me. I want you protected. You've already received a threatening note. And I don't want to frighten you, but I received this yesterday." Grant slid the photograph from the envelope. Julia's features pinched as she stared at the image of herself in the sapphire blue dress. "Is this from the night of the gala?" "Yes, and as stunning of a photo as this makes, I received a very threatening call to go along with it." Julia let her glass clatter to the desk as her shoulders slumped, her mind a whirlwind of guilt. Was her presence making his life worse? "I really don't seem to be improving your situation at all, do I?" "That couldn't be further from the truth, Julia. I am more than glad to have you with me on this. Your support is very welcome, but we have to be careful." Julia nodded as she glanced at the picture again. "Right. And no further information on who owns this company?" "Nothing. It's been impossible to track down. It's shielded in legal red tape and shell companies." Julia heaved a sigh, her mind racing as she struggled to piece together the puzzle without all the clues. She drummed her fingers against the desk as she bit her lower lip. Could it be tied to Kyle Carter? Grant studied her for a moment. Mitchell's looking into Dr. Carter. Maybe we'll find something there. Until then, though, promise me you'll be careful. I promise. No risks, Julia. No abandoned warehouses or Nancy Drew investigating, okay? I already promised. No one values my life as much as me. The comment brought a chuckle from him. Good. I'll make sure someone's with you all the time, too. Thanks. She smiled up at him, their hands still clasped, as they shared a quiet moment. It came to a quick end as the doors to his study burst open. Sierra stomped her way inside. Daddy, you're back. Thank goodness. Grant broke contact with her as he straightened when Sierra flung her arms around his neck. Julia rose from her seat, skirting them on her way to the door. I'll leave you two to talk. No, Julia, stay, please. Grant strode to the drink cart to pour himself a bourbon. Well, we kind of need to talk, Sierra said, side-eyeing Julia. Yes, we do, Grant said as he spun to face them. A lot has happened. No kidding, like a fistfight that's gone viral. What happened? We're still trying to piece that together, but it seems Dr. Kyle Carter has some sort of agenda here, Grant answered. Sierra crossed her arms as she shot an icy glance at Julia. No, Sierra, this is not Julia's fault. Isn't it? He's obviously into her. How many clandestine meetings have you had with him already? Julia clicked her tongue at the assumption as she slid her eyes to Grant. His posture stiffened, and he shot a challenging glance at Sierra. No, Sierra, it's nothing she's done. Grant slipped his arm around Julia. Julia has gone to great lengths to make sure we come out looking good in this. We're all on the same team here, and it's about time we started acting like it, especially with the threats looming. Threats? Sierra asked with a wrinkled nose. Yes, threats. The car that nearly hit Julia is registered to DG Industries. On top of that, I received a threatening phone call targeting Julia. So, I want you both to be extremely careful moving forward. Sierra studied Julia for a moment. Her normally sharp eyes seemed clouded with concern. Right. Okay. There's one other thing, Sierra, Grant said. His daughter flicked her eyes up to him. I think Julia is owed an apology for your behavior lately. Julia shook her head, immediately uncomfortable. That's not necessary. Yes, it is. She isn't a pretty bauble. She is a person. And without her, we'd be in worse shape than we are right now. Sierra tightened her arms across her chest as she fluttered her eyelashes. Fine. Sorry. You can do better than that, Sierra, Grant chided. Sierra flicked her blue eyes to Julia, puckering her lips. I'm sorry, Julia. I was just frustrated because I think you're wrong about Christopher, which we still haven't discussed yet, Daddy, and... Don't deflect. Christopher Metcalf can wait. Sierra huffed. And I'm sorry I accused you of cheating. Apology accepted, Julia said with a smile, hoping to end the matter. Good. Tell you what, Sierra said with a grin. I'll make it up to you. There's no need for that, Julia began. No, I insist. Let's go shopping. Tomorrow. We can bond over girl talk and stuff. Julia stood speechless for a moment. She hated not to accept and upset Sierra, though the last time she accepted an invitation out of politeness, it had led to a fistfight. She doubted, for the most part, that would happen with Sierra, but the woman offered her an olive branch, and she had to accept. She masked any reluctance with a smile. That would be great. She hoped her voice sounded more convincing to them than it did to her. Great. Perfect. Tomorrow afternoon. I'll text you. Sounds good. Sierra toddled over to her on the towering heels and offered her an awkward half-hug before she gave Grant another embrace. "Good night." Julia smiled up at Grant as his daughter left the room. "Well, that was progress," Grant said. "Yes. Hopefully, we both come back from that shopping trip unscathed." Grant chuckled at the remark before he refilled his bourbon. "She likes you. She just doesn't want to show it. She's a little sensitive since her mother left at such a young age." Julia sucked in a breath as she processed the words. They weren't any of her business, really. The threat of blurring lines flashed in her face again. "That's too bad, though I'm hardly a replacement." "You probably give her feelings more consideration than Lydia ever did." Grant stared down into the reflective surface of his drink. Julia wondered if regret coursed through him over the failed relationship. She wanted to say something supportive, but she had no idea what their relationship had been like. As she pondered her response, Grant filled in the silence. "Sorry, you don't need to be subjected to the complete mess of that situation." Julia offered him a consoling smile. "I'm sorry it didn't work out." "I'm not," he answered candidly, setting his stormy eyes on her. What did he mean by that? Had their relationship been that turbulent? Without any other explanation, she substituted a smile for her response. "Well, I don't think we're going to solve anything else tonight, so I think I'll go to bed." "Of course. I hope you sleep well." "You too. Hopefully, tomorrow will be a better day." He grinned at her. "Let's hope." With a sigh, she slipped out of the room, relieved to have the challenging conversation behind her. However, the escalating, dangerous events left her with numerous unanswered questions. Was Kyle related to DG Industries? Was this all part of the plot? Her mind raced as she swept into the serenity of her bedroom to change. She collapsed on the edge of the soft mattress, ready to stretch out and hoping to sleep when she spotted the blinking notification light on her phone. She swiped at her display, finding a text from Ethan waiting. "Last chance to flee from this awful city and come home with me." The message made her chuckle, though if Ethan realized how ill-timed it had been, he would not have been nearly as amused. Julia's hand went to the compass around her neck, a constant reminder of a simpler time. The cold metal pressed against her thumb as she rubbed it. She found herself pondering if she could actually walk away from Grant and disappear. What should have been a simple answer seemed anything but in the face of what they'd already gone through together. She dismissed the thought and typed back a simple message to her brother-in-law. "Sorry, I'm staying." A quick response said, "Well, at least I can tell Allie I tried. Flight leaves tomorrow at noon, so meet me at the airport if you change your mind." Julia laughed at the persistence as she shook her head. "Don't hold your breath." She set the phone on the charger and slid under the sheets. As she turned out the light, plunging the cavernous room into darkness, she found herself staring at the ceiling as she pondered the events of the day. What would make an upstanding doctor do what he did today? Why was he so insistent with her, despite her attempts to explain? She went over every piece of information again and again, but it didn't add up. His behavior was odd, but also unexplainable. She finally drifted off to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly for the remainder of the night. Groggily, she dragged herself from bed the following morning. Her eyes slid closed involuntarily as she recalled the shopping date with Sierra today. Would she have the energy to make it through? Given what Grant had told her last night about Sierra's mother, Lydia, she couldn't cancel. With a yawn, she pushed herself to head into the bathroom and dress for the day. She checked her phone before she left the room for breakfast and sent a text message to her brother-in-law, telling him to have a safe trip. She didn't receive a response before she headed downstairs, finding Grant and Sierra already at the table. "Good morning," she said as she slid into her seat next to him. "Good morning, Jules. Did you sleep well?" he asked.
"Well enough,"
she answered with a sigh. Sierra grinned at her as she cut into a pancake. "I hope you're well enough to max out some credit cards today. You are in desperate need of a new handbag. The one you have now is hideous." "Sierra," Grant chided. "What? It is," Sierra answered. Julia plastered on a smile.
"Well, I trust my new one will be much better with your help."
"I'll say," the woman answered. "So I have some thing to do first. How's this afternoon?"
"Fine with me,"
Julia answered, stirring her still steaming oatmeal. "That's good, because if you don't mind, Jules, Mitchell asked to speak with you about this whole Dr. Carter debacle this morning."
"Sure,"
Julia answered with a supportive smile. Her mind whirled as she wondered what might come up. She hadn't come to any conclusions despite her long hours lost in thought, but she hoped the matter came to a swift conclusion. The last thing Grant needed was more bad publicity as he worked to win back his company. They finished their meal, and Grant led her to his private office as Sierra slipped out the front door. "See you later, stepmommy." I don't think I've ever seen her this excited to shop. Julia pondered that. She hadn't seen Sierra in the same outfit twice. She must do nothing but shop. "I'm glad you two are getting along," he added, as Mitchell rose from his chair near the desk. "Grant, Julia, good morning." "Tell me this entire ridiculous thing is over," Grant said as he strode to the desk. "Sorry, it's not. Dr. Carter seems persistent. He's not willing to let this go." Grant cursed under his breath as Julia slipped into the seat next to Mitchell. "This is the last thing I need with the board, Mitchell. Make it go away." "I'm trying, but you've got an upstanding doctor claiming some pretty awful things." "All of which Julia has refuted," Grant shot back. "How are they still pursuing this?" "You did get into a very public brawl." "He punched me first," Grant shouted. Mitchell held up a hand as he nodded. "I understand that, but you also punched him. We can say it was self-defense, but that may not fly, given that he didn't continue to attack you after the first punch." "So what? Someone decks me and I can't do anything about it?" "I didn't say that. I'm just pointing out the fact that this is not as cut and dried as we'd hoped, and that the illustrious Dr. Carter is not going to drop the charges." Mitchell shifted his gaze to Julia. "I understand you spoke with him twice following the incident yesterday. Did he say anything that may indicate his reasoning for insisting those charges are upheld?" Julia searched the conversations for the umpteenth time.
"He seems to be acting like he's doing this for my welfare. I can't understand it. I've told him repeatedly there is nothing abusive about this relationship."
"You told him this yesterday at the police station?"
"Yes, and after I left. He just kept insisting that he knew more about this than I did."
"Is there anything you think you can say to get him to drop the charges?" Mitchell asked. "No," Grant said, pacing behind the desk. "Absolutely out of the question. I don't want her anywhere near him, especially after he threatened me yesterday." Julia snapped her gaze to Grant.
"What?"
"We had a little conversation in the interrogation room. According to him, he would like to dismantle my life piece by piece, starting with you." Julia's lower lip dropped open. "Julia, have you had any contact with Dr. Carter prior to your accident?" Mitchell asked.
"No,"
she said, with a shake of her head. "This sounds like a bit of infatuation on his part," Mitchell said. "He mentioned seeing her on the news during the press conference. Maybe it is," Grant said, with a shrug. Julia studied the floor under her feet. Infatuated after one meeting? That seems far-fetched. "Hardly," Grant answered. "But this is why I want her nowhere near him. I don't care if he's willing to drop the charges if she makes some sort of plea. That's not happening. I'll go to court first." Mitchell held up a hand. "Fine. I'll get started on a defense, assuming we can't get these dropped before then. Julia, I assume you'd be willing to take the stand about Dr. Carter's misguided assumptions regarding your relationship?" "Of course," she said, with a nod. "Good." Mitchell rose and slid his pen into his pocket before he extended his hand to Grant. "I'll be in touch." Julia sank her chin into her palm for a second before she stood. "Well, I guess this won't be as easy as we hoped." "Doesn't look like it." Don't say you're sorry. It's hardly your fault." Julia pressed her lips together as guilt washed over her anyway. "Well, I think I'll try to get a little work done before I meet with Sierra." "Okay," he answered. "And Julia, thanks." She smiled and nodded before she left the office behind, climbing the stairs to her own workspace and settling into her chair. She stared at her manuscript for 10 minutes, unable to type a word as her mind continued to return to the odd situation with Kyle Carter. Why would a seemingly upstanding doctor become suddenly so infatuated with a woman that he'd risk his career for her after meeting her once? It made no sense. A knock on the door interrupted her rumination. She twisted to find Worthington holding a cordless phone in his hands. "Excuse the interruption, Mrs. Harrington, but your brother-in-law is calling for you." "Ethan?" Julia's stomach flip-flopped as she scurried from her seat to take the call. How had he found her here? Had he seen the news? Worthington passed her the phone, and she pressed it to her ear, hoping she could hear over the hard beating of her heart. "Hello? Julia?" "Ethan?" she questioned, his voice sounding strained. "Are you alone and able to talk?" She sank into her desk chair. He must have seen the news report and recognized her face in that grainy video of the fight. She rubbed her palm against her forehead as she tried to think of an explanation for what he may already know. "Yes." A sigh of relief sounded on the other end of the line. "Thank goodness you're safe. Look, I'm sorry for the deception, Julia, but this is Kyle Carter." Her muscles stiffened, and she gripped the phone tighter. "Kyle?" "Yes, I've been extremely worried about you, especially when they told me Grant had left the police station." Her jaw tightened at the intrusion and the deception. "So you lied about being a family member?" "I had to speak to you to make sure you were safe." Julia's words came out tersely as she tried to hold her anger in check. "Of course I am safe. This has gone too far." "Julia, please." "No," she said sharply. "Your assumptions are wrong, and I am getting tired of this. Do not call here again." "Julia, wait," he said. "There are things you don't know, things about him that would make you see it my way." "I doubt that. Don't call again." She jabbed at the button to end the call and slammed the phone onto the desk. Something was definitely off here, but she had no idea what it could be. Chapter 19. Grant. Grant eased into the high-backed leather chair with a sigh as Julia left the room. His eyes fell on the wedding picture on the desk, the corners of his lips curling as he spotted her smile. He traced his finger over the frame, lost in thought as he recalled that light, unexpected laugh. With her eyes alight with genuine amusement and his echoing that, it was the first stirring of something more than a contractual obligation. The picture had started as a fake facade for the public, but it had started to symbolize something more personal, something he hadn't anticipated. Yes, he could easily see how Dr. Kyle Carter could become infatuated with her. The thought of the man erased any trace of the grin from his features. His continued harassment of Julia raised his hackles. At least he should have no ability to get to her here. If the shopping trip with Sierra hadn't meant so much to his daughter, he'd have asked them to cancel it, but he spotted something in Sierra's eyes when Julia had accepted that made him reluctant to refuse her. He drummed his fingers against the mahogany desk as he pictured another encounter with Kyle Carter approaching Julia as she shopped for shoes. His fingers twisted into a fist until he remembered Sierra's presence. There was no way the man would get within spitting distance of Julia with Sierra around. The corners of his lips turned up into a smile as he imagined Sierra's sharp manicured nail poking at the good doctor until she backed him out of the store. Sierra may be a better guard dog than anyone on his security team, though he'd still send someone with her. He snatched the receiver on his phone and punched the button to call one of his most trusted employees. "James," he said when the man picked up. "Mr. Harrington, good morning. Headed into the office early?" "No, I'm not certain I'll go in today, but if I do, I'll drive myself. I have something more important for you to do today." "Absolutely, sir. Name it." "Julia is going shopping with Sierra this afternoon. After the incident with the car and then the doctor, I don't want her going anywhere alone. I need you to keep an eye on her." "Absolutely. I'll make sure she gets there safe." Grant's voice softened. "James, you've been with me for a long time. I trust you more than anyone to keep Julia safe. She means it's important. I've got it covered. Don't let her out of your sight, James. There are too many threats on the horizon." "Yes, sir." He ended the call before he tapped his mouse to bring his monitor to life. He clicked through a few emails before Worthington slid into the room. "Working from home today, sir?" "Yes, I think so. I'd like to stay close to Julia." "Is Mrs. Harrington still upset? She seemed more chipper at breakfast." "No, she's not upset. We had a long talk last night and settled a few things. It's these threats. I don't want anything to happen to her." Worthington flicked his eyebrows up. "Then she realizes that the contract is not the only tie between you." Grant heaved a sigh as he flicked his eyes away from his emails to the butler. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing the bridge of his nose as the weight of the unspoken words that still hung between him and Julia pressed on him. "Not exactly." Worthington sank his chin to his chest, puckering his lips. "Don't judge. I'm not certain she feels the same way. In fact, I know she doesn't." "Do you?" "She said yesterday she'd been crazy to enter into a fake marriage." "That does not mean she doesn't care." "Just let it simmer for now, Worthington. I have plenty of time to win her over." "Sometimes, sir, it's the unspoken truths that weigh heaviest. Perhaps it's not about timing, but the courage to face those truths." Worthington's voice carried a wisdom honed by years of observation. "Not if she rejects me, it's not." Grant flicked his gaze back to the monitor. Worthington paused for a few moments before he said, "Would you care for coffee, sir?" "Yes, thank you, Worthington." Worthington offered him a nod before he disappeared from the room. Grant settled in to study a new contract. His phone pinged with a new notification from Harrington Global's IT department. "That's odd," he murmured as he studied it, before tossing his phone onto the desk. The last thing he needed was a crisis at the company. His plate was full enough. He grabbed the phone again, placing a call to Evelyn and asking her to pull several files and send him the information via email. As he set the receiver into the cradle, Worthington returned with coffee. "Thanks, Worthington. Where did you go for it? All the way to Columbia?" "My apologies, Mr. Harrington. There was a call for Mrs. Harrington I needed to attend to." "Oh? Everything okay?" "It seems her brother-in-law needed to reach her." Grant bobbed his head up and down for a second before his eyebrows pinched together. She hadn't told her brother-in-law about their marriage. How would he know to find her here? He wondered if the man had discovered their involvement. His mind swam with the fallout. He cleared his throat as he rose. "I think I'd better check on her to make sure everything is all right." "Of course, sir. Please let me know if there's anything Mrs. Harrington needs." Grant buttoned his jacket as he bobbed his head, heading for the stairs. He climbed the curving staircase, a growing sense of foreboding building with the echo of every step. This was another thing that didn't add up. Julia's biting words about not informing her family of their marriage still twisted a knife in his gut. He hadn't forgotten them. So, why would her brother-in-law call the house? Had he seen the video? Would even more be thrust on Julia's shoulders, with her family inserting themselves into their agreement? He navigated toward her room. Her voice floated down the hall. "I'm getting tired of this. Do not call here again." "I doubt that. Don't call again." Grant peered into her office as she slammed the phone onto the desk. Her pinched features suggested something was very wrong. Her fingers, still tight on the phone, tensed again as she rubbed at her temple. The morning sun cast long shadows across the room, hinting at trouble. "Julia, is everything okay?" She flicked him a panicked glance, her eyes wide. Something was wrong. Grant hurried into the room, tugging a chair closer to her and perching on it as he took her hands in his. "What happened? Worthington said your brother-in-law called. Is something wrong?" She licked her lips, flicking her gaze to the phone again. When she spoke, her voice sounded shaky. "That wasn't my brother-in-law." "Who was it?" She flicked her blue eyes to him. A cloud of disbelief and pain passed through them. "Kyle Carter." Grant's muscles tensed and heat washed over him. "What?" "He said he was Ethan. I was surprised because Ethan has no idea I'm married, but—" "What did he say?" Grant pressed. She shook her head, the shock seeming to wear off a little. "The same nonsense. He wanted to make sure I was safe. He was worried, and there were things I didn't know that would convince me. The same thing as yesterday." Grant leapt from his chair, fury burning through him as he paced back and forth. "Unbelievable. He has no right to worry about you." Julia sat silently in the chair as he stalked back and forth. "I'm sorry," Grant said when she didn't respond, "but this crosses the line." "I told him that." Grant whipped around and crossed the room in the opposite direction. He eyed the phone on her desk, anger welling inside him as he snatched it and pressed the button to redial the last number that had called. "What are you doing?" Julia asked. "Calling him." She leapt from her seat, placing a hand on his arm as she stared at him with wide eyes. "Grant, I don't think—" Kyle's voice echoed in the speaker. "Julia?" "Not quite," Grant's voice growled back. Julia bit her lower lip, her expression a mixture of worry and disapproval with the escalating tension. "Grant." "Yes. If you ever call my wife again—" He flicked his eyes to Julia, who shot him a pleading glance as she shook her head, but he couldn't stop himself from issuing the threat. "You'll regret it." He ended the call, dropping his arm to his side as she slit her eyes closed. Had he just escalated things unnecessarily? Julia exhaled deeply, a flicker of relief crossing her features, followed by a shadow of concern. Her eyes, a storm of emotions, met his, conveying a blend of gratitude and apprehension. Julia clicked her tongue as she wrapped her arms around her midriff. "You shouldn't have done that. You fed right into his story." Grant leaned over, gripping the desk as he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Julia, but what he did was way over the line." "Yes, I know that, but that was an overreaction." "I disagree. He upset you, and I'm not going to have him torturing you like this." "It's not torture. Aggravating, yes. Torture, no." Grant flicked his gaze up to her for a moment before he stared at the wood grain. "I'm sorry. I suppose I just continue to ruin your image of me. First a murder charge, then a fistfight, and now a violent warning." She laid a hand against his shoulder, offering him a slight smile. "Not really. I could have crawled through the phone and choked him myself. He just can't let this go." Grant straightened, a measure of relief coursing through him at her words. "Then you agree I've done a relatively good job of defending your honor?" A chuckle escaped her lips. I think you've done a fine job, but I don't want you behind bars again, thanks to my honor. I would punch him again for your honor if I had to. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'm really getting tired of sitting in those uncomfortable chairs at the police station. Grant couldn't stop the laugh from escaping him. She chuckled along with him. You laugh, but I'm being serious. He stared down at her, those unsaid words creeping into his mind again as they shared an easy moment despite the trouble. I promise to try not to get arrested again. She arched an eyebrow at him, a coy smile playing on her lips. Let's see how long of a streak we can create, shall we? As long as Kyle Carter stays away from you, that should be easy. A quiet knock interrupted them. Worthington stepped into the room. Is everything all right? Can I bring you anything, Mrs. Harrington? No, thank you, Worthington, she answered as Grant turned more serious. No, everything is not all right. That was not her brother-in-law on the phone. It was Kyle Carter. The color drained from Worthington's face. Oh my apologies, Mrs. Harrington. Had I realized... It's not your fault, Worthington, Julia said. You couldn't have known. If she gets any other calls, stay with her and make sure it's legitimate, Grant said. Of course, Mr. Harrington. Worthington flicked heartsick eyes to Julia. I am ever so sorry, Mrs. Harrington. Julia's features melted as she left Grant to wrap a consoling arm around the man. Oh, Worthington, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be upset over. The man offered her a faltering smile. Grant marveled at the scene. His third wife would have fired the man on the spot. In fact, she'd tried several times. He recalled her complaining that Grant was more loyal to his butler than her after one of them. Julia, however, consoled the man, assuring him the mistake was nothing to fret over. He'd really never met anyone like her. The chiming of his phone interrupted the sweet moment. He tugged the device from his pocket and studied the screen with a sigh. Grant? Julia asked, her hand still holding Worthington's. There's a problem at the office. He pressed his cell phone to his ear. What is it? Mr. Harrington, the voice of Mike Donovan, his vice president of security, said, Sorry to interrupt your day, but we have a situation here. What kind of situation? The man hesitated, as though he didn't want to pass the news along. A major security breach. Grant's hand tightened around the phone as the words sank in. A security breach could mean anything from leaked confidential data to a direct threat to the company's stability. Worst-case scenarios flashed through his mind. How bad is it? We're still assessing that, but it's not good. I'll be right there. Grant ended the call and slid his eyes closed for a second. I've got to go to the office. Is everything okay? No, but let's hope this isn't as big of a problem as it could be. Grant skirted around Julia, heading for the door. Good luck, she called. He stopped, reaching back to squeeze her hand. Thanks, and have fun with Sierra. And Julia, be safe. I asked James to drive you. I will be. She offered him a reassuring smile as he strode away. He hated to leave her, but Mike Donovan didn't call him into the office unless the problem was major. His gaze flickered back to her as she continued to reassure Worthington. He needed to address the company crisis, but he desperately wanted to stay with her. He pushed himself to leave the house, his mind leaping ahead to find ways to rectify the situation, though he wondered if they could, and how much of their security had been compromised. Would it cost him something more sacred than his company? Chapter 20. Julia. Julia sank into her office chair, exhaustion hitting her again. Another intense morning after a sleepless night had her running on fumes. She let her head fall into her hands. The phone call with Kyle Carter had left her stunned, and her admission about the conversation to Grant led to another tense confrontation. She worried about the ramifications of the dire warning Grant had issued to the man. She massaged her temples, trying to ease the tension. The conversations over the past 3 days with Kyle raced through her mind. From the subtle animosity at the hospital to the open hostility of the fistfight, something seemed oddly staged about the entire thing. But why? Could there be a layer of Kyle's personality she hadn't seen that hinted at his motivation? Her mind stretched to find the answers, but came up short. "There are things you don't know about him." Kyle's words echoed in her mind. What did that mean? She couldn't believe anything he said anyway, though maybe they could be prepared for the lies he planned to spread. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. She twisted to face the door, finding a still penitent Worthington in the door. He clutched a folder in his hands as he studied her. "Mrs. Harrington, is there anything I can bring you?" "No, Worthington, nothing." He offered her a dejected nod before he stepped away. "Worthington," she called, "just a moment." The man returned to hover in the door. "Come in, sit down." He swallowed hard as he stepped forward and eased into the seat Grant occupied earlier, allowing the folder to fall into his lap. Julia sucked in a breath. "Are you still bothered by what happened earlier?" "A terrible slip in security, Mrs. Harrington, and I am most embarrassed." Julia let her head loll as she offered him a consoling glance and reached for his hand again. "There is absolutely nothing to be upset about. There's no way you could have known it wasn't Ethan. And unless we're going to set up a system of challenge questions, anyone could claim to be anyone." The man firmed his lower lip as he straightened. "Really, Worthington, I'm not upset with you. There is nothing you could have done." "You are most kind, Mrs. Harrington." "I'm not kind, Worthington. Anyone who would expect you to have reacted differently in that situation is crazy." A chuckle escaped Worthington's lips. "I may have known a few of them." Julia's mind wandered to Grant's other wives. Was it them he referred to? Had they treated him differently? "Well, I am not one of them. Now, let's put this in the past, okay?" "Yes, Mrs. Harrington. And thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to reassure me both earlier and now." She patted his hand with a smile. "Of course. You are an important part of this household." "I appreciate that sentiment," he said as he rose, gripping the folder. Julia's eyes fell on it, her eyebrows knitting as she stared at the bold red letters announcing "Confidential" across the front. A name, marked in black pen on the tab, announced the file's contents. Carter Kyle. Heat washed over her as she stared at it. Is that the background information on Kyle Carter that Mitchell was putting together? Worthington glanced down at it. "Yes, I was about to message Mr. Harrington that it had arrived." "May I?" she asked. "Of course." He handed the folder over to her. "And if there is anything else I can get you, please call." "Thank you, but I'll be leaving soon to meet Sierra." Worthington offered her a smile and nod. "Enjoy the trip, Mrs. Harrington, and thank you." He left the room, leaving her alone with the folder. She ran a hand over the smooth manila top before she flicked it open. A picture from the hospital's website stared back at her. She flipped past it to the write-up. "Dr. Kyle Carter, emergency physician at St. Mary's Memorial," she read aloud. All information she already knew. Previous employment at Dallas Memorial, where he was a surgeon. She scanned through the other information, finding nothing surprising. In fact, the larger question became what would make this stable, seemingly upstanding surgeon risk everything to falsely accuse Grant of abuse. She sank her head into her hands after studying the information from his childhood. He appeared bright and well-adjusted. A printed news article announced the unfortunate death of Kyle's father several years ago, followed by his mother to cancer only a few months earlier. Julia frowned at the article. Did his grief over his parents' death trigger something? She shifted to the next article, this one from Mississippi. She scrunched her eyebrows. It detailed the death of another woman listed as Kyle's mother. She flipped back, comparing the names. They weren't the same. Had Kyle been adopted? Julia flicked the folder shut. She had no more answers than she had before, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more. What else did Kyle Carter have up his sleeve? What hidden things did Kyle plan to expose? Her fingers curled into fists, her nails digging into her palm, as she saw one sensational headline after another. And with Grant's reactive behavior, this may spiral beyond their control quickly. It could cost him more than a few hours behind bars. She had to learn more. Her pulse quickened as she grabbed her purse and dug through it to find the card from Kyle. She entered the phone number and typed a message. Her thumb quivered above the send button, each heartbeat echoing in her ears. Dread and anticipation swirled within her as she pressed send, sealing her decision into reality. "It's Julia. I'm ready to talk." A chat bubble appeared almost immediately, indicating his typing. "I'm so pleased to hear that. You named the time and place." Julia's heart leapt into her throat at the response. Had she made a mistake? She bit her lower lip as she stared at the message waiting on the screen. Before she could second-guess any further, she typed a response and sent it. "Riverside Park entrance, 30 minutes. With her phone clutched in her hand, she grabbed her purse and headed for the door. Her phone chimed before she made it. She checked the lock screen display. "See you there. And Julia, you won't regret this." She pressed her lips together as she sighed. "I'll bet." With the phone shoved into her purse, she hurried through the house and outside, half running to James's condo. She banged on the door, memories of the last hasty trip here flashing through her mind. They'd gone to the warehouse, not knowing they'd find a missing woman who had been presumed dead, or that she'd be violently attacked. She hoped this meeting would turn out better. James tugged the door open. "Mrs. Harrington, ready to go shopping?" She shook her head as she darted through his door. "Not yet. There's another stop I need to make." "Sure, where is it?" he asked as he led her through the house to the connected garage. "Riverside Park," she said, her heart thudding as she stepped through the door and eyed the rows of cars. James slid her a sideways glance as he grabbed the keys. "Any particular reason?" Julia licked her lips as she tightened her grip on her purse. "I need to meet with Kyle Carter." James let his head fall between his shoulders. "Please tell me I didn't just hear that." Julia creased her forehead as she tried to appeal to him. "I'm sorry, but he called earlier. He said he knew things that would change my mind. I have to know what he's planning. We need to stay a step ahead of this." "Mrs. Harrington, this is a terrible idea. Let me call Max and his team can go question him." "He is never going to tell them anything. You know that." James chewed his lower lip as he considered it. With a shake of his head, he sighed. "And I suppose if I don't take you, you'll tell Mr. Harrington about Sierra and me?" Julia stiffened, her features pinching. What sort of world did these people live in, where blackmail was the first assumption? "No, of course not. I would never betray that confidence." "So I can say no?" "Yes." Julia lowered her eyes and lifted a shoulder. "I'll just go alone then." James's brow furrowed deeply, his concern etched in every line of his face. "Mrs. Harrington, this could be dangerous. Mr. Harrington was extremely concerned about you." "And I am about him, too. I have to try to sort this out. He has enough problems to deal with." James clicked his tongue as he motioned toward the car. "You're going to get me fired." "I promise you won't get fired," she said as he opened her door for her. He slid in behind the wheel. "I'm not leaving you alone with him." "I hope not. His behavior is concerning." As the engine roared to life, the car glided down the driveway, weaving toward the bustling streets of the city. The world passed by in a blur. Every sight was tinged with an unsettling air of suspense. Her mind raced as every turn of the car brought her closer to the uncertain confrontation. Her fight or flight instincts reached a fever pitch by the time the pillars framing the park entrance came into view. Kyle sat on the same bench she'd met Grant on just days earlier. That fated meeting had led to a series of misunderstandings that pushed her toward Kyle to begin with. She swallowed hard as James pulled the car to a stop. He opened her door and she stepped out, the cool autumn air sending a shiver of anticipation down her spine. After a few steps forward, he twisted to spot her, a smile forming until he spotted James. The grin faded quickly, and he offered her a concerned glance as she closed the gap between them. "Julia, you can't be serious." "Hey," James barked at him, shifting his jacket to reveal a handgun tucked in his waistband. "I'm watching you." Kyle seemed visibly disturbed by the threat of violence. Julia slicked a lock of hair behind her ear. "Now I'm even more concerned." "Please, let's not start with that again," she said. "Start with?" He dropped his gaze to the grass as he shook his head. "Julia, I have been concerned about you since I saw you at that press conference. And now you're here, but with one of your husband's goons." "James is hardly a goon." Kyle pressed closer to her. "He has a gun, Julia. Do you think he'd hesitate for even a second to use it?" "I'm not going to discuss with you my choice to bring James, or the reason he is carrying a weapon. Why are you doing this?" "I told you, I'm concerned about you." Julia shook her head, dismissing the idea. "No, this behavior goes way beyond professional concern." Kyle set his hands on his hips as he sucked in a breath. "I've just seen abuse too many times to—" Julia shifted her weight, her eyes going to the sky before she held up her hands. "Okay, this conversation is over." "Julia, wait," he said, reaching for her. "Hands off, Carter," James shouted at him. Julia bit the inside of her lower lip as she sucked in a breath. "If you want me to stay, you need to give me some answers." "Fine. Can we just sit down?" With a sigh, Julia perched on the edge of the bench with Kyle. "Maybe a little privacy?" He wagged his head toward James. "James stays. Why are you doing this?" Kyle swallowed hard, his eyes falling to the ground. "Well?" Julia prompted. "I'm sorry. This is not easy, particularly with an audience." Julia's frustration grew with the circular conversation. "You don't have any real reason, do you?" She shifted her weight to stand. "Yes, I do. Look." Kyle slid his eyes closed. "First of all, did you know he threatened me? Twice?" "If you're referring to his phone call earlier, yes, I was with him when he made it." Kyle offered her a concerned glance. "Oh, Julia, I hope my call didn't cause any trouble between you." Julia fluttered her eyelashes. "No, it didn't cause any trouble between us, but it did cause a lot of trouble, just like the incident yesterday." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to escalate like that." "Then drop the charges." "I can't," he hissed. "That is the only thing I can do to get him away from you unless you take that step yourself." "I'm not leaving Grant. There is no reason for me to leave him." "Julia, a normal man doesn't threaten people on a regular basis." "I don't blame him for calling you today. What you did crossed a line." "Fine. And yesterday?" "He says you threatened him." Kyle's shoulders slumped. "Did he? That's not true." Julia flicked her eyebrows up. "Then what is the truth?" Kyle heaved a sigh, glancing up at her as he tilted his chin downward. "I went to talk to him to see if maybe I'd misread things. Maybe I was wrong. He made it clear that I wasn't. He threatened me, even lunged at me in the interrogation room. Said you were his and you'd always be his. And the day you even considered leaving him, he'd find a way to stop you." Julia listened to the words, a mix of disbelief and shock coursing through her. None of that could be true. "Now do you see why I'm so concerned?"
"No," she answered with a shake of her head, "because none of that rings true to me. None of it sounds like Grant."
"Well, it is, whether you want to face it or not." Julia's eyebrows knitted as she considered how to continue the conversation when her phone rang. "Is that him?" Kyle asked.
"No," she said with a shake of her head as she answered. "Sierra, I'm running a little late. I'll be right there. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Yes, I know where the Dolce shop is. I will be there soon. Okay, bye."
Julia ended the call and leveled her gaze at him.
"You said you had information about him, things that he'd done that would change my mind. Was that it?"
Kyle pressed his lips together, clasping his hands together until his knuckles went white. He was becoming agitated, and Julia suddenly felt nervous and very glad she'd brought James. "I can't. There are things, Julia, that he's done."
"What?"
she interrupted. "I can't tell you if you're just going to go back to him, but it'll all come out. I just want you away from him when it does." Julia flicked her gaze to the cloudy sky again.
"That's not going to happen. And if you don't have any other details, then this conversation—"
"Please don't leave. I care about you. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's true. I don't want to see you hurt. I can help you. I can protect you." Julia rose, her purse clutched in her hands.
"I don't need protection from Grant. Stop this ridiculous campaign to smear my husband's name."
"Julia, wait!" Kyle raced after her as she strode toward the car. Whoa, I don't think so," James said, blocking him from coming near her. Julia, you're going to regret this," he shouted as she ducked into the back seat of the car. James slammed the door shut, drowning out his pleas before he slid in behind the wheel. Julia chewed her lower lip, trying to dismiss his ranting as idle threats. She offered James a glance through the rearview mirror as he fired the engine.
"Please don't say I told you so."
"No judgment. I actually think it's pretty fantastic you just did that for Mr. Harrington." She offered him a smile as they pulled away from the curb, leaving a disgruntled-looking Kyle behind. "All ready to shop?" Julia sucked in a breath.
"Not really. That solved nothing. We're no further ahead than we were before."
"Maybe the shopping is just the thing you need, then."
"Maybe,"
she answered doubtfully as they navigated to the shopping district. James eased the car to a stop outside the handbag shop and helped Julia from the car. "Straight inside and stay there while I park the car. Got it?"
"Yes,"
she said with a nod before she strode into the store.
"There you are,"
Sierra's sharp voice said. Julia found her comparing two large bags, one hanging around each arm.
"Sorry I'm late. It's been a long day already."
Sierra arched her eyebrow.
"Whatever. We're supposed to be shopping and bonding." "Right. Which bag do you like?"
Julia asked, trying to shove away the tension of her last meeting.
"Both."
She dumped them both with the salesgirl and looped her arm through Julia's.
"Now, it's your turn." "I really don't need a new purse."
"Yes, you do. This one is hideous."
"You're Mrs. Grant Harrington. You need at least 2 of these, maybe 3. Someone may start to think Daddy is neglecting you."
Julia chuckled at the joke as Sierra offered her the choice between a bright pink bag and a red one. She tried to shake off the heaviness of the encounter with Kyle.
"The red,"
Julia answered as James slipped into the store.
"I see you have a bodyguard,"
Sierra said as she eyed James.
"You haven't said anything to Daddy about what you saw before. About us?" "No, and I'm not going to. But Sierra, why keep it a secret?"
"You don't understand, Julia. It's complicated."
Julia weighed pursuing it,
but the tension at her temples stopped her. Sierra ripped the red purse from her hands and tossed it back on the shelf. "You know what? This is all wrong. None of these are good. Let's go somewhere else." Okay, Julia stuttered, confusion setting in as Sierra pulled her past the checkout counter. "Have those two put on my account and sent to Harrington House," she said as they strode toward the door. James followed them outside. As the cool breeze hit Julia, she froze. Something seemed off. A nondescript, battered white van screeched to a halt, its tires leaving black streaks on the pavement. 3 assailants, faces obscured by ski masks, leapt from inside with chilling efficiency. The sharp crack of a gunshot and the spray of blood from James's shoulder left Julia disoriented, her ears ringing as hands clamped onto her arm and dragged her toward the van. Time slowed. She flicked her gaze back to James, who slumped against the shop's doors, pain etched on his face. Fear and guilt surged in her. "James!" Julia's heart pounded, each beat echoing her shock. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps as she struggled to free herself. The world spun around her, and she found herself shoved into the van. "Help!" Julia screamed. She tried to climb out, but the door slammed in her face as the van sped away from the shop. Julia swallowed hard as she realized they'd just been kidnapped. Chapter 21. Grant. Grant slammed the report down in disgust as he righted his chair and pounded a fist against his desk. He locked eyes with Mike Donovan, his voice a controlled growl. "How did this happen?" The VP of Security glanced down at the floor, appearing as though he'd rather melt into it. "We're still piecing that together, Mr. Harrington." "How much damage?" Grant's hand clenched into a fist. The man swallowed hard, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "We're still sorting through that as well, but we do know they downloaded several confidential files. We are not yet certain if employee logins were collected or not, but we will be asking everyone to change their passwords." Grant shook his head as a sigh escaped him. Each word was a stab to the heart. And it was more than just the capital. He'd invested his life, his own self, into this company. A loss like this wasn't just financially catastrophic, but emotionally crippling. "What files? And don't tell me you don't know." "I don't have a complete list at this time, but before we were able to stop the deluge, they grabbed most of the in-process contract files, government bids, and some of the confidential R&D. Grant rubbed at his chin as he tried to keep his anger in check. "And you can't trace this?" "We're working—" "Work faster!" Grant shouted, his fist slamming against the desk. "This is millions of dollars at stake. We'll be outbid on every contract, not to mention the losses we'll take when our technology is stolen." "I'm sorry, sir. This never should have happened." Grant squeezed his fist again as his mind pushed to find some way to stave the losses. This would not bode well with the board. His shaky ground would be even shakier now. He stood to lose the entire company, if it didn't go bankrupt first. "We are also sweeping the office for bugs and checking all computers for keyloggers. As soon as I have more information, it'll be on your desk." "Is there any way we can get those files back or restrict their access to viewing them?" Mike brightened a little, raising his chin. "Everything they downloaded has been double encrypted. It's been my policy for file storage since you hired me, in case of just such an event. It's not fail-safe, of course, but it'll slow them down." "What are you saying? That they can't read the files?" "No, at least not right away. They'll need to break the encryption to read them. That buys us some time to sort this out." "How strong is the encryption?" "Top of the line, sir. I insisted on nothing less. Again, the safest files are those that haven't been downloaded, and with some tech savvy, they may get through it, but we do have a safety net." The words provided little consolation to Grant. Let's hope it provides us with something while I work to fix this mess. Mike Donovan bobbed his head up and down. I'll get back to monitoring this, sir. I want a complete report of everything they do and how this happened on my desk, ASAP. Yes, sir, he said as he strode to the door, seeming pleased to escape the scrutiny of the CEO. Evie rushed in after him. What do you need, sir? Grant buried his head in his hands. A new life, I think. Clutching her notepad close to her chest, she offered him a gentle smile. It seems your life has taken a turn for the better in many respects. Sadly, not this one. He offered her a slight smile, knowing her reference meant Julia. This is a mess, Evie, and I shouldn't be pushing you to help me fix it. You're still recovering. I am perfectly fine. Just a little residual soreness in my wrist, but this brace helps quite a bit. She twisted her wrapped wrist in the air. And you've weathered worse before and come out stronger. I have faith in you, sir. And speaking of recovering, how is Mrs. Harrington? No ill effects from the event, thankfully. His mind centered on Julia and her most recent set of challenges, starting with the car owned by DG Industries that nearly ran her down. I missed seeing her when I was out earlier this week. It's too bad you weren't here. Then we wouldn't have had that ridiculous incident with Bianca, and you would have the help you need. Evelyn pressed her lips together and flicked her eyebrows up. I never cared for Miss Moreau. She spent more time primping than working. I'd prefer to go it alone. Honestly, I'd prefer only you two, Evie, but it's far too much after your near-death experience. I'm not actually dead, Mr. Harrington, and I wasn't that near to it either, thanks to Mrs. Harrington. She was very brave, and I'm so pleased she has recovered well. That hit she took. Grant's forehead creased at the thought of the terror she'd suffered. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm not. I just wish it had been me and not her. My husband says the same thing, though I am ever so grateful she was able to piece the puzzle together. Now, what files did you need? Grant pulled his mind from his heartache over their experience and into the game. Government bids, all pending. I want to review the dates on each and determine if we need to put together new bids. Of course, sir. I'll pull them all for you now. Thanks. He picked up the preliminary summary report from Mike and scanned it again before his cell phone chimed. He hoped to find a message from Julia, but the lock screen showed one from Worthington instead. The report on Kyle Carter arrived. Would you like me to send it? Grant heaved a sigh, not needing to be reminded of Dr. Kyle Carter when he already had a fire to put out. Still, his curiosity drove him to find any clue as to why the man wanted to dismantle his life. He typed a response. Please send to my private email. Worthington responded almost immediately. I will scan and send after retrieving the files from Mrs. Harrington. Grant furrowed his brow. Julia? He murmured. He pressed the call button as Evie bustled in with several folders in her hands. Mr. Harrington, how can I be of service? Worthington asked as Evie dumped the folders on Grant's desk. He offered her a whispered thank you before answering his butler. Julia has the file on Kyle Carter? Yes, sir. She asked to review it. And you gave it to her? Yes, sir. Is there a problem? Grant's mind whirled. His protective instinct wanted to stop her from dealing with anything related to Kyle Carter, though his analytical side hoped his smart-as-a-whip wife would find the needle in a haystack clue and solve this issue like she had the last. No, I just didn't want it to upset her. Well, she must not have been too upset. The file is here on her desk, and she is gone. A shiver of foreboding snaked down his spine. He shoved it away with a shake of his head. She's meeting Sierra to shop. Oh, the man stammered. Grant silently chuckled at the man's faltering voice, a similar feeling coursing through him as he worried about how the interaction between the two ladies in his life would turn out. I feel the same way, but Julia seems to have a knack for setting people at ease. Indeed, sir. We had a private conversation earlier again about the phone call faux pas, and she assured me I should not worry about it. She is an amazing woman, Worthington. Yes, I couldn't agree more. He read the insinuation in the man's words easily. Well, as long as she wasn't upset and is happily perusing purses with Sierra, that's all that matters. Yes, sir. I will send this file as soon as I've scanned it. I hope everything is well at the office, despite the trouble. It's a mess, but that's nothing new. Tell Julia I may be late tonight. I'll send her a message, but just in case. I will, sir. Good luck. The butler ended the call. Grant stared down at the screen for a moment before he toggled to his message with his wife. It's a mess here. I'll probably be late. How's the shopping going? He waited a moment, hoping to see her pop on to respond, but nothing came. With a pang of disappointment, he slid the phone to the side and opened the top folder from the stack. He didn't expect her to answer. He stared into space for a moment, imagining Sierra chucking her phone across the store and complaining that it was her time, not his. The thought brought a chuckle to him as he dove into the bids, sorting through each one and marking the next steps in a desperate attempt to stop the flood of capital from his company. An hour later, he'd worked through the first stack and returned them to Evie. Before moving on to the second, he rubbed his eyes and checked his phone, expecting a message from Julia. Nothing. An uneasiness lodged itself in the pit of his stomach. Maybe the shopping was going that well, or that bad. His thumb hovered over the call icon. Just a quick check-in to see how things were going, he thought, before he nixed the idea. He did not want her to feel like she had to report to him, particularly given the recent accusations. Instead, he slid the phone aside and turned his attention to his computer screen. After changing his password at the mandatory prompt, he logged into his personal email to find the report sent by Worthington. A colorful circle spun on the screen as he waited for it to open. When it did, a giant picture of Kyle Carter popped up. With a deep, disgusted sigh, he scrolled past it to the next page and skimmed the summary on the man. He appeared to be an upstanding doctor and an exceptional surgeon in his former location. He'd recently moved to New Orleans. Could the move have set something in motion? Grant searched the conversation he'd had at the police station with the man. He'd mentioned the press conference following his arrest for murder. Had he been obsessed with Julia since he saw her there, or was there something more? As his mind tried to piece it together, it settled again on Julia. Maybe he'd fly her to Paris for a surprise dinner. She deserved it after the last few days. A smile tugged at his lips as he imagined her reaction, her eyes sparkling in the city's lights as they dined. The thought still hung in his mind when the ringing phone cut through it. He glanced at the display as it buzzed across the desk. James. He flicked his eyes back to the report on Kyle while he grabbed his phone and accepted the call. James, are you being slowly driven insane by shoes and handbags, or have the ladies let you go? A groan sounded on the opposite end. It stopped his heart, and he tightened his grip on the phone. James? The man offered a pained cry. Mr. Harrington. He sucked in a breath before he continued. Frantic voices sounded in the background. Are you okay? Call 911. Sirens wailed as more shouts resounded. Grant's tension grew, his pulse racing and his heart hammering. James, what happened? They're gone, sir. Both of them. What do you mean, gone? James, what happened? Mrs. Harrington and Sierra. Someone took them. They've been kidnapped. The words echoed in his ear, each syllable a hammer blow to his heart. His vision blurred, and his breath caught in his throat. The world stood still as his chest tightened. Julia and Sierra in danger, possibly hurt. The thought was unbearable, igniting a frantic urgency in him. He had to do something, but what? Chapter 22. Julia. Julia's head jolted upright, a sharp gasp cutting through the stale, musty air of the room, lit by a single bare bulb. Her senses reeled, assaulted by the pungent scent of dampness and the cold, hard touch of the metal chair against her skin. Her limbs were numb and stiff, and her shoulders ached. As the room swirled in a dizzying dance, Julia fought for focus, her vision blurring in the dim light. A relentless throbbing pulsed in her temples, swirling together with the uneasy churning of her stomach. She slid her eyes closed, trying to ease the wave of nausea that passed over her. Memories of the frightening event that led to this filtered back through her mind as the scent of dampness permeated her nostrils. Visions of the gunshot flashed through her mind, along with the horrifying sight of James collapsing as blood bloomed on his shirt. A mix of fear and disbelief churned in her stomach. Their simple shopping trip had spiraled into a nightmare. She'd been kidnapped, then drugged. She winced as the needle hole in the crook of her arm pinched. She opened her eyes, a moan escaping her as she tugged at her arms and legs, both bound to a hard metal chair. Tears sprang to her eyes before spilling onto her already wet cheeks. Each shallow gasp seemed to echo in the space, amplifying her panic. She squeezed her eyes shut, her heart pounding in her ears. A sob escaped her, shaking her shoulders. She gave in to the moment of panic, letting her chin fall to her chest. A whimper from behind her stopped her sobs. She sniffled, twisting to glance over her shoulder. The whimper rose to a terrified cry. "Sierra?" Julia called. "Julia?" Her shrill voice, laced with raw panic, echoed in the large, empty room. "Sierra, listen to me," Julia said, keeping her voice steady. "I'm right here with you. We'll get through this together." "How are we going to get through this, Julia?" She spat before her voice broke again. "We were kidnapped." Julia blew out a shaky breath through her lips before she spoke, trying to keep her voice even and calm. "I know, but we're both still alive, Sierra. That matters." "For now," Sierra shot back before another whimper escaped her. "Sierra, you need to calm down." "I can't," she screamed. "I'm trapped. I can't breathe." "Yes, you can, Sierra." Julia twisted to eye the woman behind her. "You're not trapped. You're okay." "I can't breathe. I can't." "Sierra, you have to stop. Listen to me. I'm right here with you. Deep breaths. Come on, take a few with me." Julia sucked in a big breath and blew it out. "Come on, Sierra. In through the nose, out through the mouth." A moan escaped from the other woman. "Deep breaths, Sierra. That's it." Silence stretched between them for a breath before Sierra spoke again. "Julia," she said, her voice hitching with a hiccup. Julia glanced over her shoulder. "Yeah? Please keep talking to me." Julia bobbed her head up and down. "Okay, I know this seems bad, but..." Sierra sobbed again. "We'll be okay, Sierra. I promise," Julia quickly finished. "You can't promise that," she shrieked before another cry escaped her. "Sierra, I know this looks bad, but this was a kidnapping. If they wanted to kill us, they could have." "What?" Sierra's voice cracked. "Listen to me. If they wanted to hurt us, we wouldn't still be alive. We're here for a reason. They need us for something. Ransom, most likely. So we have some time. We can figure something out." "Ransom." The woman breathed. Daddy will pay that. He'll pay it. We'll be okay. Julia bit her lower lip, trying not to blurt out statistics for ransoms gone wrong. She had to allow Sierra to cling to whatever shred of hope she could. Right. And it'll take them hours to contact him and make the demands and set up the drop-off. If we have a chance to escape before then, we will. Okay. Her voice squeaked. She sniffled before she added, I should have bought you that red purse. What? Julia asked. The red purse you liked. I should have bought it. Then maybe this wouldn't have happened. Sierra, I don't think that's true. It wouldn't have mattered. It's not your fault. At least you would have had a really nice purse, though, she said, breaking off into a sob. Julia sat in silence for a moment, unsure how to counteract the comment. I still will. I expect you to buy me that purse, plus another one when we're home. Yeah. Sierra's voice shook. We will get out of this, Sierra. Julia tugged at her bonds. Can you get free? Sierra's chair scraped across the floor as she jiggled in it. No. She sucked in a sharp breath. Okay, that's okay, Sierra. I doubted either of us could get free, but I had to ask. We're not going to get out of here, Julia. Sierra moaned again before she raised her voice. Hey, hello? Sierra, Julia hissed, not wanting the knowledge that they'd woken up public. It was too late. The door to their room banged open. Julia wasn't able to see the person who entered, with her back to the entrance. What? A gruff voice answered. Please, you have to call my daddy, Sierra pleaded. Whatever you want, he'll pay you. Shut up, or I'll shut you up. The sound of shuffling footsteps faded as the door creaked. Julia's heart pounded. This may be the only chance they get. Wait! Julia's voice cracked with desperation. I have to go to the bathroom. Hold it. The gruff voice growled before the door slammed. Julia startled at the sound before she let her head fall back. Her desperate attempt to seek information or find an escape had failed. She searched her mind, trying to determine if she recognized the voice. It didn't sound like Kyle. Seriously? Sierra asked. No, I just wanted to look around, gauge our odds, figure out a way to get out of this. Oh, right, Sierra answered, her voice rueful. But then I'd be here alone. Yes, you're right. It didn't work anyway, and I won't ask again. I'm not leaving you. Sierra heaved a shaky sigh. Thank you, Julia. Silence stretched between them for a few moments before Sierra spoke again, her voice shaky. Julia? Yeah? Julia asked, craning her neck to glance over her shoulder. I'm sorry I was mean to you. Julia huffed out a soft chuckle. It's okay. And you weren't that mean. Julia continued to struggle against the zip ties holding her to the chair until her wrists bled. Another few seconds passed before Sierra called to her again. Julia? Yes, Sierra? I'm sick. Julia ceased her movements, twisting her gaze toward the woman. It's probably from whatever they used to drug us. Try to close your eyes and take some deep breaths. I'm afraid to close my eyes, she cried. It's okay. I'm right here with you. You can close them, and I'll keep talking so you know I'm here. Okay, the woman squeaked out. So, I'm not very good at talking, but, I didn't love that red purse, so it's okay that you didn't get it for me. I only liked the color. You're an idiot. That purse was great. Duly noted, Julia answered with a bob of her head. I also don't have good taste in purses, so maybe it's best if you do the picking. I have way better taste than you, that's for sure. I won't argue with you. Do you feel any better? Not really, but thank you. Julia tugged at her bonds again. She needed to get them out of here and quickly. The longer this went, the worse it would be. She chewed her lower lip as she imagined Grant getting the news. His jaw clenched, his fingers wrapped into fists, his features twisted with upset. He'd been through enough lately. He didn't need his daughter's kidnapping added to the list. She tugged again, sucking in a sharp breath as fresh blood stained her skin when the zip tie sliced into her. What happened? Sierra asked, her voice cracking. The zip tie is really cutting into me. Julia's voice cut off as voices sounded outside the room. Her heart ramped up, thudding hard against her ribs. You what? Shh, Julia shushed her. I hear voices. She strained to make them out. They sounded heated. An argument between the kidnappers, perhaps? Julia held her breath, her eyebrows knitting as she listened. Want to see her? Out of the question. Get out of here. No, you wouldn't even have them if it wasn't for me. I gave you that information. That doesn't buy you any favors. Oh, I think it does. There's plenty more information where this came from, I promise. If you want it, I want to see her. A pause sounded. Julia slid her head forward, straining to listen. Keep it short. Seconds later, the door creaked open again before thudding shut. Julia sucked in a breath, wondering who had entered. Who was responsible for their capture? Footsteps hurried toward them. Julia kept her head trained forward, aware of what may happen if she tried to spot the person. A figure brushed past her before he rounded to face her, squatting down. A hand caressed her cheek. Julia, are you okay? Julia stared in stunned silence at the face of Dr. Kyle Carter. Kyle? He assessed her wrists before he answered. You're hurt. He shook his head, a tremor in his hands as he faced her again, guilt and determination etched on his face. What are you doing here? Her mind tried to process the conversation. Had he been the one who kidnapped them? No, there were multiple people. Did he have help? Did you do this? Kyle? The creepy ER doctor? Sierra asked. Hey, I'm not creepy, Kyle retorted with a hard glance her way. Kyle, why are you here? Julia demanded. Are you responsible for this? No. Yes. He paused, his voice strained with guilt and desperation. I thought I was doing the right thing at the moment, but I never imagined it would go this far. Look, there's no time to explain now, but please believe me, I did not want you to get hurt. Julia's heart thudded as she tried to make sense of his nonsensical statements. I may have made a call after you left the park and given them your location, but I didn't know they were going to do this. What call? Who did you call? Kyle's features twisted as he stared up at her. I swear, I did not know they were going to hurt you. What did you think they were going to do with that information? Join me for purse shopping? She cried. His face fell, and she shook her head. Never mind. You have to tell someone where we are. I'm going to do better than that, Julia. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a knife, sliding it open. Julia's heart skipped a beat for a moment at the sight. Was he planning on killing her? He slid it closer to her wrist before he glanced up. I'm getting you out of here, but you have to promise me that we can talk. Why should I trust you after everything that's happened? I know you have no reason to trust me, but I'm begging you. There is so much you don't know about me, about everything. Just hear me out. That's all I ask. Are you crazy? I'm being held hostage, and you're using this moment to make sure you get another opportunity to make vague accusations? No, There are things you don't understand. There is so much more going on here." A bang in the hall outside quickened her pulse. They were running out of options. Trusting Kyle seemed insane, especially with him still insisting on spewing his garbage. But this was their only chance. She had to take it and outsmart him later. She snapped her gaze back to the knife, ready to free her, and bobbed her head. "Fine." As Kyle approached with the knife again, a wave of uncertainty washed over her. The cold metal of the chair pressed into her back as Kyle sliced the zip tie from each of her wrists before he freed her ankles. Julia's heart hammered against her chest, every snip of the knife sending a jolt of fear and hope through her veins. He rose, sliding the knife into his pocket before he pulled her to stand. "Can you walk?" "Yes, but—" "Good," he said, grabbing her hand and tugging her toward the door. She pulled back against him. "We have to take Sierra." Kyle glanced down at the other woman before he flicked his gaze back to Julia. "There's no time." He pulled her again, but she refused to move. "No, I'm not going anywhere without Sierra." Kyle stared at her for a breath before his shoulders slumped. "Fine." He pulled the knife from his pocket and released her from the bonds holding her before he slipped his arm around Julia again. "Stop," she insisted as Sierra rose on shaky legs. "She can barely walk." "We don't exactly have a lot of time here, Julia." "We're not leaving her," Julia said as she slid her arm around Sierra's waist. Kyle grumbled as he took a step back toward them and swept Sierra into his arms. "Out the door and to the right. Stay close." Julia eased the door open, peering into the hall. "It looks clear." "Go, to the right and straight out. My car's right outside the door." Julia whipped the door open and hurried into the hall, pausing to wait for Kyle and Sierra. "Go, Julia," he encouraged her. She hurried in front of him toward a metal door at the end of the hall. Hope surged within her as they closed the distance. "Hey!" A voice boomed behind them. Julia's heart stopped at the sound. "Julia, go! Run!" Kyle said. She glanced behind them at a blond man, his muscles bulging out of his t-shirt as he reached for the holster hanging at his side. Her eyes went wide before she spun and raced for the door. She instinctively ducked as a bullet whizzed by them, slamming into the wall. A cry escaped her as she slammed into the door and skidded outside. An SUV sat steps from it, and she sprinted toward it, opening the back door. "Get inside, Julia," Kyle ordered as he sat Sierra in the back, slammed the door, and hurried toward the driver's side. He slid behind the wheel and fired the engine as the door to the warehouse burst open. Julia's eyes went wide as the man aimed the gun at them. A strong hand grabbed her neck and shoved her forward. "Stay down," Kyle said before he tugged the shifter into gear and stomped on the accelerator. The tires screamed as they sought to find purchase against the pavement. The car sped forward, and Julia risked a peek over the window when a bullet smacked into the rear windshield. A splintering crack formed across it. The next crack of the gun did no damage, as Kyle continued to put distance between them and the building. Julia gasped for breath as she twisted in her seat. "Sierra, are you okay?" The woman, a terrified expression still etched into her features, nodded. I think so." Julia breathed out a sigh of relief as she settled against the leather. She swallowed hard, a mix of emotions springing up from relief to apprehension about their current predicament. "You're safe now, Julia." Kyle's voice snapped her back to reality. He reached for her hand, but she yanked hers away, still unsure of him and his motives. The move didn't please him, as evidenced by the tension in his jaw and his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. The car slowed to a stop, and Julia's heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing?" getting rid of her. He thumbed to Sierra before he dug into his pocket and pulled out the knife. Flicking it open, he jabbed it toward Sierra. "Get out." Julia's eyes went wide. "What? No." "Julia, you promised. Either she gets out here, or I take her back." He inched the knife forward at Sierra before he tossed his phone into the back seat. "Take the phone and go." Julia's stomach turned. "You can't be serious." "I'm leaving her with the phone. She can call for help. She's fine." Sierra grabbed the phone from the leather seat before she snapped open the door. "My daddy is going to kill you for this." As she slipped out of the car, Julia grabbed the handle and popped her door open. "No," Kyle said, lunging across her to tug the door shut. Sierra's door slammed shut, and before Julia could react, he shifted gears and tore away. Julia's stomach churned as she stared into the side mirror at Sierra's form, lit only by the taillights, before she snapped her gaze at Kyle, her features a mix of fear and disbelief. Guilt gnawed at her, along with a sinking sense of dread as she faced being alone with Kyle. "What is wrong with you?" "I really wish you would stop asking me that. You knew the rules. I got her out of there. She has nothing to do with this conversation, and you'll want to hear what I have to say." Julia's lower lip trembled as she stared at the man. Chapter 23. Grant. The room spun, reality tilting on its axis as Grant grappled with those 3 words. They've been kidnapped. A cold dread cascaded through him, his heart pounding, each beat echoing the terror growing inside him. "What?" he choked out. "Someone took them. I couldn't stop them. I'm shot. Grant's eyes went wider at the news. "Shot? James." The call cut off before he could ask anything further. "James?" A growled curse escaped his lips as he stared at the dead display before he revived it and placed a call to Max Sterling. The man's line rang twice before he picked up. "Mr. Harrington, did you get my report?" "Max, listen carefully. This is urgent. Sierra and Julia have been kidnapped. We need to find them now, whatever it takes." There was a momentary silence before the man responded. "Yes, of course, Mr. Harrington. What details do we have?" Grant's stomach lurched. "None. I don't. James was shot. He called me and told me what happened. That's all I know. I'll send someone to meet him at the hospital. I'm heading there too. Then I'll be home. I want everyone on this. Find them, Max. Now." He jabbed at the phone before he leapt from his seat, grabbing his suit jacket from the back and whipping it on. "Mr. Harrington, heading out?" Evie asked as she scurried back into the office with another set of folders. Grant froze, the words not coming. Evie stopped midway through her folder dump, snapping her gaze to him, her usual cheery composure morphing with concern. "Mr. Harrington? What's wrong?" "Julia, has something happened to Mrs. Harrington?" "Someone kidnapped Julia and Sierra," he finally choked out. Evie's features twisted with shock. "Oh, my word! Go, Mr. Harrington. If you need me to contact the authorities, I can do that." "Yes," Grant said, with a nod. "There was so much chaos at the scene. Please call them." Evie reached across the desk for the phone. "It's done. Be safe, Mr. Harrington." With a curt nod, he raced from the office and punched the elevator button until it opened. The ride down seemed to take forever. He opened his phone, scrolling through his newsfeed. Nothing reported so far. No new information. When the doors opened, he sprinted to his car and sped through the streets to the hospital. As he weaved through traffic, his mind raced, juggling countless possibilities. Who would take Julia and Sierra? Was this a random act or tied to something more sinister? The questions piled, each one weighing heavily on his already strained thoughts. He skidded to a halt outside the emergency room, a blur of scrubs and flashing lights. Handing his keys to the valet with a shaky hand, he plunged into the frenzied atmosphere of the waiting room, each step heavy with dread. "James Bennett?" he asked the woman at the desk. "Mr. Harrington," James shouted as they wheeled him in from the ambulance. Grant's heart pounded as he spotted the bloody bandage slapped against his shoulder. If James looked like this, how did Julia and Sierra fare? Grant closed the distance between them. "James, how bad is it?" "Not good. Old van, nondescript. 3 masked men, 1 masked driver. They were gone in seconds." Grant offered a slight scoff. "James, you need to focus on yourself at the moment. How bad is your wound?" "Hurts like hell, sir, but I didn't get the worst of it. I'm going to ask them to patch me up, and we'll get right out looking for them." "No, James. You need to let them do what they need to do to help you, okay? Max is on this already." James shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir." "It's not your fault. Is there anything else you can tell us?" James pressed his lips together, offering Grant a sheepish glance. "I don't know if this is related or not, but if I don't say something, well, I'd feel remiss if it mattered later." Grant crinkled his brow. "What is it?" "Before I took Mrs. Harrington to shop," his voice faltered, attempting to shape words that refused to come. "What, James?" James heaved a sigh. "She insisted I take her to see Kyle Carter. She said something about him saying he had more information. She wanted to know what it was so she could warn you." Grant's eyes went wide. "You took her?" "She said if I didn't, she'd go alone. I couldn't let her do that." Grant's grip on the railing of the bed tightened. "She really needs to stop taking all these risks." "I tried to talk her out of it. Told her you'd fire me if I took her." Grant shot him a sideways glance. "Not quite, but I am going to have a long talk with her when—" "We'll find her, sir," James assured him. "Right," Grant answered as a few medical professionals flitted into the room to begin tending to James. "Sir, if you could wait in the waiting room—" "Actually, I'm going to head home to keep tabs on the search. I'll send someone to wait with you." "No, every second counts. Keep everyone on the search," James insisted. Grant nodded, his mind still whirling as he stepped into the night air. The weight of the situation settled on him like a shroud. He had to find them. Failure was not an option. When he arrived at Harrington House, it was already abuzz with activity. His private office had been transformed into a command center. Laptops and electronics glowed and hummed, casting harsh beams across the intense faces of his security team. "Mr. Harrington," Worthington said as he entered, his expression grim. "I am so—" The man found himself unable to finish the statement. "We're going to find them, Worthington." Grant's voice projected a confidence he didn't feel. "Of course, sir. They have already begun the search." Worthington motioned toward the office. Grant strode inside, tugging his jacket off. "Where are we on this?" Max took the lead with explanations. "Police are tracking the van through CCTV and informing us of anything they find. They were grabbed outside of the Dolce store. Kidnappers left their purses at the scene. We retrieved both. No messages on either cell phone that seemed threatening. No warning. No notes in either with instructions." Grant processed the information. "Who is the van registered to?" "We're working on that," Max said, still waiting for the plates from the police. Grant loosened his tie as his mind sorted through the information. "They were wearing ski masks," James said. "This was a coordinated strike, sir, not a quick grab. I imagine they'll have demands. The important thing to remember is, as long as they think we're playing ball, they have no reason to hurt either of them." Grant's mind whirled at the statement, his jaw tensing. He imagined the two women in his life frightened, possibly hurt. Helplessness washed over him as he sank into his chair. "So we do what? Wait?" "For the time being, yes. We wait for information or a contact from the kidnappers." "Did anyone check on Kyle Carter? James said Julia spoke with him before she went to the shop." "Again, sir?" Worthington asked. Grant slid his eyes to the man. "Yes, she met him. James said she insisted on going. Something about figuring out what information he was planning to spring on us. I had 2 men head to his place just after the incident. After a little persuasion, he claimed to have no knowledge of it. Said he spoke with Julia at the park. She left. He didn't follow because she'd made it clear she didn't want to speak to him." "Well, isn't that magnanimous of the good doctor?" Grant shot back. "We had a tail on him. I can check in with them." "Do that. I don't trust him." Max nodded as he pressed his phone to his ear and retreated across the room. Grant's eyes fell on the silver frame holding the wedding photo. He imagined the smile gone from her face as terror set in, and all because of him. One of his enemies took both her and his daughter. Would either ever forgive him? "What?" Max's voice barked. "Well, find him, now!" "What's going on, Max?" Grant asked as the man ended the call. "Tail lost Carter as he left the city. They're trying to find him now." Grant slid his eyes closed as he shook his head and cursed under his breath. "Find him." The buzzing of his phone sent his heart thudding again. He stared down at the unknown number before he glanced at Max. "Put it on speaker." Grant nodded and swiped to accept the call. "This is Grant Harrington." A chilling robotic voice filled the air. "This is the party that currently has your wife and daughter." His breathing turned shallow. "What do you want?" "Harrington Global. Turn over all shares to us or they die. More instructions will be coming." "Wait," Grant said as Max spun a finger in the air, asking him to keep the caller on the line. "I want proof they're alive." "We'll send it." The line clicked as the caller ended the call. A collective groan went up through the room as the man manning the trace shook his head. Grant leaned back in his chair as he processed the demand. His entire company, his entire fortune, gone. But he would give anything to ensure Sierra and Julia came home safe. "Call Mitchell." Max shook his head. "Sir, we shouldn't." "Call Mitchell. I'm not bargaining with their lives." Worthington lifted the receiver on the desk. "I will contact him immediately, sir." Grant sat back in his chair, his mind twisted and turned as he tried to figure out who would do this. Worthington gently replaced the phone in the cradle. "He is on his way." "Thank you, Worthington. Max, keep on the search. If we can get them back, we go for it. Until then, we make arrangements to meet their demands. Nothing is worth Sierra's or Julia's lives." Max bobbed his head as he dialed a number on his phone and pressed it to his ear again before stalking across the room. Grant rubbed his forehead as he waited for the phone to ring again or for the proof of life to come through. His trembling hands drummed out a shaky rhythm on the desk. Why haven't they sent the proof yet? He tried to push the obvious reason from his mind. They didn't have it. No, that would never work for a ransom. They must be alive. Maybe they were being difficult, fighting. He hoped they were, but he prayed above anything they were safe. As the team continued to bustle around him, Grant let his eyes slide closed, feeling the weight of the situation settle on his shoulders. He tried to brace himself for what was to come, but he wasn't certain anything could prepare him. When his phone rang again, it split his thoughts and twisted his stomach. He glanced at the display. Another unknown number, this one different from the last. They must be using a series of burner phones. Max raced back across the room. "Answer it. Speakerphone." Grant nodded, swiping to answer the call and placing it on speaker. "This is Grant Harrington." Silence met his words for a moment. He held his breath as time slowed. Just as he was about to prod for a response, a breath gasped on the other end. "Daddy?" His eyes went wide, and his heart hammered. "Sierra?" "Daddy!" she sobbed, her voice quivering. "Sierra, where are you? Can you tell me where you are?" He expected the robotic voice to cut off her words. His mind thought ahead in the chess match. Where was Julia? He needed to hear her voice, too. I don't know where I am. He just left me here." "What? Honey, are you safe?" "I think so," she cried. "I'm just on the side of the road. I don't know where I am. I can see the city, but I don't know where." "Keep her on the line," Max said. "We're tracing her." Honey, don't hang up. We're searching for you, okay?" "Okay." Her voice was heavy with upset. "Daddy, I don't feel good." "I know, baby. We're coming to get you as soon as we can, okay?" "Okay," she sniffled. "Okay." "Are you hurt?" "No," she answered. "I'm okay." She hadn't mentioned Julia. Why? He had to know. He asked the question that had burned through his mind since the start of the call. "Sierra, I need to know if Julia is with you." "No." The question started her crying again. "Do you know where she is?" "No," Sierra answered, her voice cracking. "He took her. He just left me here and took her." "Who, baby? Who took Julia?" Grant tried to steady his voice, but it came out just above a whisper as dread coiled in his stomach. "Kyle Carter." The name hit him like a physical blow. Flashbacks of the terse exchange in the police station and Kyle's unsettling gaze flooded his mind, filling him with anger. The world spun for the umpteenth time as the words smacked him in the face. Kyle Carter had done this, and now he had Julia. Chapter 24. Julia. Julia gripped the car door as she desperately tried to stop herself trembling. The drug still in her system twisted her stomach into knots as the light smeared into streaks of color against the dark canvas of the night. The easy, soft music emitted from the car's sound system wove through the air, a stark contrast to her chaotic thoughts. Had it been a wise decision to trust Kyle Carter? He'd gotten them out of a dangerous situation, but she still remained in peril. At least Sierra was safe. Mostly. She glanced out at the city's lights in the distance, wondering if she'd connected with help yet. Tears pricked her eyes as the car continued to careen further away from anything known to her. She bit into her trembling lower lip as she struggled to squash the rising tide of panic. She needed to be clear-headed when dealing with Kyle. "Are you okay?" His voice startled her, but not more than the warmth of his hand as he slid it around her shoulders. She leapt in the seat, twisting to face him as a tear fell to her cheek. "Easy, Julia. I'm not going to hurt you. I helped you, remember?" "After you made it possible for someone to kidnap us in the first place." "I already explained that. I had no idea they were going to do something like this." "Who are they?" Julia demanded. "Someone else who doesn't like Grant as much as I don't like him." "Who, Kyle?" Julia's fear took a back seat to her curiosity and drive to free herself. "I don't know exactly, okay? I just Had a contact who said they'd love some help, making sure Grant pays for all of the things he's done. When you left earlier, I called them." Julia glanced down at her lap, trying to piece together the information as tears threatened again. "I didn't know this is what they were planning, Julia. I swear."
"No, but you were willing to give them our location to make Grant pay for a crime I've yet to hear about. And you left Sierra on the side of the road. She's still scared and sick, and now she's alone."
He blinked the comment away. "She'll be fine, but I could care less about Sierra Harrington. I'm sure her daddy will come swooping in to save her. But you don't deserve to be another casualty of his recklessness." The bitterness of his words struck her as Kyle brought the car to a stop on the wide shoulder of the lonely road. She popped the door open and fled into the cool night. Kyle sprang from the car, skirting around it as she stalked away, her arms tightly wrapped around her midriff, both from the chill in the air and her nerves. "Julia, wait!" he called after her. She whipped around to face him.
"For what?"
He sucked in a deep breath, holding his hands up. "Please calm down."
"Don't tell me to calm down. If there was ever a time to panic, it's right now."
She clamped her hands on her head as the reality of her situation pressed in on her. Kyle tugged off his blazer and moved closer to slide it around her shoulders. She stepped back, putting distance between them. "Just take it, Julia. You're freezing." She snatched the jacket from his hands and slipped it around her shoulders. He closed the distance between them and tugged her hands forward to study the wounds on her wrists.
"Please stop stalling and say whatever it is that was so important for you to tell me that you had to dump someone on the side of the road at knife point."
"Let me take care of this."
"Stop wrapping this all in your concern for me. What is so important about Grant that I need to know? And why have you involved me?"
He snapped his gaze up to her. "He just leaves a trail of destruction always. You're just the latest victim. And I'm still a doctor. These cuts are not superficial."
"Maybe you could take me to the hospital."
"I'm an ER doctor. I can handle this here," he said as he opened the hatch on his SUV. "Come on." She wandered closer as he pulled a first aid kit forward. "Sit down," he said. She eased onto the cargo space mat as he drizzled a cotton pad with antiseptic and gently pressed it to one of the slices on her wrist. She winced and sucked in a breath.
"Ow! That hurts."
"Sorry," he said simply as he continued his work. She chewed her lower lip. She had to get the conversation moving or try to figure out some way out of this.
"You were a surgeon at your last hospital, right?"
He snapped his eyes up to her, narrowing them. She shrugged.
"It was in the report."
He screwed up his face. "What report?" She cocked her head.
"You think Grant is a terrible ogre, but you didn't expect him to ask his security team to pull as much information on you as they could after what happened?"
He heaved a sigh as he returned to bandaging her wrist.
"So, why did you leave Texas?"
He ripped open another package of gauze. "I had nothing left there." She let her eyes rise to the sky.
"Did you come here just to destroy Grant?"
"Do you know everything about him, Julia? Everything?"
"Of course not."
He wadded the packaging and tossed the ball aside. "I didn't think so, or you'd know how he treats women, or anybody he no longer has a use for."
"What does that mean?"
"Oh, come on. You're his 5th wife. 4 wives before you, countless women. When the game is over, he just tosses people away like they don't matter." She chewed her lower lip as the words stung, not only potentially ringing true, but because of the intensely personal nature of the attack. She narrowed her eyes at the doctor. What had Grant done to him? "I don't want you to be the next one he does this to, because he will." She shook her head at him. His extreme concern for her didn't ring true, at least not as his only reason. Okay, even if that's true, why do you care? That's on me. I made my choices. When you didn't know his past. I knew I was his 5th wife when I walked down that aisle. Yeah, well, you couldn't possibly have known everything. No one did until recently. He set his hands on his hips. The pain etched in his eyes spoke to some personal pain. Her eyebrows knitted as she tried to piece the puzzle together. She flicked her gaze up to him, catching his profile as he stared toward the city. Her brain slowly connected the dots. The chiseled jaw, the piercing blue eyes, his adoption, no father listed on the birth certificate. Her features melted as she came to the only realization she could. She ran a hand through her hair before she studied him again, a chill racing through her as she grappled with the revelation with a mix of disbelief and horror. Her pulse quickened as her stomach knotted. The eerie silence of the quiet spot added to her shock. Are you Grant's son? The mere mention of it caused his features to twist with a mixture of anger and upset. He contributed to my DNA. Beyond that, he's not a father to me. Her mind whirled as the implication spun a web of confusion and doubt in her mind. Why had he never mentioned a son? They didn't know much about each other, enough that a meeting with her brother-in-law had been mistaken for a romantic rendezvous, but still, a son? Did he not know? The woman hadn't listed a father. Yes, as you can see, I'm just another one of Grant's rejects. Does he know? She asked, her voice just above a whisper. Nothing about this situation aligned with the Grant she knew. Barely knew, her mind added. But still, he didn't seem the type. He was wonderful with Sierra. Kyle swallowed hard as he refused to meet her gaze. I assume so. So you aren't sure? Julia leapt from her seat and paced behind the car. If Grant didn't know, maybe he should. Would he abandon a child? I was adopted. I didn't find that out until my adopted mother died. She told me on her deathbed. And when I went to find my real mother, I had less than a month with her. She told me about my father, Grant Harrington. She said they spent one night together. She said when she found out she was pregnant, she tried to talk to him, but he was conveniently unavailable. The next day, Grant's father showed up and paid her $10,000 to keep her mouth shut and get rid of the problem. Kyle jabbed a finger at his chest. I was the problem. Julia's mind spun as she tried to search for a solution, both to her current situation and the problem looming for Grant. Had he wanted the problem swept under the rug? Had he assumed it had been? Julia ran her fingers through her hair again before she set her hands on her hips. So, as you can see, Julia, he's a real stand-up guy. Once you're beyond your usefulness date, he'll destroy you too. Julia fought to keep her mind clear as the astounding revelation, combined with Kyle's emotionally charged hatred of Grant, threatened to cloud her judgment. Okay, look, I know you don't want to hear this, but... If it's a defense of him, I don't. Kyle, I don't think he knew about this. Kyle rolled his eyes as he slammed the hatch shut. I can't believe this. I'm serious, because the Grant I know would not do this. He's a wonderful father to Sierra. I guess kids from a real marriage make all the difference. Julia shook her head. I disagree. I don't think he knows you exist. No, he thinks he paid my mother to get rid of me. The problem. But she didn't, and he doesn't know that. Maybe he doesn't even know she had you. You said she didn't speak with him, and his father handled it. He may not even realize. Kyle's features twisted with frustration at her words. Kyle, please. He deserves a chance to make this right. No, he shouted at her, causing her to stumble back a step. He doesn't deserve anything. Not his big house, not his billion-dollar company, not you. She licked her lips as she tried to vet through options to calm his very frayed nerves. So, what are you going to do? He refused to meet her gaze, the upset still etched into every line of his face. Because you can't keep going on like this. This isn't going to solve anything. It's not going to erase the hurt. If you succeed, what then? Will you feel better? Maybe, he spat back. I doubt it, she said, lowering her voice to be calm and steady. I don't think you want to destroy him. Don't try to psychoanalyze me, Julia, he warned with a shake of his head. Julia shrugged. Well, someone has to, before you destroy your own life trying to destroy Grant's. And what is it that I want? Julia studied him for a moment, allowing her mind to sort through and find the best words. Acknowledgement, at least. Acceptance. Kyle shook his head as he stalked a few steps away. No, the last thing I want is anything from him. So you just want to strip everything from him? That's it? It's a start. I don't believe that. I don't care. Get in the car. She crossed her arms as she refused to budge. Not until we've settled this. There's nothing to settle, Julia. Not with you. Not here. He stalked to the passenger door and tugged it open, motioning for her to enter. Explain to me how destroying Grant helps you in any way. Payback. It's time he got a taste of what he's been doling out all these years. But he hasn't. Kyle. All right, look. Why don't you tell him and see what he says? And if I'm wrong, you can do whatever you plan to do. Kyle let his head drop between his shoulder blades. And how do you propose I do that, Julia? Waltz into Harrington house and say, Hi, Dad, it's me, your long-lost son. I wouldn't use those exact words, but yes, I think you should tell him. And what makes you think he'll listen? The minute I get anywhere near him, his security will likely take me out, if he doesn't do it himself. I won't let that happen. I promise. He flicked his gaze to the city lights humming in the distance. Had she convinced him? When he glanced back at her, the pain still burned in his icy blue eyes, but there was something else, too. Something unreadable. Did he agree, or had she just talked herself into an early grave? Chapter 25. Grant. Grant flicked his gaze, clouded with panic, disbelief, and fear, at his security team head. Keep her on the line. We've almost got her location, Max answered. His mind whirled as he tried to think ahead in this chess match. If they found Sierra, could they locate Julia? Was she nearby? How far would they have driven in the time it took for them to get his daughter? We're almost there, Sierra. Just hang on, he said, keeping his voice as steady as he could as the emotions roiling inside him threatened to boil over. We got it. She's north of the city. Max pulled two of his men with him as he inputted the location onto his cell phone's GPS. I'm coming with you, but they should keep working on finding Kyle Carter and Julia. Absolutely, Max said with a bob of his head. Grant snatched his cell phone from the desk. Sierra, we're on our way. I'm going to stay on the line with you until we get there, okay? Okay, she answered, her voice slightly stronger. The night sky blurred by him as the two cars raced toward Sierra's location. Time seemed to stop, and every second ticked by far too slowly for Grant as he tried to keep Sierra calm during the trip. Finally, they rounded a bend. The lead car's headlights illuminated her, shivering with her arms wrapped around herself. She squinted back against them as the car screeched to a halt. The 2 men from the first car leapt out, weapons drawn, sweeping the area for any threats as Sierra tottered her way toward the second car. Grant flung his door open before the tires rolled to a stop and raced toward his daughter. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he pulled her closer, pressing her head to his shoulder. "Oh, Sierra, thank God," she sobbed as she clung to him. "We're clear, sir. No signs of Carter or Mrs. Harrington." He cursed under his breath. He hoped to find Julia not far from Sierra's location, that by some miracle, that maniac had dumped them both in slightly different locations, but close enough to be found. "You haven't heard from her?" Sierra asked, pulling back from him. "No. Do you know which way they went?" Sierra bit her lower lip as she pointed down the road. "That way. He just took her. He wouldn't let her out of the car. Daddy, he had a knife." The words punched him in the gut. The man had threatened to take her from him. What if he hadn't meant romantically? What if he'd meant he'd kill her? His heart clenched at the thought. "We'll continue down this road and search for them. You take Miss Harrington for medical treatment," Max said as he and another security team member leapt into the first car and peeled off. "Come on, honey," Grant said, forcing himself away from the last known location of his wife. He had to tend to Sierra, had to make sure she was all right. "I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm okay. I want to go look for Julia." He wrapped an arm around Sierra and led her to the car. "Baby, you need to get checked out, and I don't want you anywhere near Kyle Carter if we find him." Sierra stopped, her features pinched with concern as she refused to continue walking. "But Julia is with him, and he kept saying all these things about making her listen to him. Daddy, I'm scared for her." "So am I. Let's go home and see if there's been any progress, okay?" She wrapped her arm around his waist and continued to the car, where he safely tucked her in the back seat before sliding in next to her. The car whipped around in a circle to return to Harrington House as Sierra settled against him. "Honey, is there anything else you can tell us about what happened?" Sierra stiffened next to him, her features pinching. "It happened so fast, and then we were in some kind of room, and we were tied to the chairs. Julia kept telling me we were going to be all right, and then Kyle came in. He—" "Okay, Sierra, slow down. It's okay. You're safe now," he said as he stroked her hair. Inside him, though, a storm of anger and worry for Julia raged. He took her, and he wanted to leave me there, and she wouldn't let him. Said he had to take me, too." He silently thanked Julia for the safety of his daughter, hoping he'd have the chance to tell her himself. "But I was sick. I couldn't stand up, so he had to carry me. And they were shooting at us." Her voice turned shrill as the panicked moments she must have lived through frightened her all over again. "Shh, it's okay, Sierra. You're safe now. It's okay." She tilted her head to glance up at him. "We're going to find her, right?" "Yes, we are," Grant said, his jaw clenching with resolve. "There is no way he is taking her from us." The answer seemed to satisfy Sierra, who settled her head against his shoulder again until they reached Harrington House. He told her to go to her room and asked Worthington to call a doctor to tend to her, but she refused. With a blanket wrapped around her, she insisted the security hub move to the living room, where she'd parked herself on the couch to oversee the search for Julia. Still shaken, Grant kept a protective arm wrapped around her tightly as he waited for any word from Max. At least here, he didn't have to see the giant reminder of Julia's sweet smile grinning at him on what she'd likely count among the worst days of her life now. The ringing of his phone brought him both hope and despair. "Max, tell me you found her." "Nothing, sir. We're continuing to comb the area, but haven't found a trace of them yet." His mind whirled at the news. If they hadn't stopped, they could be far from the city. Every second meant another mile further away. They could be anywhere. She could already be... His mind refused to complete the thought. "Keep looking," he forced himself to say with a steady voice. "Yes, Mr. Harrington," Max said before he signed off. Grant leaned back into the supple leather of the couch, though the soft cushion offered him no comfort. His chest tightened as the stalled search put thoughts into his mind he didn't want to think. Every second they didn't find her was a step closer to failure. His forehead creased as the worry threatened to overwhelm him. The buzz of activity around him drowned out most other sounds as keys clacked, paper shuffled, and low conversation sounded with what little information they'd pieced together. Grant slid his eyes closed as the weight of the situation settled on him. He drew in a shaky breath when a single word stopped his heart. "Grant?" Julia's soft voice said. He must be hallucinating, imagining her. How he wished that voice was real. Next to him, Sierra tensed. He snapped his eyes open, glancing at his daughter. The wide-eyed expression on her face confounded him. He flicked his gaze in the direction of her surprised stare. Disbelief, shock, and elation created a dizzying mix of emotions in him as he stared at Julia hovering in the doorway. Alive, unhurt. Was he still hallucinating? "Julia?" His hoarse voice barely resonated above a whisper as he rose and rushed toward her. His features melted as he pulled her into his arms in a bear hug, lifting her from the ground. She hesitated for a moment before her arms wrapped around him and squeezed. He let go of her, cupping her face in his hands. "Julia, thank God. Are you okay?" She nodded, her features still pinched. "How is James?" "He's okay. No surgery needed." Sierra raced past him and flung her arms around Julia's neck. "Julia!" His wife wrapped her arms around his daughter, stroking her hair. He glanced at her bandaged wrists. "We need to get you to the hospital." She shook her head as she pulled back from Sierra, her arms still around her shoulders, worry still etched in her features. "No, there's something we need to do first." He knitted his brows as he tried to understand the cryptic remark. "And I need you to promise you'll listen and not overreact," she sniffled, laying a hand on his shoulder. "And it's not going to be easy." His mind whirled at her request. His stomach churned, and a lump formed in his throat. Had she had enough of this life? Had Kyle convinced her to walk away? Or had the frightening experience done that? Worry edged out the relief in his voice. "Julia, you've just been through a lot. It's overwhelming, but we need to make sure you're okay." Her features pinched again. "You don't understand. We have to deal with this now." He couldn't shake the bad feeling that twisted his gut into knots. All right," he stammered. Julia rubbed a thumb across Sierra's cheek. "Stay here, okay?" Sierra tugged against her, upset, creasing her features. "Julia, please don't leave." She offered Sierra a slight smile. "I'm not leaving, Sierra, but there is something I have to deal with. Stay here." Grant sucked in a breath, his worst fears dismissed. What was it she needed to discuss? She offered him a glance, worry and something else clouding her eyes, as she reached for his hand. He slipped his into hers, pulling her closer to him as they strode from the room. "Any hints?" She stopped in the foyer, facing him. "It's about Kyle." His heart pounded at the mention of the man's name, and his fingers curled into fists. Horrific thoughts raced through his mind about what had happened when Kyle Carter had driven off with her. "Did he hurt you?" She shook her head, her lips pressed into a tight line. "No, but I know why he's doing what he's doing." His mind spun at the words. What had Kyle told her, and what had she been reluctant to bring up in front of his daughter?
"It's not mine to tell. Please promise me you won't overreact."
"Julia, you're not making sense." He gently gripped her arms, wondering if she was confused. "Let's just go sit down, okay?" She shook her head again before she led him toward the closed doors of his study. With a glance over her shoulder at him, she pushed them open and stepped inside. Grant kept his eyes trained on her until movement across the room caught his eye. His eyes went wide, and anger burned through him at the sight of Kyle Carter standing in the center of the room. Fury drove him toward the man. "You bastard!" Julia raced in front of him, placing herself between them.
"No, Grant!"
"Julia, get away from him!" Kyle wrapped his fingers around her shoulder. "Don't move, Julia. He'll kill me if you do." Grant lifted his chin to peer around her. "Oh, what a real man, hiding behind an innocent woman. Stop using her as a shield, Carter."
"Grant, stop!"
she pleaded. "I told you he'd be like this," Kyle said. "I told you he wouldn't listen. Now do you believe me?"
"No,"
she growled at him.
"Just, everyone needs to take a breath."
She kept her eyes trained on Grant as she placed a hand on his chest.
"Please, listen to him."
Grant wrapped his hand around hers before he tugged her closer to him, wrapping an arm around her. If Julia requested this of him, he would oblige. She must have a reason. "All right. Talk, Carter." The man glanced at Julia first, infuriating him again. She offered him a subtle nod. He swallowed hard, and Grant caught sight of fear shifting in the shadows of his eyes. "Does the name Laura Michaels mean anything to you?" Grant's forehead creased as he searched his memory. He didn't recall anyone by that name. "No," he answered, trying to keep his voice even and measured for Julia's sake. Kyle slid his eyes closed, his jaw flexing. "Of course it doesn't. This is useless."
"It's not,"
Julia said.
"Explain. At least give him that."
Kyle's nostrils flared as he shot Julia a frustrated glance, his chest heaving with heated breaths. He shifted his gaze to the floor. "Well, 33 years ago she meant something to you." 33 years ago? "Yes, Grant," he growled. 33 years ago, when you spent some time with Laura Michaels, and she ended up pregnant." Julia's hand twisted to intertwine her fingers with his as the words sank in. A vague recollection of a drunken night floated through his memory. He'd never imagined that forgotten moment would circle back to him now. "And when she tried to tell you about it, all she got was $10,000 and an order to get an abortion." Grant's features pinched. He had never offered anyone money for an abortion. "What?" "I'm your son, Grant. The one you tried to erase. The one you refused to take responsibility for." Grant's mind stretched to put together the puzzle. 33 years ago, he'd fathered a child. He couldn't believe it. Could it be true? How had he never known? But if this was real, he hadn't. He'd never asked the woman to dispose of it. A wave of nausea rolled over him, his heart pounding like a drum. His palms turned clammy as he tried to process the words. "I didn't."
"He says your father wrote the check,"
Julia said softly. Realization dawned. Memories of a heated argument between him and his father about responsibilities cropped up. He'd never known what had happened. He flicked his gaze to Kyle's face, wondering how he hadn't seen it before. His eyes were eerily similar to his own and Sierra's. He was staring at his son, a son he'd never known he had. His mind flashed to the woman at his side, the woman who had rode out the storm of anger from the younger man across from him, and who had likely pieced the entire thing together. Had she realized he hadn't known? Or had she thought he'd do something this horrible? I didn't know. He set his eyes on his wife, his features pleading. Julia, I didn't know. I told him that, she said, her voice still soft. I don't buy that, Kyle snapped. He snapped his gaze to Kyle. Kyle, I don't know what to say, but I had no idea. I'm sorry. Too little, too late, he growled. Kyle, that's not fair, Julia said. Isn't it? Do you think what they did was fair? How do you think it felt to find out my life was nothing more than a mistake? Your life isn't a mistake, and he didn't do what you think he did. I don't believe that, Julia. I didn't, Grant insisted. I don't care, Kyle shouted. Okay, enough, Julia said, placing herself between them again. The two men stared each other down, neither of them willing to budge. I think everyone needs to go to neutral corners. For what? His half-hearted apology doesn't even begin to cover it. Grant scoffed, ready to rip into him. Any softened emotion he'd had toward the man fizzled in seconds when Julia interjected. I don't think it was intended to cover anything, and I don't think it was half-hearted. I also don't think this is going to be settled in one night. What was the point of this, then, other than to lure me here so you could get back to life under his thumb? The point was to get this all out in the open, and now it is. Now you've heard his side. He knows you exist. What you do from here is up to the two of you. Grant studied his wife as she spoke, her words seeming to come so easily. Julia's right. This is bigger than one night. But right now, I need to make sure Julia and Sierra are okay. Kyle stared at the floor, his jaw tense. They should be taken to the hospital. There's a needle mark on her arm. They could have given her anything. Grant wrapped his arm around Julia and tugged her toward the door. Come on, Jules. Her shoulders slumped slightly as they walked to the door. He stopped before they reached the foyer and twisted to face the man claiming to be his son. He had always prided himself on being a man who faced consequences head on. But now, confronted with a past decision that had resulted in an unintended consequence, a sobering humility settled on him. Kyle, let's talk tomorrow and see if we can find some common ground. Kyle's eyes landed on Julia before they flicked back to Grant. All right. I am sorry. I hope we can resolve this. You didn't deserve what happened to you. Kyle offered him a nod as he flicked his gaze away. They took another step toward the foyer when Kyle called to him again. Hey, Grant? Grant turned to face him. I may be able to help you figure out who did this to Julia and Sierra. Grant offered him a fleeting smile before he pushed Julia further into the foyer and away from the man's prying eyes. He stopped, trying to find words. Julia laid a steadying hand on his shoulder, her eyes offering silent support. Julia, She sucked in a breath. You don't have to say anything. I do, he answered as he grabbed her hand. I need you to know I didn't know about him. I believe you. I didn't think you did, and that's why I convinced him to come. I'm sorry to have sprung that on you, but I just thought a conversation may set you both on the road to resolving this, instead of having you both trying to destroy each other. Once again, Julia's wisdom and empathy may have saved him from a trouble he wouldn't have otherwise escaped from. He couldn't find the words he needed to thank her. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her closer to him. I couldn't have gotten luckier than the day you walked into that nightclub. He pulled back from her, cupping her face in his hands. Now, let's get you to the hospital and make certain you're okay. She smiled up at him as she nodded. Another hospital visit for this poor woman, but he would be at her side every step of the way. Maybe now they could move forward with slightly less drama. Maybe now they could move forward together. Chapter 26. Julia. Julia snapped her eyes open with a sharp gasp, her eyes darting around the sterile room. The scent of antiseptic stung her nostrils as the constant drone of her heart monitor slowed from its speedy beat. "Hey, it's okay," Grant whispered as he sprang from the chair next to her bed. "You fell asleep." She shifted in the uncomfortable bed, wincing as her fluids IV pulled in the crook of her elbow. "Sorry." He squeezed her hand as he stroked her hair. "You don't have to apologize. You need rest." She let her head fall back onto the flat pillow. "I'd rather get it at home. The beds there are much nicer." He chuckled as he settled back into his seat, their hands still clutched together. "Soon, hopefully." "Why aren't you with Sierra?" she asked. "Sierra was discharged hours ago. She went back to the house." Julia breathed out a sigh. "How did she get sprung?" "Her tests came back okay, and I think she threatened a nurse or two." Julia laughed at the typical behavior of her stepdaughter. "Oh, is that all it takes to get out of here?" She shifted again. "I can't believe my test results aren't back yet. If Sierra's were fine, mine should be too. Let's just go." "Julia," Grant said, his voice a warning, "you can't leave until we know you're okay." "I'm fine," Julia insisted. "I really wish you'd let professionals make those determinations, Julia." Julia's heart leapt into her throat at the sound of the familiar voice. Her features went slack as Dr. Kyle Carter swept into the emergency room cubicle with his tablet in hand, settling on the side of the bed opposite Grant. The annoyance on Grant's features was obvious as he rose from the chair, his unimpressed stare landing on Kyle. The doctor scrolled through the results. Perhaps under the circumstances, another doctor would be best." Kyle finally pulled his glance up from the screen. He weighed the words with a bob of his head. "Well, you could get another doctor, yes, or you could keep the best doctor on this staff to make sure Julia is okay." "I'm fine," she answered, attempting to diffuse the situation. Grant's jaw flexed, a gesture she now recognized as him trying to show restraint. "I'm certain another doctor would be capable of handling this case." "I am too, but there's no reason for that. While this situation may be awkward due to our recent and as yet unresolved interactions, I am a professional, and I happen to care about Julia's well-being." Grant heaved a sigh. Julia flicked her gaze between the two of them. The tension still hung heavy between them. She didn't care which doctor read the results, though, as long as she could go home. "Can we just get the results and get out of here?" Kyle lifted the tablet and toggled the screen on again. "Yes, you can have the results, but no, you cannot leave here." Her heart sank at the news. "What?" Grant barked. "You have quite the mix of drugs in your system, including benzodiazepines, phenobarbital, and muscle relaxants." Julia heaved a sigh at the long list of medications swimming in her system. "But Sierra had the same thing, right? And she went home?" Kyle offered her a concerned smile with a flick of his eyebrows. "Yes, she did. But she was not also dehydrated with a heart rate that's elevated enough for me to be concerned." "Elevated enough for you to be concerned, or any doctor to be concerned?" Grant asked. Kyle clicked his tongue, setting his narrowed eyes on Grant. "I don't care for that implication. I'm simply asking since you seem to harbor a great amount of concern for Julia, beyond the standard of care." Julia interjected again as the tension between the two men heightened. The last thing they needed was another fistfight to ruin the burgeoning relationship between father and son. "Okay, I'll drink plenty of water when I get home." Kyle pressed his lips together as he shook his head. "That's not good enough. I'm recommending you stay overnight for observation." "No," Grant and Julia said simultaneously, her voice sounding more pleading, while his resembled an order. "Julia, you have a very dangerous combination of drugs still floating around in your system, and I'm concerned it's taking a toll on your heart. I would not feel comfortable sending you home at all." He flicked a glance to Grant. "Even if someone kept an eye on you." "Which I would," Grant answered through clenched teeth. "It would be far better for you to be here with professionals who can give you the proper care you need if any adverse events arise." "Adverse events?" Julia questioned as she let her head fall back against the pillow again. "Staying here is an adverse event." "Look, if she's not comfortable staying here, I'm taking her home." Kyle heaved a sigh as he flicked his gaze to the floor before he shrugged. "Okay, if it makes you more comfortable, I'll get you a second opinion. But if the second doctor agrees with me, you stay. Deal?" "Fine," Julia said with a sigh. Grant rubbed her shoulder as Kyle left them behind. She slid her eyes closed and rubbed at her forehead. "I don't like this either," Grant said, "but maybe you should stay, just in case." She popped her eyes open, her features pinching. She wanted desperately to go home and stretch out in her own bed. She longed for the quiet solitude of Harrington House, along with the security it offered. She trusted the security team there more than the uniformed officer posted outside her cubicle. But she also didn't want to experience any adverse events, either. Maybe. The curtain around her space shook as a new doctor hurried inside, followed by Kyle. He handed the man the tablet, the patient's chart, and test results. The man scanned them before he flicked his gaze to Julia. "You had quite a cocktail in your system." "So I've heard," she answered. Grant waved a hand in the air. "Look, doctor, all we'd like to know is if there is enough concern that an overnight stay is warranted." "I'd say there is more than enough concern. The elevated heart rate alone is enough to warrant monitoring until the drugs leave her system, and she could benefit from more IV fluids." The corners of Kyle's lips turned up at the man's words. "Thank you, Dr. Crane." "Of course. Good luck to you." He thrust the tablet back toward Kyle before he disappeared. Kyle offered them a triumphant grin. "Well, is that enough to convince you?" "Sadly, yes," Julia said. "Good. I'll get you moved to a room." Kyle disappeared from the room as Julia let her head thud against the uncomfortable pancake of a pillow. She shifted her gaze to Grant, who settled into the chair with a less than happy expression. "You should go home and get some rest. Spend some time with Sierra." "I'm not leaving you here." "There's nothing you can do here, and I'm sure you're exhausted." Grant gave her a determined look. "I'm not leaving you. I don't care if he's my son. I still don't trust him." "Well, I'm not going to complain. I don't want to stay here alone." He pulled his phone from his pocket and typed a message. "I'm telling Sierra now. I'm sure she's coming back, so I can spend plenty of time with her." Julia tugged her blanket up higher. "Are you going to tell her?" Grant heaved a sigh. "I think I have to. I'm afraid he will, and I'd rather it came from me." Julia stared out through the slightly open curtain, her mind focused on Kyle. "He is a wild card." "Yes, he is. I'm so sorry you got caught in the middle of this." "It's okay," she answered. "I just hope this works out for the better, rather than the path it was heading down." "If it does, it's because of you." The arrival of the transport team interrupted their conversation. Within 10 minutes, they had her settled in a room for the night. Sierra stomped her way into the room 20 minutes later, looking much better than the last time Julia had seen her.
"Julia,"
she chided as she perched on the edge of the bed,
"I can't believe you have to stay here."
"Same," Julia said with a sigh. "Let's hope it's only for the night." Silence stretched between them for a moment before Grant leaned forward in his chair, settling his elbows on his knees. "Sierra, there's something I need to tell you." Julia pressed her lips together as her stomach twisted into a knot. She couldn't imagine this was easy for him, and with an audience, it probably was all that much worse.
"If you'd like to get some air, I'll be fine."
"No, here is fine." Julia's fingers twisted around her blanket as she prepared for the news. How would Sierra react? She was another wild card. Sierra focused on her father.
"What is it? Is it about the kidnapping? Did they catch the people?"
"No, they didn't, and it's not really about the kidnapping."
"Well, what is it?"
Grant heaved a sigh. "A long time ago, I spent a night with a woman."
"Ew, Daddy, I don't need to know about this."
"Yes, you do."
That's TMI. Cut to the chase. Just give me the bottom line."
"Kyle Carter is my son." Her eyes went wide as she stared at him.
"What? Are you serious?"
"Yes, I think it's true." Sierra stood and stormed a few steps away, her purse still dangling from around her arm.
"He just told you that?"
"No, Julia surmised it. He confirmed it. Then he told me."
"And you're getting a DNA test, right? Because it could be a shakedown."
"Yes," Grant said with a nod. "I'd like definitive proof, but his story adds up, and so does the supporting evidence." Sierra spun to face them, stalking back to the foot of the bed. She drummed her fingers against the footrail. Julia tried to gauge her response to the information. Was she in shock? Upset? She finally crossed her arms and shook her head.
"I can't believe crazy Kyle Carter is my half-brother."
"I'm not crazy, Sierra, but the rest of it is true," Kyle said as he stalked into the room. Sierra eyed him as he strode in to check Julia's monitors.
You're not exactly the portrait of sanity."
"I prefer eccentric genius, but we can't all have your impeccable judgment, can we?"
"Eccentric genius?"
Sierra rolled her eyes.
"Just don't pull any more crazy stuff, okay?"
Julia stared at the two of them as Kyle settled next to her at the foot of the bed. They had a long road ahead of them as they started a new, complicated chapter in their lives. As night settled in and only Grant remained in the room, Julia struggled to sleep. The events of the day replayed in her mind over and over every time she closed her eyes. "Go to sleep, Julia," Grant said. She heaved a sigh.
"I'm trying. I would have been able to sleep at home."
"I guess you'll have that to look forward to tomorrow." She drummed her fingers against the bed as she stared at the ceiling. "You need to rest."
"I'll rest tomorrow."
"But we'll be busy tomorrow." She snapped her gaze to him, his face lit only by the glowing monitors and the light spilling in from the hallway through the sliver of opening in the doorway.
"What do we have to do tomorrow?"
"I'm taking you to dinner." She flicked her gaze back to the ceiling.
"I think I can handle that."
"Really? Are you sure? The place I want to take you is pretty far." His voice was teasing and light.
"How far?"
He grinned at her, a twinkle in his eyes. "Paris."
"Paris?"
She choked out. "Oops, maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Your heart rate just spiked."
"Don't you think that's a little far?"
she asked with a chuckle, lightness entering her voice for the first time since the incident. Grant responded with a warm smile. "No, after everything you've been through, I think you deserve the world. and Paris is just the start. Julia settled back in the bed, her eyes growing heavy as she imagined Paris. It sounded like a dream, but it would only provide a glamorous distraction. Their lives had changed today. Nothing would ever be the same. But they had to face it, and for the next few months, they would do it together. This has been Blackmail of a Billionaire, Harrington Holdings Billionaire Romance, Book 2, written by Nellie Steele, narrated by Malorie Wallen, copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak, production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.